Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 The world has nothing to do with me. The Mecha Sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics, driven by the Mecha's strange power, directly cut into an armored vehicle. The alloy armor that can defend against artillery shells can only slow down its speed, but cannot prevent it from cutting through. A 2-meter-long gap appeared on the armored vehicle. When the air inside leaked out, it blew the sparks produced by the metal being cut and splashed out, like rain pouring back into the sky. The giant Mecha swung the sword again in the rain, slashing along the gap and then upward. When the blade was raised and crossed the sky, the 2 imperial monkeys in the armored vehicle had died on the spot. The driver of this armored vehicle was an imperial monkey. Similar weapons were almost all driven and operated by relatively weak monkeys. They were called monkeys, but in fact they were more like gibbons on the Azure Star, with an upright height of about 1 meter and no tail. From the species classification of the Azure Star, both gorillas and gibbons can be classified into the suborder of apes in the order primates. But the Mecha warriors don't care about these details. They, as well as the federal soldiers and the people, generally divide the apes of the empire into 2 names, simple and direct orangutans and monkeys. After destroying the armored vehicles driven by 2 monkeys, Ji Xinghe felt much more comfortable than before, but this was far from enough. The thousands of thoughts in his heart were like the endless enemies in his sight at this time. But it doesn't matter, he has a knife in his hand, and he can still fight. Ji Xinghe, with red eyes, was not overwhelmed by his inner irritability and anger. The thousands of thoughts did not affect his judgment of the situation. His combat consciousness was unprecedentedly clear, and his complete control of his body allowed him to operate the Mecha he was driving almost perfectly. The 11th generation core engine has entered the full power mode. The energy transmission plate inside the Mecha is extremely bright. The patterns engraved on it are like the magic runes that Shenmue said, giving the Mecha powerful maneuverability. The timely operation of each mobile joint makes the mechanical creation, which should have been bulky, as flexible as humans, and the power that bursts out between movement and stillness far exceeds that of humans. The 2 Mecha swords crossed each other, the left hand was on the right shoulder, the right hand was on the left shoulder, and the Mecha with arms folded in front of the chest completed a sideways maneuver to dodge during the charge, and then the 2 arms crossed and waved again, so that the 2 Mecha swords crossed each other again. An imperial Mecha that was charging, the hard metal neck was in between the 2 Mecha swords, and was cut off at the moment when the Mecha swords crossed each other. The metal head carrying the core operating system soared into the sky, and the air inside the cockpit poured out, as if blowing the metal head into the sky. 42 Venus. Ji Xinghe, who had completed the destruction, didn't care about this. The number of Venus was like a complicated thought. It was actually meaningless to him now and in the future. He didn't even want more Venus, because the number of Venus had nothing to do with his revenge. Get more Venus and get a more powerful exclusive Mecha? But that means taking on more responsibilities and obligations. If he becomes an ace Mecha warrior, he will be even more helpless, and some people will even separate him from his granddaughter. He prefers to simply defeat and revenge. If some people think his defeat is valuable and are willing to give him some resources, it's better, but it doesn't matter if they don't. I am dust and don't want to rise to the top. I only take what I deserve, and don't want some people to give more. Ji Xinghe, who was airborne at the Imperial artillery position, did not have to face many Imperial mechas at the same time. A total of 6 Imperial mechas defending the artillery position were relatively scattered. Although they had already started to rush to Ji Xinghe's landing point when they found Ji Xinghe's airborne landing, those armored vehicles, tanks, missile launchers and other war weapons belonging to the artillery slowed down their charge. After solving an Imperial Mecha, Ji Xinghe instantly judged that the next Imperial Mecha would appear in front of him in 7 seconds, and 7 seconds was enough for him to cut at least 7 swords. The 3rd Imperial Mecha appeared in front of him 9 seconds later, which means that if he chose to slash out 7 times, he would only have 2 seconds to deal with the 2nd Imperial Mecha. The time was not enough, because he was surrounded by enemies, and he did not have 2 seconds to fight the Imperial Mecha. So he did not choose to slash out 7 times. A tank that was loading shells turned its muzzle without hesitation in the face of Ji Xinghe's charge, but it was difficult for the Mecha to aim at a high-speed maneuvering state. When they chose to fire in a predictive manner, Ji Xinghe used the mecha's intelligent auxiliary system and his own eyes to observe the direction of the muzzle. He also successfully predicted and avoided the bombardment of the shells with just one evasive maneuver. The shell flew past Ji Xinghe's mecha, and exploded after hitting an Imperial tank in the rear. The roar was not as loud as on the Azure Star, and the shock wave carried by the air wave was not as powerful as on the Azure Star. The broken shrapnel did not cause damage to Ji Xinghe's mecha, but instead caused heavy casualties to the surrounding gorillas and monkeys who had no armor protection. This is the consequence of being charged to the position by a mecha. The long sword slashed again, and the barrel of the tank was directly cut off with one blow. This time Ji Xinghe used a chain-serrated knife, so the cross-section was hideous and terrifying. The second shell fired by the tank exploded before it could leave the barrel. When the burst of fire submerged the tank, Ji Xinghe had already jumped over in his mecha. From the perspective of the direction in which Ji Xinghe was charging, it was like the flames were pushing the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. The high-speed charging mecha suddenly jumped into the air. Because the gravity of the alien planet was different from that of the blue planet, the descent speed would be about 3 times slower, so this was not a wise choice of fighting method. Jackson once reminded Ji Xinghe that when in the air, a mecha that could not make maneuvers would become a target. Especially when in the enemy's artillery position, the artillerymen who could not predict the position of the mecha had a great chance of making accurate predictions when the mecha was in the air. The fact is just as Jackson said. An Imperial gorilla carrying a single soldier missile launcher showed a ferocious smile on his face when Ji Xinghe controlled the mecha to leap up. It successfully locked Ji Xinghe's mecha with the help of the aiming system of the single soldier missile launcher. Pull the trigger, the missile went straight to Ji Xinghe with a tail flame, and the speed reached an extreme in a very short time. This shot must be able to hit successfully. The Imperial ape that fired the individual missile smiled even happier after pulling the trigger. It felt that after today, it would be able to become a mecha warrior, and even be able to get a title and become a noble, because it would destroy a federal mecha with at least 41 gold stars. 41 is the number of gold stars sprayed on the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe, but it will definitely not stop to spray new gold stars during the battle, so there are at least 41. However, the smile did not last too long on its face. It was extremely surprised to see that the extremely fast missile became clear again in its sight, because the target mecha it wanted to attack leaped in the air and swung its knife, directly hitting the missile, and then was completely covered by the flames. Is this a hit? There was no time to think more. The Imperial ape that fired the individual missile was hit in the head by the shrapnel that was splashed out at supersonic speed and died on the spot. It can be said that it killed itself, or it can be said that it was killed by Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe was not killed by it, because the missile it launched did not really hit the target. The customized and modified version of the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha, equipped with protective armor, has extremely strong protective capabilities. The surging flames and sputtering supersonic shrapnel cannot cause real damage to the mecha. In the case of a successful hit, the shock wave was not serious. Ji Xinghe, who was in the mecha, did not have black vision or faint. He was very sober. The blood and internal organs of his body were under the control of his amazing willpower, as if they had not been hit, allowing him to continue to perfectly control the mecha he was driving. The height and angle of the leap, combined with the impact of the explosion, allowed him to rush towards the third mecha that was about to rush towards him at a faster speed. This Imperial mecha, which originally took 9 seconds to appear in front of him, appeared in front of him in the 4th second after Ji Xinghe made his choice. The Imperial mech, which was completely unable to react to the sudden change, was in a state of charge. In a hurry, it raised the mecha bayonet in its hand in a panic, but the bayonet, which was more than 6 meters long, failed to pierce Ji Xinghe's mecha. It was 0.5 seconds slower, so it was approached by Ji Xinghe. The mecha sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics penetrated its body without hindrance under the impact of the leap, penetrated into the cockpit and also penetrated the body of the Imperial gorilla. In the loud collision, the Imperial mech fell backwards, but the leaping Federal mech stood steadily with the impact force, and the mecha sword successfully broke away from the body of the Imperial mech under the impact. The 360-degree perspective picture was clearly visible in Ji Xinghe's eyes, and he made an analysis and judgment again. The second Imperial mech, which was supposed to appear in front of him 7 seconds after he made a decision, had now become the third Imperial mech, and the distance between him and him was pulled away, and the time to appear in front of him was still 7 seconds. It seems that there is no change, but in fact it is a world of difference, because Ji Xinghe has destroyed 2 imperial mechas after airborne. There are only 4 left of the 6 imperial mechas defending the artillery position. Ji Xinghe's pressure suddenly dropped, and he successfully gained the advantage in a one-on-many situation. This is the strength of the special mecha warrior combined with the customized modified mecha. The federal high-level officials who don't want Ji Xinghe to get into trouble chose to let Ji Xinghe join the orbital airborne mecha corps because they know that Ji Xinghe will not get into trouble in such a battle. If something really happens, what does it matter? Everyone may sacrifice. The Ace Warrior creation plan already has 5 alternatives including the blind and the lame. There is already a lot of material for the documentary, The Old Man and the Sea of Stars. From a certain point of view, some people in the federal high level hope that Ji Xinghe will sacrifice. The power of hatred brought Ji Xinghe to the alien battlefield. Is it possible to let more people come to the alien battlefield? The various ideas of the federal high level have nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. In the process of his continuous killing, these annoying ideas were also constantly cut down by him. The myriad things in the world have nothing to do with me. I only care about the things around me and kill the enemies in front of me. The shackles of the state of mind were broken by Ji Xinghe, and the spiritual platform gradually became clear. The sense of urgency after the pressure was like the imperial mecha that finally rushed to him alone, and was completely broken between the crisscrossing of 2 mecha swords. 44 gold stars were obtained. It has nothing to do with the resources, merits, or the so-called achievements of ace mecha warriors behind it, but only with Ji Xinghe himself. This is what I can get, and this is my revenge. Captain, we are here. Good news came again in the shortwave communication channel. The Galaxy Squad, which followed the ground forces, finally rushed to the position where Ji Xinghe was. There was no loss of personnel, and the Galaxy Squad once again completed the full assembly of all members. But this state of assembly did not last too long. They all received bad news after being frantically killed in the Imperial artillery positions. A special mecha warrior who participated in the siege of the Imperial Earl died. It was Lons. Before today's airborne operation really started, he introduced the strength of the Imperial Noble Mecha to Ji Xinghe in a calm tone, and then gave the introduction opportunity to Jackson at Jackson's request. His combat mission was to besiege the Imperial Count with another special class mecha warrior. Galaxy Squad, all members transfer. The command from the command system sounded, because the Imperial Noble Mecha that successfully killed a federal special class mecha warrior was charging in the direction of the Imperial artillery position where the Galaxy Squad was located. Because it was not alone, the Galaxy Squad with 8 mechas was judged to be unable to resist, even if Ji Xinghe was among them. But, do you really want to transfer? Really, can't you stop it? P.S. Sorry, it's a little late today. We have a confirmed case here, and we have to line up for nucleic acid tomorrow. Remember to take good protection when you go out, bosses. There is one more update today, and there will be no less at the bottom of 3 updates. Sorry again for the late update. Chapter 152, Becoming Stronger Again. After arriving at the alien planet, Ji Xinghe's height returned to 1.93 meters, and he felt a long-lost strength. On the one hand, it was because of the special environment of the alien planet, and on the other hand, it was because his kung fu had gone a step further. It's just a long time ago, not unprecedented. The improvement of realm is real, and the decline of physical fitness is also real. The 10-kilometer long-distance run during the conscription would not take him 35 minutes when he was young, and he would not sweat so much during the run. The 42.195-kilometer marathon is not difficult for the young him at all. This is the reason why boxing is afraid of young people. Realm does not represent everything. The gap between combat awareness, experience, and physical fitness is enough to make up for the gap between realms. When he first arrived at the alien planet, Ji Xinghe was not as strong as he was at his peak when he was young. This cognition is very clear. He has also thought that if he has the physical fitness of his peak period now, then he doesn't need to be so cautious. Can he protect and take care of his granddaughter while becoming an ace mecha warrior? But flowers don't bloom for 100 days, and people don't grow young again. Ji Xinghe's ideas can only be ideas. He can't go back to his peak physical fitness when he was young. So, it's not that he is unwilling to take on more responsibilities and obligations, but that he can't. He feels that he can't do both. It's rare to have both in this world. How many? Ji Xinghe's voice rang out in the communication channel of the Xing team. They have completed the destruction of the remaining 3 imperial mechas in the imperial artillery position. There are no imperial mechas in the entire artillery position. At this time, they are destroying those war weapons that can still fight, and killing as many imperial gorillas and monkeys as possible in their sight. In this case, the order to give up fighting and evacuate all personnel was a little unacceptable to them. So when their captain Ji Xinghe asked aloud, they all became excited. 7. 1 Earl-class imperial mech, 2 Viscount-class imperial mechas, and 4 Baron-class imperial mechas, who's chasing Major Jackson, Major Harris, and Major Kintong. Only 3 special-class mech warriors were able to rush over and chase in the first time. Among them, Major Harris was originally Lon's teammate. When he and Lons worked together to break the Earl-class imperial mech, they were affected by several unexpected imperial mechas. In the situation of outnumbering, the mech driven by Lons was broken. If we stop them, how long will it take them? Ji Xinghe asked again. The battle line of this local counterattack was very long. Even if he had a 360-degree perspective, he could not see the overall situation. Both sides invested tens of thousands of troops in large-scale group battles. As a single soldier, Ji Xinghe and his team were only in a corner. 3 minutes, the command system responded very quickly. They were in the Space Scout of the Ape. With the help of high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft on the battlefield, the combat perspective of the mecha, and other information, they obtained a large amount of intelligence, and then made a judgment about the war, and a special person was responsible for contacting the relevant combat units. So they knew very well that the Galaxy team could not stop the 7 Imperial Noble Mechas. In the case of 8 to 7, even if there was no Earl-level Imperial Noble Mecha, and it was replaced by a Viscount-level Noble Mecha, the Galaxy team's strength would not be able to achieve a complete victory. Similarly, if it was another Mecha team, the task they received would definitely not be to transfer all members to avoid the battle. There are 3 people in the Galaxy team who are the seeds of the Federation's ace fighter creation plan. Ji Xinghe, the blind man, and the lame man. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, please don't be impulsive. We have already won this war. It doesn't matter if they run away, it does matter, because they are in front of me. Ji Xinghe's voice is unquestionable. His attitude is just like the thought left after he kept killing today. The world has nothing to do with me, I only kill the enemy in front of me. The voice in the command system suddenly fell silent. It was obvious that he was asking for the opinions of his superiors, but how could he make a decision so quickly at this time? 7 Imperial mechas have already broken into their artillery positions. What blocked them were their own kind, but they all ignored them. As Imperial nobles, their lives are much more noble than these civilians enslaved soldiers, so when gorillas and monkeys blocked them, they would be ruthlessly wielded weapons and killed. The Federal Command System has determined that this local counterattack has been won. As the commander of the Empire in this local battle, the gorilla with the title of Imperial Earl can also make this judgment, so now they are running away. As long as they pass through the battle position, they will be able to escape, and the ground forces of the Federation will not pursue them, because although it is certain that the Federation has won this battle, it is not over. Spending too much energy to pursue them will cause more damage to the Federal soldiers who are fighting. The lethality that those gorillas and monkeys who are about to be annihilated can burst out before they die should not be underestimated. Based on the speed of the mecha running at full power, even if the Federation wants to annihilate them by air strikes, it is almost impossible to do so. It is expected that a large amount of ammunition will be consumed, so it is better to keep it for use in subsequent battles. Good steel should be used on the blade, and the limited number of shells should also be used in more necessary occasions. If there is no fire support, the ground forces of the Federation will suffer a large number of casualties when facing the ground forces of the Empire. Team Galaxy, Ji Xinghe spoke calmly, asking the question that the members of Team Galaxy had been waiting for a long time. Do you believe me? Yes, yes. In the unanimous response, all members of Team Galaxy seemed to be in a fanatical state, and their fighting power was improved because of their fighting will. Assemble. The 8 mechas scattered in the Imperial artillery positions gave up killing and gathered together. Facing the 7 Imperial noble mechas, if they split up and fought again, they would be sending themselves to death. Although Ji Xinghe decided to stop the Imperial noble mechas, he didn't want anyone around him to get hurt. They will split up, they will definitely split up, and the 4 Baron-class Imperial mechas will become victims. So our mission is to defeat them. Ji Xinghe, who was not affected by his own state, was extremely sober and issued combat orders in the communication channel. 2-1, you can form groups freely, stop 3 of them, and the left hand will roam to support. After I solve the other one, I will decide whether to help you or not depending on the situation. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. This conversation not only sounded in the communication channel of the Galaxy team, but also in the corresponding channel of the command system of the ape. The commander who had hurriedly come to stop the Galaxy team from dying could not say what he had already conceived in his mind. Because Ji Xinghe's Galaxy team was not as impulsive as he imagined, but made the most correct combat decision very rationally. It's feasible. Get ready, charge. When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again and fell, the 8 mechas of the Galaxy team led by him began to charge. They had seen the Imperial mechas appearing in the artillery position and made almost the same moves as the Imperial mechas. All the gorillas and monkeys that blocked their way were killed on the spot. Those artillery systems that were difficult to destroy for a while were completely ignored by them. Both sides were killing, but only the Imperial gorillas and monkeys died. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, and they could clearly see each other in their sight, the 7 noble mechas of the Empire began to split up as Ji Xinghe expected. Among them, the Earl-level mechas and 2 Viscount-level mechas began to turn at the first time, while the 4 Baron-level mechas rushed straight to the charging Galaxy team. The strict hierarchy of the Empire was fully revealed at this moment. Perhaps the 4 Baron-level noble mecha drivers did not want to die, but even if they did not die today, they would die after successfully escaping back. Very good, no accidents occurred. Ji Xinghe was actually very afraid of accidents, because among the Baron-level Imperial mechas, there might be guerrilla pilots with low titles but very powerful backgrounds, such as the offspring of some Imperial nobles. But even if there were accidents, it didn't matter. The Galaxy squad in the charge state could turn and avoid at any time, and now they didn't need to turn. Kill! The shouts rang out from the communication channel. When facing the 4 Imperial noble mechas, the Galaxy squad with Ji Xinghe did not hesitate or cowardly at all, but had an unstoppable momentum. They were already all at level 1, and their strength was at the middle level among all the mecha squads in the Federation. If they could add a few more players and make the number of mechas in the squad equal to that of most squads, then their strength could be directly promoted to the upper level. How could such a Galaxy squad retreat directly when they needed to fight? Ji Xinghe didn't want to. They all didn't want to. So they refused to execute the order to retreat and rushed towards the 4 Imperial noble mechas. It is very rare that the first person to complete the break was not Ji Xinghe, but the blind man and the cripple who joined forces. The 2 of them now have more than 20 gold stars of the special grade. Although there is some water, it is impossible to hide the water without sufficient strength. Without Ji Xinghe's order, the blind man and the cripple separated directly after completing the break and rushed to the other 2 noble mechas that were being besieged. That is, when they were charging, Ji Xinghe also completed the single-person break. The situation is clear. Ji Xinghe, who is sure that he does not need to help his teammates, rushed to the 3 escaping Imperial noble mechas without a moment's pause. An Earl level who has just broken the Federal Special Grade, 2 Viscount level, Ji Xinghe cannot guarantee that he will survive in a frontal battle, but does he need to fight head-on? The Xinghe team, which is besieging 2 Imperial noble mechas, will soon be able to catch up to help him. The 3 special mecha warriors who are charging at full speed will also be able to catch up in a very short time. 10-3, as long as we can delay for a moment and prevent the Imperial mecha from escaping the pursuit distance, we can keep this Earl-level Imperial mecha. I only kill the enemy in front of me, what if I can't kill it? Wait for teammates. Ji Xinghe, who started the pursuit alone, was very sure that he was not alone, so he was not afraid at all. And when the 3 Imperial mechas that he was chasing alone split up again, and the 2 Viscount-level mechas gave up the chance to escape and turned to rush towards him to give the Earl mecha a chance, his momentum of charging and chasing did not slow down at all. Because now he is very sure that he feels unprecedentedly powerful. There is no change in physical fitness, but this strong feeling from the heart is something he could not feel even at the peak of physical fitness. Fixing the heart monkey can calm the mind, and locking the mind horse can make a living. Ji Xinghe is not fixed or locked. He wears armor and carries a knife, kills the heart monkey and kills the mind horse, so his thoughts are clear. P.S. Today it has exceeded 10,000 again. I am ready to challenge 30 consecutive days of daily updates of more than 10,000. This month's monthly tickets have reached 780. and there are only 220 more to break through 1,000. Please reward me. If you don't have monthly tickets, please give me some recommendation tickets. It would be better if you can subscribe to support. There is an event in the book Friend Circle, which requires 200 likes. It was posted by the operation officer Ji Xinghe. Please help me get 200 likes. Thank you for your support. The above PS word count is free of charge. Chapter 153 I Don't Believe You. Shells came one after another, but Ji Xinghe successfully avoided them while driving his mecha. Dust flew everywhere, but he was not hurt at all. The Federation's 16th generation standard mecha, which had reached its maximum power, unexpectedly increased its speed a little bit when charging at full speed, completely exceeding the design speed of this mecha, and had nothing to do with custom modification. Remember my operation, and record the running posture of the mecha now. Ji Xinghe, who was in the cockpit, spoke calmly. His eyes, which had just turned red, had returned to normal. No one knew what kind of psychological struggle he had experienced in this battle, so no one knew how powerful he was now. The performance improvement that the mecha could show just by manipulating the mecha was extremely rare, even at the level of special mecha warriors. It was not that it had never happened before, but it had never appeared on the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. All the mechas driven by the Federation's special mecha warriors were models after the 25th generation, and had undergone special custom modifications. Only the mecha model driven by Ji Xinghe was the most backward. From a certain perspective, he did not take credit for himself and fight for relatively precious resources. However, there is still a certain amount of the 16th generation standard mechas, and some mecha warriors are driving them. Ji Xinghe, who is in the battle, has not forgotten his part-time identity as an instructor. It has nothing to do with the instructor's merits, but only with saving people. He hopes that some of the knowledge he knows can increase the chances of survival of those mecha warriors in battle. Under the operation of Ji Xinghe, the mecha with increased speed successfully passed through the artillery position of the Empire, and 2 Viscount-class noble mechas of the Empire came forward. He learned how to distinguish the noble mechas of the Empire. Unlike the gold stars sprayed on the mechas of the Federation, there are no patterns on the ordinary mechas of the Empire. The whiteboard looks like they are not allowed to be painted, and it seems to say that those mechas do not belong to them. According to the relevant information obtained by the Federation, the ordinary mechas of the Empire do not belong to any individual, but only to the Imperial royal family. All guerrilla drivers only have the right to use them, similar to the mechas of the Federation, which generally do not belong to any individual. Mechas can be repaired if they are broken, but it is difficult to heal and even more impossible to revive if the driver is dead or injured. In the Federation, people like the blind and the lame have the opportunity to regain their right to drive mechas, but this does not exist in the Empire. Needless to say, if they die, they can only become ordinary soldiers from mecha warriors, and participate in this war with weapons such as guns and cannons. When facing mechas, they are no different from cannon fodder. Noble mechas are different. In most cases, noble mechas are similar to exclusive mechas of the Federation, which can be regarded as one of the benefits of the Imperial nobles. They can buy and manufacture mechas belonging to their individuals and families, and take these mechas to participate in the war to gain merit. The difference in rank lies in the badge. Every Imperial mecha has a badge on its body, but in general, noble mechas of the Baron and Viscount levels will deliberately erase their badges when participating in some actions, so as to misjudge the federal mecha warriors and increase their chances of survival and gaining merit. But at the level of Earls, or Viscounts and Barons whose families are prominent in the Empire, they will not choose to paint their noble badges. The family emblems of these Imperial nobles are generally composed of 3 aspects: the level of the title, the specific pattern of the family emblem, and the military rank. Among them, the specific pattern of the family emblem is too complicated for the Federation. In most cases, they will choose to ignore it directly. The only 2 things that really matter are the level of the title and the military rank. The outer rings of the emblems in 4 colors and materials, gold, silver, copper, and iron, correspond to the 4 titles of Marquess, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The pure black outer ring of the emblem corresponds to the Duke of the Empire. Pure black and iron look very similar, but the difference is actually very obvious. The iron color is dark and does not reflect light. The pure black outer ring of the Duke is extremely bright. It is said that it can also emit light while reflecting light. It is made of a rare mineral on the Empire Star. According to the relevant experts of the Federation, this pure black is the hair color that the Imperial gorillas and monkeys yearn for, so it is very noble. The hair of the gorillas and monkeys in the empire is black, while the hair colors of civilians and some ordinary nobles are somewhat mixed, and occasionally there will be variant colors, such as dark yellow, brown, earthy brown, etc. The more noble the bloodline, the purer the black color of the hair. When it comes to the higher level prince level, the outer ring of the badge will turn white. It is said that this is because the imperial gorillas have a circle of white hair on their backs, forming a very standard circle, as if to prove that they are the royal family of destiny. The military rank system is relatively complicated, and Ji Xinghe does not need to think so much. He only needs to recognize the color of the rings on the badges of these imperial noble mechas. At this time, the two imperial noble mechas that are rushing towards him still have the badge pattern on their right chests. They should be the guard mechas of the Earl-level imperial mechas, so they will not hide their badges on the battlefield. The copper rings of the two viscounts look very obvious, indicating their strength level. The weapons in their hands are also very advanced, exactly the same as the mecha sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics that Ji Xinghe is using at this time. And Ji Xinghe's mecha sword was originally taken from a viscount-level imperial noble mecha, and the other chain-serrated knife came from a baron-level imperial noble mecha. The chainsaw blade that had slashed a single soldier missile before had some damage. He was still thinking that he might have to pay for the repairs after returning this time, but suddenly an ape came to his door with a better weapon. Viscount? I slashed it. When this thought flashed through his mind, Ji Xinghe hid his knife behind him in the charging state. The distance between him and the two imperial noble mechas was only 50 meters. Judging from the current speed of both sides, he had no time difference. No matter which one he chose to attack, he would face the attack from the other one at the first time. Numbering completed, a brief conversation sounded in Ji Xinghe's cockpit. When he was fighting 1 against 2, the intelligent core system of the mecha helped him complete the numbering. The logos of Unit 1 and Unit 2 appeared above the heads of the two imperial mechas. The benefits of the holographic projection screen appeared at this time. Augmented reality technology is very common in the era when holographic projection technology is fully applied. There are also information such as height, speed, and integrity, which are all analyzed and judged by the intelligent core of the mecha. While displaying this information in Ji Xinghe's sight as much as possible, it tries not to affect Ji Xinghe's sight as much as possible. Ji Xinghe, who has long been accustomed to this operating perspective, made his combat judgment in an instant. Avoid. The distance of 50 meters soon came to 20 meters. When the two sides were about to meet, Ji Xinghe made a turning maneuver with extremely high overload, just like turning at a speed of 100 yards while driving. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. The Federal Standard Mecha with a height of more than 4 meters, when charging at full speed, suddenly turned on the alien surface with almost no air resistance, so there will be a stronger inertia to push it to slide towards the two imperial mechas. Because of the turn, Ji Xinghe's mecha is like exposing the relatively fragile side directly to the side of the two imperial mechas. From a certain point of view, this is no different from the warriors on the Blue Star who choose to charge and then slide when facing beasts like tigers. The two imperial mechas had no time to be surprised and had already swung their swords to start slashing. Their momentum of charging did not slow down at all. They could not cross the distance of 20 meters in an instant, but combined with the moving distance brought by the inertia of Ji Xinghe's mecha, 20 meters can be described as arriving in a flash. The two mecha swords with high-frequency vibration characteristics appeared on the side of Ji Xinghe's mecha when they completed the action of slashing. From this point of view, the pilots of the two imperial mechas are not weak, and their judgments can be described as accurate and correct. However, they may not be weak, but Ji Xinghe is an absolute strong man, stronger than when he first came to the alien planet. The multiple combat training in the training area, the actual operation and combat of the mecha, and the understanding of thoughts are all the reasons why Ji Xinghe has become more powerful. So Ji Xinghe knew that they would be a little worse, and this was what he wanted. The two swords cut through the thin atmosphere of the alien planet, but nothing was cut. Ji Xinghe, who had completed the turning maneuver, controlled the mecha running in full power mode and began to charge again. He did not choose to fight with the two conjoined imperial mechas, because his target was not these two. The two imperial mechas that slowed down due to the slashing were stunned for a moment. They thought that Ji Xinghe would take the opportunity to attack them when both swords were cut into the air. Based on the fear of the number of 41 gold stars on Ji Xinghe's rack, their first reaction was to counterattack. So they moved a step slower, and could only watch Ji Xinghe getting farther and farther away from them, and the Earl who was chasing them continued to move forward. What to do? This choice is easy to make. They also have a 360-degree view. They can see the 6 mechas of the Xing team that have solved the battle and are chasing them, as well as the mechas driven by 3 special mecha warriors. Whether it is to escape or their duties, they made the choice to pursue Ji Xinghe. A strange scene appeared on the edge of the still chaotic battlefield. And Count-class Imperial mecha is running for his life. It is the commander of the Imperial Army in this local war, and also the strongest in the Imperial Army on this battlefield. It just killed a Federal Special Class 1 against 2, but it was actually unscathed. Now it is being chased by another Federal Special Class. Judging from the number of Venus, the one chasing it now is not as powerful as the one it just killed. A Federation 16th generation standard mecha is chasing it closely behind it. Ji Xinghe should have led the entire Xing team to take shelter according to the orders of his superiors, but he did not choose to avoid it. His strength is theoretically at the same level as Lan's, and he is much weaker in terms of physical fitness, but now he is chasing the Imperial Count-class mecha that just killed Lan's, looking like he is determined to kill it. 2 Viscount-class Imperial mechas are chasing behind Ji Xinghe. They should have guarded the side of the Count-class Imperial mecha, but it is precisely because of their duties that they are separated from the Count-class mecha by Ji Xinghe. The 7 mechas of the Galaxy Squad chased after the Viscount-class Imperial mecha. They should also appear beside their captain Ji Xinghe, but because of Ji Xinghe's order, they were separated from Ji Xinghe by 2 Imperial mechas. Jackson and the other 3 who finally caught up finally understood the situation. They were all a little stunned. The voice from the command center in the communication system made them understand the reason for this situation. Ji Xinghe led his Galaxy Squad to split the 7 Imperial mechas, and then destroyed 4 of them. Jackson and others remembered the previous battle in the canyon. They saw Ji Xinghe's wise actions from the video. When they were questioned by the Ace Mecha warriors, many special class soldiers confessed that they couldn't do it, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. So, this is the wisdom of Lao Ji again? In retrospect, this choice is not worth mentioning. Since the Earl wants to escape, he will definitely choose to let his guards delay time, but it is really not easy to make critical and timely judgments and put them into action on the ever-changing battlefield. Jackson shouted in the communication channel. Old G, turn around and take your team back to the front battlefield. Leave the rest to us. The 3 of them have already connected to the communication channel of the Galaxy team. But Ji Xinghe, who heard his voice, did not turn back and continue to chase, and directly changed the order from Major Jackson. You are too slow, I can't go. The Galaxy team listens to the order, all turn around and maneuver to the front battlefield. Major Harris, Major Kintong, you can also go back to the front battlefield. Jackson follow-up. When everyone heard Ji Xinghe's order, they were stunned. Not only the Federal Mecha pilots who were chasing the 9 planes, but also the relevant personnel of the command center who could also hear Ji Xinghe's voice. But the Galaxy team, which had established an absolute trust relationship with Ji Xinghe, gritted their teeth and gave up the pursuit after being stunned. They chose to obey Ji Xinghe's orders. And they didn't believe that the 3 special grades would really obey Ji Xinghe's orders. Sure enough, Jackson and the other 2 continued to chase with some anger. Old G, you? Jackson suddenly calmed down after his anger. He took a deep breath and asked in a calm tone, Ji Xinghe, do you believe us? Using Ji Xinghe's way to deal with Ji Xinghe, Jackson gave himself a big thumbs up in his heart. He felt that he was very handsome at this moment. However, the voice in the communication channel made him have the urge to rush up and kill Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe said calmly, I don't believe it. P.S. A big chapter of 4,000 words, and continue to publish 10,000 words today. Please subscribe, vote for the monthly ticket, and vote for the recommendation. Chapter 154 We help Lao Ji get revenge. It was not only Major Jackson who was offended, but also 2 other special mecha warriors with the rank of Major who were not familiar with Ji Xinghe. They had all heard that the old recruit Ji Xinghe liked to disobey military orders, and today they witnessed it with their own eyes. So many people thought that Ji Xinghe was not a qualified professional soldier, but considering the reason why Ji Xinghe joined the army, everyone could barely accept it. But this kind of insulting behavior is unacceptable, even if you respect the elderly and love the young. Listen to me, Ji Xinghe's voice was still very calm, and he had no fear of offending the 3 special mecha warriors. His thoughts were clear now, and he really had no intention of insulting anyone. The 3 angry special mecha warriors remained quiet, They needed an explanation. Now the four of us are chasing it together, so there is absolutely no way it will stop. The performance of its mecha is better than mine, and its speed is faster. Although the performance of the mechas of the three of you is similar to its, you are much slower and it is impossible to catch up with it. There is no airstrike support, no long-range attack weapon support, because these weapons cannot lock onto mecha in full speed charging state. So, if we can't catch up with it, it will definitely be able to escape. After 2 sentences, Ji Xinghe paused slightly, and Jackson took the opportunity to question, I know what you mean. You want it to turn back. I've heard what you said to those people in the Xinghe team before. You said that only when they are willing to fight us, we will have a chance to kill it. I agree with your point of view, and I agree with what you said just now, but I don't agree to deal with it and the 2 Viscount-class Imperial mechas together with you. Those who can become special-class mecha warriors naturally cannot be reckless. Before Ji Xinghe could finish his words, the 3 special-class mecha warriors who kept chasing had already understood. But they understood, but they didn't think that Ji Xinghe and Jackson could defeat 3 Imperial mechas. The sacrifice of Landers, a special mecha warrior, was proof of this. Jackson and I are chasing it together. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, I noticed that the speed of the 2 Viscount-level Imperial Noble mechas has changed a bit, and the distance between them has reached 10 meters. Major Qin Tong said, please turn around and find a way to deal with one of them. Jackson and I are old teammates. The cooperation between the 2 of us is much better than that between you and Jackson. Jackson added, Landers just now, because there are many guards around this Imperial doggerel. You have already taken your Xinghe team to deal with their 4 mechas. As long as you can deal with 1 more, I promise we can keep them all. Major Harris, who was also chasing, was unwilling to give up. He and Landers just dealt with the Earl together, but not only did the Earl escape, but his teammate Landers also died. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, I want to avenge Lons more than you do, but we can't have any more sacrifices. Please return to the front battlefield immediately. In addition, I need to remind you that the 3 of us are all majors. We have the right to order you. Please don't let us do that. The 3 special-class soldiers talked to each other, appealing to their emotions and reasoning, and putting forward facts and talking about military ranks. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around obediently. Compared to dealing with the Earl-level Imperial Noble mecha, the 2 Viscount-level Imperial mechas are much easier to deal with. The difficulty is not at the same level at all, even if the 2-to-1 becomes 1-to-2. But is Ji Xinghe. Don't tell me so much, I'm sure that if I turn around, you can't catch up with it. I said that the distance between you and it is too far, and the performance of your mecha is at the same level as its. Moreover, there are too many gold stars on you, so not only can you not catch up, but any 2 of you chasing it, it can't turn back. Ji Xinghe's tone was still calm, not like driving a mecha at all, not like being on the battlefield. It actually sounded a bit out of place. But this state of not changing one's expression despite the collapse of Mount Tai in front of it inexplicably made the 3 special-class soldiers feel extremely strong confidence. This very old recruit is really confident. Old Ji, I told you before the airborne landing today that the Imperial Count is very powerful, completely different from the Imperial mechas you destroyed, Jackson said sincerely. Not to mention the Count, the 2 Viscount class behind you are also very strong. I believe you can handle any of them in a one-on-one fight, but if you can handle 2. If you can handle it, why did you avoid it just now? Ji Xinghe glanced at the 2 Viscount-class Imperial mechas chasing after it, and wanted to turn around and deal with them for Jackson to see, but it couldn't turn around, because the consequence of turning around would be to pull a greater distance from the Count-class Imperial mecha, and then it would really be impossible to catch up. Because I want to kill it, Jackson and the other 2 understood Ji Xinghe's words. Qin Tong couldn't help but ask, why? Revenge, revenge, yes, revenge. Harris, who had the most reason to take revenge in the audience, couldn't understand it, but you only spoke 2 sentences to Lons. No, you didn't speak to Lons, it was Lons who only spoke 2 sentences to you. What revenge are you taking? Because he is a comrade in arms. Because he is a teammate. Jackson really wanted to drive his mecha overtake Ji Xinghe, but he couldn't do it, so he could only continue to say, Old Ji, I'm very glad that you have such an attitude. I am very touched that you are willing to do this, but your choice will only cause us to suffer innocent sacrifices. Well, even if you are not afraid of death, can you think about your granddaughter? Sentence after sentence, Ji Xinghe became a little annoyed again, so he urgently needed to kill the enemy to make his mind clear. I'm avenging lawns, but not entirely. Ji Xinghe took a deep breath after saying this. The whole process did not affect his control of the mecha. His tone was still calm, but he said something that stunned Jackson and the other two. I'm avenging my son. Your son? Ji Xinghe? Among the 3 special class warriors who were chasing, only Jackson knew Ji Xinghe, but the other two had heard of Ji Xinghe because of Han Li and Ji Xinghe, so they subconsciously thought of a reason. Could it be that the mecha that killed Ji Xinghe was this Earl-level Imperial mecha? But that's not right. They vaguely remembered that Ji Xinghe was beaten to death by the Imperial mecha. Or was there this Earl-level Imperial noble mecha among the Imperial mechas that beat Ji Xinghe? But it's even more wrong. If there really was this Earl-level mecha, then Ji Xinghe would never be able to hold on to the extent of being beaten. He was just a first-level mecha warrior, and facing the Earl-level Imperial mecha, even if he was not killed instantly, it would not be much different. Old Ji, could it be? Jackson asked halfway with speculation. No, it's just because the empire is in the hands of the nobles and the royal family. Ji Xinghe understood the doubts of the 3 special class people, and directly denied that the explanation was still unclear. He paused for a moment and whispered the real reason. My son's revenge must be repaid by the entire empire. The communication channel suddenly became quiet. Jackson and others were silent. The commander who was originally prepared to force Ji Xinghe to turn back when Jackson and others' persuasion was ineffective also fell silent. The members of the Xinghe team who were about to run out of the shortwave communication channel were also silent, and then they charged faster. There were still many Imperial gorillas and monkeys on the front battlefield. They could not control the Empire, but they were the cornerstone of the Empire's existence. The blind man blocked Ji Xinghe, the captain of the Xinghe team, and whispered, "Let's help Lao Ji to get revenge." The lame man responded, "Okay, let's help Lao Ji to get revenge. Let's help all the sacrificed people to get revenge." Sichuan, Andre, the deaf man, the lame man, and the left hand responded one after another, and then charged at the remaining Imperial mechas and Imperial soldiers. There was no mercy in their hearts, only the brutality of Ji Xinghe facing these Imperial gorillas and monkeys. Because of the blood feud of the 20-year war, the entire empire must be used to pay it back. When the left hand swung his knife and beheaded a gun-wielding Imperial gorilla, he cursed, "Let those idiots who shouted for peace talks die." They who were in the war actually wanted peace more than anyone else, but they knew very well that some wars had to be fought. Between the Federation and the Empire, it was a war that must lead to the extinction of the race. A temporary ceasefire would only make future generations suffer more from the suffering of war. If anyone else talked about peace talks in front of the Xinghe team, no one in the Xinghe team would agree, because their captain Ji Xinghe would never agree. Ji Xinghe said, "The revenge of my son must be repaid by the entire empire." When Team Xinghe returned to the front battlefield and began to kill, the 4 federal special class mecha warriors were still chasing. Because of the different performance of the mechas, the 3 special class warriors at the back were getting closer and closer to the 2 Imperial Viscount class mechas, but they and Ji Xinghe were getting farther and farther away from the Earl class Imperial mecha. The situation was unfavorable, and the Imperial Earl fled without any hesitation. If this continued, they would really not be able to catch up. There was no one blocking the way ahead, and the number of orbital airborne mecha corps was too small, so even if they were mobilized, it would be too late. And 30 kilometers ahead, there were Imperial troops that could support the Earl. With the speed of the mechas of both sides, a distance of 30 kilometers was not far. Ji Xinghe, Jackson called him by his name. "I'm not afraid of death, you just help me finish off the enemy, but I don't want to watch you die in front of me. I can't face Han Li, and I can't face your granddaughter. So, can I trust you?" A few minutes ago, he asked Ji Xinghe if he believed him, and Ji Xinghe's answer was no. The question was repeated but the person had changed, so the answer must be different. "You can trust me," Ji Xinghe responded softly without any emphasis. Done. Jackson didn't say anything to the other 2 special class soldiers, but he had already told the other 2 special class soldiers his decision. The 4 people still disagreed, but the ratio changed from 3 to 1 to 2 to 2. From the perspective of military rank, Jackson, a major, and Ji Xinghe, a lieutenant, were still not as good as the other 2 majors. But from the perspective of strength, everyone is a special class mecha warrior. If we compare the number of Venus, Jackson and Ji Xinghe have more than the other 2 special class soldiers. Mecha warriors, after all, are respected by strength, and Harris and Kin Tong both felt the determination in Ji Xinghe's words just now. How could Ji Xinghe, who wanted to break the entire empire, choose to die at this time. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, if you die, I will take away your granddaughter's doll, if your granddaughter has won. After Major Harris finished this threatening remark, he began to slow down, and then turned and ran to the front battlefield, where the battle was still not over, and he could save many lives. Most of those people did not have mechas, but they were all his comrades, just like the special mecha warrior Lons who he failed to save. In the war, many people must become cannon fodder and death squads, but they are not cannon fodder, but heroes worthy of respect and worth saving. Old Ji Xinghe took a deep breath. I won't take your granddaughter's doll, but I have a fat boy at home, who is lazy and disobedient, so, you must not sacrifice. After saying the threatening words, he turned around and left Trust. Chapter 155 Three More Knives. As the victory in the front battlefield gradually expanded, part of the command center's attention shifted to other battlefields or war zones, and a small part shifted to the pursuit battle that no longer had any advantage. This Ji Xinghe has violated military orders many times, so he should not be allowed to drive a mecha. It's fine if he disregards the danger himself, but now he has also brought Jackson into danger. Regardless of success or failure, he will be subject to military law this time. A major staff officer from Yingzhou spoke with an indifferent expression. His words were recognized by some people present, but some did not. But he is really strong. Colonel Ravich said last time that if physical fitness is not considered, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's strength can be ranked in the top 20 among the more than 300 special mecha warriors in service. Someone hesitated and said, with Major Jackson, who can also be ranked in the top 20, they have a great chance of breaking the Earl-level Imperial Noble Mecha. Colonel Vladimir Ravich was the ace mecha warrior who held a meeting with more than 100 special mecha warriors after the last battle of Ji Xinghe's Canyon, so his words will be convinced by many people. It sounds like being ranked in the top 20 out of more than 300 people is not a big deal, but among the 300,000 active mecha warriors in the Federation, only more than 300 of them can be called special grade. The concept of the top 20 is no longer limited to special grade. They can be called the strongest under the ace, the future ace mecha warriors. You also know that it is possible? If it is possible to successfully break through, it is possible to be broken. Obviously, you can achieve a complete victory by pursuing without loss. Why take the risk? The major staff of Yingzhou argued. But Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's analysis is correct. We also believe that if the Xinghe team, Major Harris, and Major Xinghe continue to participate in the pursuit, the Imperial Earl will not be able to turn back. If it doesn't turn back, then we can't catch up with it. A major staff of Longzhou frowned in response. He felt that these staffs of Yingzhou had some problems with their attitude towards Ji Xinghe. If we can't catch up, then don't chase. We have already lost a special class in this battle. If Jackson gets into trouble again, it will be a serious loss of 2 special classes. And Ji Xinghe, you all know how important he is. Even if he wants to sacrifice himself, he must not sacrifice in this way. His sacrifice should be more valuable. If sacrificing in the battle of chasing an Imperial Earl is not considered a valuable sacrifice, then what kind of sacrifice is valuable? The Imperial Duke who is stronger than the Earl is simply not something that a special class like Ji Xinghe can deal with. Only ace mecha warriors can deal with the Imperial Duke, and as for the Imperial princes and royal family members who are stronger than the Duke, so far, only Li Yuanbi has achieved the destruction of the mecha. Under this premise, what Major Yingzhou said about value must be another form of sacrifice. It doesn't have to be a battle, and it doesn't need to look at the opponent's strength, but it must be tragic enough. The staff officer, Major Longzhou, had an angry look on his face and said in a resounding voice, "Please note that we are only staff officers. We can only provide intelligence analysis results and opinions." Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, Major Jackson, Major Harris, and Major Xinghe, who are on the battlefield, have a clearer and more intuitive judgment. Soldiers must obey orders as their first duty. What is the general not obeying orders in the field? In your words, Longzhou, it is a perverse trend, sir. The staff officer, Major Yingzhou, looked at the commander standing in front of the holographic screen. I suggest that whether Ji Xinghe's action this time is successful or failed, he should be punished accordingly. An Imperial Earl is not important compared to the entire battle situation, and even less important than the lives of 2 special mecha warriors. Everyone looked at the commander. As the staff officer, Major Longzhou, said just now, they, the staff officers, only have the power of suggestion, not the power of direct command. As the saying goes, a staff officer without a chief, his farts are silent. The commander was from Eagle Continent, which made the Longzhou staff and related personnel present a little worried. In order to avoid a situation where each continent fought on its own, the Federation had mixed the command system and related troops for ground combat. It cannot be said that this method is definitely the best, but nothing is absolute. Any decision has its pros and cons. We can only choose the most beneficial to the entire Federation. Let's talk about it after the battle. The commander did not comment and continued to look at the screen. The high-altitude reconnaissance satellite could only capture the tops of the mechas and the billowing smoke and dust they raised during the running process. There was nothing to see, so the commander ordered, "Cut away," so the picture was cut away. Many people who actually did not have confidence in this battle continued to worry and seemed to be relieved. Perhaps, they did not have to see Major Jackson and Lieutenant Ji Xinghe get into trouble with their own eyes. But the picture was only cut away instead of interrupted. There were still people who could see this pursuit, but they didn't want to watch it anymore because the 3 Imperial mechas responded in the way they least wanted to see. The 2 Viscount-class Imperial mechas gave up chasing Ji Xinghe's mecha and chose to turn around to fight Major Jackson, who was chasing from the rear, while the Earl-class Imperial mecha finally stopped running and turned to rush towards Ji Xinghe, who was charging alone. Ji Xinghe, who wanted to lure the Imperial Earl by cutting off his own arms, successfully brought himself and Jackson into real danger with his plan that seemed very naive to the staff in the command center. Old Ji, turn around. Facing the charge of the 2 Imperial mechas, Jackson had no intention of avoiding it. He made his judgment and decision in an instant. We just need to kill them both. Jackson was not afraid of facing 2 enemies alone. He was afraid of Ji Xinghe, who had to face the Imperial Earl-class mecha alone. Judging from the distance between the 2 sides and the time it took him to deal with the 2 Imperial Viscount-class mechas, Ji Xinghe could not hold on. Jackson understood very well that it was time to give up when it was time to give up. He thought that people of Ji Xinghe's age should also understand it, so he didn't say too much. In fact, Ji Xinghe did understand it very well, but he knew that Jackson didn't understand it. It had nothing to do with reason, but only with strength. 3 minutes. Without saying much, Ji Xinghe just set a time, and then began to express his attitude and plan with practical actions. Ji Xinghe, who continued to charge, did not turn around and retreat, but made a slight turning maneuver, which caused an error between his charge direction and the Empire's Earl-class mecha. If both sides continued to maintain this charge direction, they would stagger. The moment the Earl-class Imperial mecha turned around, it was determined that it would not let Ji Xinghe go. At the cost of sacrificing 2 Viscount guards to delay Jackson, the Federal Special Class Mecha Warrior, the purpose was to buy time for it to defeat Ji Xinghe. As long as it gets a special class, it will not only have enough time to escape, but also have a chance to get Jackson. 3 Federal Special Classes were defeated in one battle. Even if it lost this battle and chose to escape, the corresponding consequences it had to bear would not be too great. With the same small turning maneuver, the Earl mech once again turned to charge directly at Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe turned again 1 second later, so the Earl mech also made a second turning maneuver. The 3rd time, the 4th time. As the 2 sides continued to turn and maneuver, the distance became closer and closer. The Earl mech, which had already escaped a certain distance, finally lost the advantage of escaping first from the time it had the intention to kill until now. On the other side, the angry Jackson finally met the 2 Viscount mechas. He noticed that Ji Xinghe had once again violated the orders of his major, but when he saw that Ji Xinghe did not stupidly die directly, he understood what Ji Xinghe meant by 3 minutes. He had 3 minutes to deal with the 2 Viscount mechas, and then help Ji Xinghe deal with the Earl mech. The situation can be said to be constantly changing, from the pursuit with absolute advantage to the pursuit after cutting off both arms, and then being intercepted and surrounded by the enemy. Now the 2 sides have entered a state of equilibrium again because of Ji Xinghe's avoidance of battle. But the premise of the current balance is that Jackson can deal with 2 Viscount mechas within 3 minutes, and rush to Ji Xinghe's side and fight with Ji Xinghe before the Earl mecha escapes again. Jackson, who is worried, no longer considers these issues. At this moment, only by going all out can he save Ji Xinghe and himself. Only by fully trusting Ji Xinghe can this pursuit not be anticlimactic and not be said by later people that arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Battle. The battle of 1 against 2 is very exciting, but it cannot determine the outcome of this pursuit. The real key point is Ji Xinghe's single challenge. Facing an Imperial level mecha that can break a special grade, Can he really hold on for 3 minutes? In fact, holding on for 3 minutes is just the beginning. If the Earl Mecha finds that the situation is not right, it will inevitably turn around and run away again. So Ji Xinghe can't just avoid fighting. He must find a way to close the distance between the two sides and keep it. 1 minute passed quickly, and with both sides constantly turning and maneuvering, they finally had a substantial encounter. The Earl Mecha, which used the Mecha heavy sword, burst into speed again after approaching Ji Xinghe, and slashed directly at Ji Xinghe's Mecha with lightning speed. This change in speed did not exceed Ji Xinghe's expectations. He knew more about the performance of different types of mechas in the Empire than Mecha warriors like Jackson. When he started chasing, he told Jackson and other special Mecha warriors that his Mecha performance was not as good as this Earl-level Imperial Mecha. The only one that could match it was the exclusive Mecha of Jackson and others. The relevant federal parties spent some resources to customize and modify the Mecha that Ji Xinghe was good at using, but just like Ji Xinghe's military rank, this modification did not match his merits and the number of gold stars he obtained. This is not the fault of the relevant parties, because the relevant parties never thought that Ji Xinghe would need to face this kind of battle. They just wanted Ji Xinghe to defeat ordinary Imperial mechas on the battlefield to brush the number of gold stars and passively participate in their ace fighters to build mechas. Ji Xinghe, who was in a passive position, was not panicked, because in his opinion, the difference in Mecha performance could not directly determine the outcome of the battle. Just like his physical fitness was not as good as that of the Imperial Earl, or even as good as that of Major Hanli and Major Jackson. But Major Hanli and Major Jackson had been defeated by him. The damaged chain serrated knife was raised to meet the enemy, but was directly cut off at the moment of contact. The difference in weapon performance was vividly demonstrated at this moment. The seemingly plain Mecha heavy sword did not have the characteristics of high-frequency oscillation, but the material it was made of was extremely special, making it sharper than the weapon used by Ji Xinghe. The mechas of both sides crossed each other, and Ji Xinghe broke a knife. The Earl's Mecha launched a charge again. It seemed that Ji Xinghe had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, but in fact, it was not a big problem. Ji Xinghe, who had broken a knife, still had 3 knives. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, The First Style of Ji Family Swordsmanship. The price of destroying a Mecha sword made Ji Xinghe distance himself from the Earl Mecha again. He held the sword in both hands and dragged it. After a short distance charge, he stopped and turned. The Mecha heavy sword that could easily cut off the chain sawtooth sword passed by the side of Ji Xinghe's Mecha. After a full-strength attack failed, the Earl Mecha used its powerful performance to stop the sword's momentum and slashed at Ji Xinghe horizontally with his backhand. The blade passed silently, and the tip of the sword was only 1 meter away from Ji Xinghe's Mecha. Ji Xinghe, who had already started charging, turned his back to the Earl Mecha, and the high speed he burst out allowed him to successfully avoid the sword. In the 360-degree perspective, the Earl Mecha retracted the sword after the horizontal slash, holding the hilt with both hands and letting the blade stand up at the side. The upper body of the Mecha was almost completely motionless after completing this action, but his legs suddenly trampled on the ground with a thumping sound. It only took 1 second from stillness to charging. The powerful performance of the Mecha was demonstrated again. Based on his own experience and the intelligent core analysis and judgment of the Mecha he was driving, Ji Xinghe was very sure that if he continued to charge with his back to the Earl's Mecha, it would only take 7 seconds for the opponent to catch up. The chain sawtooth knife that could break the ordinary Mecha of the Empire could not slow down the slashing speed of the Mecha heavy sword, let alone the protective armor on his Mecha. Once the Mecha was broken, only death was waiting for Ji Xinghe. 7, 6, 5, 4. Ji Xinghe, who was counting the time in his heart, made a turning maneuver again in the countdown stage when he was about to be caught up by the opponent, from facing the Earl's Mecha with his back to facing the Earl's Mecha sideways. This maneuver slowed down his speed, and the Earl's Mecha, which should have caught up with him in the 7th second, caught up in the 5th second. Facing Ji Xinghe holding a Mecha sword, the Earl's Mecha did not have any defensive action preparation. It relied on the superiority of its Mecha performance and once again launched an all-out slashing attack. It is not afraid of Ji Xinghe fighting back, but it is afraid that Ji Xinghe will not fight back. This is similar to Ji Xinghe's previous idea. Ji Xinghe is not afraid of it turning around to fight, but is afraid that it will run away without looking back. The 2-meter-long heavy sword once again passed by the side of Ji Xinghe's mecha, and this attack also failed to hit. Ji Xinghe, who was counting the time in his heart, could see everything in his sight and make judgments from 3 angles. The perspective of the mecha warrior, the perspective of the mechanic, and the perspective of the peerless master. Needless to say, the first two, the perspective of the peerless master is the experience of fighting with a human body. Whether it is a federal mecha or an imperial mecha, whether it is a human or an ape, they are all primate humanoid structures, so the fighting methods are very similar. The mecha can make many maneuvers that humans cannot do, but these actions are based on the humanoid structure of the mecha and can be analyzed and predicted. So from this perspective, Ji Xinghe's identity as a peerless master is the key core of his driving the mecha to fight. Ji Xinghe, who avoided the heavy sword of the mecha, charged again with his back to the Earl's mecha, trying to distance the two sides, and at the same time close the distance with Jackson. Can Jackson handle the 2 Viscount-class Imperial mechas? Ji Xinghe never considered whether there was another answer to this question. He chose Jackson instead of the other 2 special mecha warriors because he knew Jackson's strength very well. It has nothing to do with the largest number of gold stars on Jackson's mecha, but just because I have fought and won, so I know. The Earl's mecha discovered this, but it did not give up chasing Ji Xinghe. It had an absolute advantage and thought that if there were at most 3 more such strikes, Ji Xinghe would no longer be able to dodge it in this way. The facts were exactly as it expected. After turning and maneuvering with his back to the Earl's mecha again and again, Ji Xinghe had less and less time. From being caught up in 7 seconds, it became being caught up in 6 seconds. Each of his turning maneuvers needed to be carried out in advance, with at least a 2-second time difference, so in theory he could only dodge 5 times. However, the truth is that he only dodged 4 times, and there was no room for him to turn and maneuver to avoid the attack. The distance between the 2 sides is already very close. For the main bodies of humans and gorillas, they can't hit each other even if they stand still at this distance, but for the mechas that are more than 4 meters high, combined with the speed of both sides, it is no different from fighting face-to-face with humans and gorillas with their main bodies. If you can't turn and maneuver, then turn around and fight. Ji Xinghe, who changed from holding 2 swords to holding swords with both hands, has been dragging the swords with both hands in the process of turning and maneuvering just now. This posture will actually affect the running speed of his mecha, but for him who is very sure that he can't keep running to avoid the battle, dragging the sword is just to accumulate momentum, but unfortunately the time is too short. There is no way to retreat, no way to avoid, and the momentum has not been accumulated, so what should we do? Fight when we have to fight. Ji Xinghe, who has not yet completed the turning maneuver, decisively chose to turn defense into offense when the Earl mecha thought he would try to avoid it again. With a giant mechanical foot as the axis, the mecha, which is more than 4 meters high and weighs nearly 3 tons, turned around with a bang. The inertia brought by the running charge was forcibly restrained. With the sudden force of the mecha, it drove the arms that had been dragging the sword for a long time to swing 270 degrees in the air. The mecha sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics disappeared from the side of the Earl's mecha for a moment and then appeared again. This time, it did not escape with Ji Xinghe, but led Ji Xinghe to slash with all its strength. It passed around Ji Xinghe's mecha body and slashed directly at the waist of the Earl's mecha. There is the ferocity of the atmosphere of the blue star, which is enough to cut out air waves, and there is the silence of the atmosphere of the alien star because there is not enough air resistance. It is as powerful as its tsunami that swallows mountains and rivers, and as gentle as drizzle that moistens things silently. The appearance of this knife and the knife itself were beyond the expectations of the Earl mech. It wanted to cut Ji Xinghe, but was forced to choose defense. It hastily blocked the side of the body with a mech heavy sword in its hand. With a clang, the vertical mech heavy sword was actually slashed by the knife, and the Earl mech lost its strength in a hurry. Ji Xinghe certainly couldn't miss such an advantage. He controlled the mech's feet to stand still and then swung the knife again. The target was still the side of the Earl mech, which was one of the weaknesses of this imperial mech. Not only because the protective armor at that position could not stop the mech sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics, but also because behind that layer of protective armor, there was an energy transmission plate that was very important to the current Earl mech. In normal times, it didn't matter even if it was cut, the Earl mech could still continue to fight. But today it was not possible. Once it was cut, The Earl mech's running speed would slow down, and Jackson's mech would be able to catch up calmly. So the Earl's mecha had to be on guard. Having lost the initiative, it kept passively blocking with a heavy sword in its hand, and constantly collided with Ji Xinghe's mecha sword. The sparks produced by the previous collision had not yet dissipated, and the next collision had already produced new sparks, floating between the two mechas that had fought to one place, like many fireflies, dancing in the sound of the collision between the sword and the heavy sword. This scene is very beautiful and cruel. Because these sparks almost all came from Ji Xinghe's sword, how could the weapons he seized from the Viscount-level Imperial mecha be compared with the Earl-level Imperial mecha? And this is not an ordinary Imperial Earl, it is a commander and a general. The organizational structure of the Imperial Army is very consistent with a feudal monarchy that advocates force. A general must be able to fight well and be brave. This is completely different from the Federation. In the Federation, soldiers are soldiers. As strong as the ace mecha warriors, their military ranks are generally only colonels or to major generals, and their command is limited to their respective mecha squads and formations. Throughout the history of the Federal Army after the emergence of mecha warriors, only Li Yuanba was able to get the title of general as a mecha warrior. Tu Yuan, who could not beat Ji Xinghe even if 100 of them were combined, was able to become the youngest major general in the Federation, and could command Ji Xinghe and even decide the fate of Ji Xinghe, a lieutenant. Is this unfair? Yes or no has nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. He has already understood his thoughts and will not think about these issues. He only has an attitude. I don't want what is not mine, and no one can take it away from mine. The myriad things in the world have nothing to do with me. I only kill the enemy in front of me. The revenge of my son must be repaid with the destruction of the entire empire. Let's start with an Imperial Earl. Ji Xinghe, who suppressed the Imperial Earl, did not have an advantage. His attack failed to achieve any effect. Instead, his weapons began to be damaged in constant collisions, and became more and more serious. After many gaps appeared on the expensive mecha sword. The high-frequency vibration characteristics it possessed could no longer add power to it, but instead became an accomplice in making the damage more and more serious. Once the integrity of the structure is destroyed, it is just a matter of time before it is completely destroyed, just like an ant-hole that can cause a 1,000-mile embankment to collapse. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. After Ji Xinghe told Jackson the time of 3 minutes, at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, the mecha sword that accompanied Ji Xinghe through 2 battles finally collapsed. When it hit the heavy sword in the hand of the Earl mecha, it broke into countless fragments, and fell on the bodies of the 2 mechas without distinguishing between friend and foe. The battle in another place finally ended. Jackson, the special mecha warrior, did not live up to Ji Xinghe's trust. He completed a complete victory in a 1-2 situation, and his own mecha launched a charge almost intact. But he still needs about 50 seconds to reach the battlefield where Ji Xinghe is. So Ji Xinghe has to hold on for another 50 seconds, and he has to delay for another 50 seconds. He has lost the second mecha sword with characteristics. How can he hold on when the intact Earl mecha attacks crazily? How to delay when the Earl mecha wants to escape? Taking advantage of the initiative in the previous attack, Ji Xinghe had already withdrawn the moment the second knife shattered, pulling away a not so long distance. The Earl mech noticed the end of another battle and saw Jackson charging, but it did not choose to escape immediately, because its opponent no longer had a knife, and it could calmly break it and then retreat. In its sight, Ji Xinghe, who had no knife, drew 2 knives. But it still thought that Ji Xinghe had no knife, because the 2 knives were too short. With its experience, it could see at a glance that the materials used for the 2 knives were very ordinary, only the same as the chain-serrated knife that it had cut off with 1 knife before. But it was really not as good as the chain-serrated knife, because it had no characteristics, it was just 2 ordinary knives. What was the difference between this and having no knife? Short and small, how could it fight? Thinking of the humiliation it had suffered in this battle, the Earl mech charged with a sword, and it wanted to cut Ji Xinghe before escaping. But what surprised it extremely was that Ji Xinghe did not choose to dodge and delay time like before. He did not retreat but advanced with 2 knives in hand, and rushed towards it in the same charging posture. This federal human wants to save himself with his life? Thinking of Ji Xinghe's close combat with it before, he only attacked and did not defend to break through its waist of the mecha. With an attitude of exchanging his life for injury, the Count of the Empire confirmed his guess. But what it didn't know was that when it confirmed this guess, it had already been stabbed. It didn't get hit by a single knife in the previous battle, and its mecha was intact. At this time, facing Ji Xinghe, who was charging with short two knives, it was hit by a knife that Ji Xinghe must hit before the battle reached one place. This is the knife that Ji Xinghe learned when the Heart Moon Fox forced a landing. This is the knife that Ji Xinghe learned when the Battle of the Canyon was 2 against 30. This is the knife that Ji Xinghe learned during today's orbital airborne operation. This knife is called Hangxin. P.S. As of yesterday, 13 days after the release, I have updated 182,000 words, and today it continues to break 10,000. Dear bosses, please give me some subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. I still need 167 monthly tickets to break 1,000 this month, please. If you really don't have any, just deduct one to let me know that you are still here. Thank you for your support. The above PS word count is free of charge. Chapter 157. The Old Horse Needs Me. Jackson, who was running at full speed, saw the scene of Ji Xinghe drawing his sword and then charging, which suddenly made him feel unprecedented sadness in his heart. Lao Ji is going to sacrifice. He wanted to cry out in grief, but he was afraid that his voice would affect Ji Xinghe. Even though he knew that Ji Xinghe was going to sacrifice, he didn't want to let Ji Xinghe sacrifice earlier because of his influence. Live one more second. Jackson, who turned sadness into strength, did not change his running speed at all, because this was the performance limit of the metro he was driving, but when he arrived, he would be able to deliver an unprecedented thunderbolt. I want to avenge Lao Ji. Jackson did not think that Ji Xinghe could use 2 ordinary knives to hold on for 50 seconds in front of the Earl's mecha. No, there are only 45 seconds left. When Ji Xinghe had 2 mecha swords with their own characteristics, the battle between Ji Xinghe and the Earl's mecha ended with 1 knife breaking and 1 knife collapsing. If he changed to 2 ordinary knives, I can't live up to Lao Ji's sacrifice. In Jackson's view, Ji Xinghe chose to charge with an indomitable momentum in a battle of death, knowing that he was defeated, just to give him a chance to let him successfully keep this Earl-level mecha. Therefore, the last blow before Ji Xinghe's sacrifice can definitely cause damage to the Earl's mecha. Jackson, who was emotionally angry and had extremely complex psychological activities, did not have the heart-slashing knife that Ji Xinghe could use to cut off his thoughts. But there are advantages to cutting, and there are advantages to not cutting. If Ji Xinghe can turn the enemy's fear into his own strength, then Jackson can turn his own grief and anger into strength. Knowing that he would inevitably face an Earl's mecha alone, his charge was as unstoppable as Ji Xinghe at this time. Revenge. Ji Xinghe had never calculated that Jackson had begun to consider revenge for him, and might even have considered how to handle his funeral. It must be said that Jackson trusted him and believed that he could still injure the Earl's mecha under an absolute disadvantage, but this trust was not absolute. In fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you can calculate such things or not. 45 seconds. Ji Xinghe, who was charging, calculated the time he needed to trap the Earl's mecha, calculated that the Earl's mecha's defense had been broken by him at this time, and calculated the full strength of the Earl's mecha. He calculated all the important things, so he dared to charge. The Earl's mecha, which was also in a charging posture, did not turn around and run away directly because of a knife in the heart. It knew that it still had about 50 seconds, so it decided to try to kill Ji Xinghe before running away. Even if it couldn't kill Ji Xinghe in 50 seconds, it could still escape calmly, because it didn't think that Ji Xinghe's life for injury exchange would be successful. Could the 2 short knives really break through the defensive armor of its mecha? It is not known whether it can, but it has already calculated it wrong. It only has 43 seconds left instead of 50 seconds. About 50 seconds should be between 45 and 55 seconds. The difference of 2 seconds itself is nothing, but at this time it is extremely important, enough to affect the final victory or defeat. Just like the double swords that Ji Xinghe took the initiative to swing out at this moment, it is crucial to the outcome of this battle. The Earl mech suddenly stopped charging, and inertia allowed it to continue moving forward. Its feet plowed 2 gullies on the ground. When the dust rose, the mecha heavy sword in its hand also rose at the same time. It had already slashed with his sword before the body stood still. Its heavy sword is very long, 2 meters and 7 is more than half of its body height, so its attack range is also very long, which is why it chose to stop charging, wanting to use the advantage of the length of the weapon to resolve the battle. In contrast, the 2 mecha swords in Ji Xinghe's hands are only 1 meter long. When the Earl mech intentionally controls the distance, he can't hit the body of the Earl mech at all. He can only touch the Earl mech's heavy sword. However, This heavy sword is extremely sharp and has cut through his two swords. But Ji Xinghe still resolutely drew his sword, holding the two swords together and slashing diagonally. The speed of the two swords' blades passing through the air was exactly the same, with only a slight difference, and they both hit the blade of the heavy sword at the same time. Whether it is a short sword or a long sword, whether it is a light sword or a heavy sword, the sharp parts are only the blades and the tip of the sword on both sides. In order to match the length of the 2-meter-long mecha heavy sword and the height of the mecha itself, and to avoid breaking during use, the sword body is actually very thick and wide. For humans and gorillas, it looks like there is not much difference from a door panel. What Ji Xinghe cut was the sword spine as wide as a door panel, not the sword or the sword wax, but just the sword spine. Under normal circumstances, the sword body consists of 4 parts. The sword tip is the sharpest sword tip, the sword spine is the raised part of the midline of the sword body, the sword spine is the slope-like part on both sides of the sword spine, and the sword hilt is the sharp blade on both sides of the sword body. The sword spine and the sword are collectively called sword wax. When 2 ordinary mechas use the 8-cut sword and hit the sword spine at the same time, the blade will naturally not collapse. The mechas are wrapped in the power of the charge, and the heavy sword is directly knocked away when they are combined and cut. It seems that there is no difference from the previous time when Ji Xinghe used the mecha sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics to cut the heavy sword of the Earl mecha, but there is an essential difference. When the Earl mecha was shocked, he forced the heavy sword to turn around and continue to cut towards Ji Xinghe's mecha, but Ji Xinghe was already close at this time. Not only was the advantage of the length of its heavy sword unable to be brought into play, but it became a constraint on its attack action. Dang 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 dang. The sound of hammering iron continued to ring. Ji Xinghe, who had no hammer, used the 2 swords in his hand as hammers, and kept a distance of 1 meter from the Earl mecha and kept cutting with his sword. Each cut was a combination of 2 swords, and each cut could hit the sword spine of the mecha heavy sword. 30 seconds. Ji Xinghe had no time in his mind, but time was constantly passing. The battle that Jackson thought he was going to sacrifice lasted for more than 10 seconds, but he was unharmed. The heavy sword in the hand of the Earl mecha, which was slashed with 2 swords, was difficult to straighten. In the cockpit of the Earl mecha, the Imperial Earl, who was operating the mecha with 4 hands, was horrified. He really couldn't understand why this man suddenly became stronger. Logically speaking, Ji Xinghe, who had a better weapon just now, could use the same fighting method to hit his sword spine. There was no need to constantly use the knife to collide with the front of his heavy sword, so that the blade collapsed directly. If Ji Xinghe had used such a sword technique just now, would he have had a chance to use the better mecha sword to break his mecha? Instead of being able to cut his heavy sword like now, but not daring to use the double swords to try to break his mecha. Is this person sick? Or did he just want to use the price of a knife to figure out his sword moves? The Earl's mecha still did not choose to escape. It had its own combat awareness. Not only was the heavy sword in its hand knocked away, but it even deliberately slowed down the speed of returning to the sword body in order to reveal a bigger flaw, so that Ji Xinghe could actively attack its mecha. As long as Ji Xinghe dared to attack, it would be able to return to the heavy sword to attack Ji Xinghe. In terms of the defense of its own mecha, these 2 short and ordinary swords could not break the protective armor of the fuselage in one blow. However, Ji Xinghe was not fooled, but kept a close distance of 1 meter and kept cutting the sword, only cutting the sword spine but not the body. It was not helped by actual combat experience. Ji Xinghe's actual combat experience has been greatly improved after coming to the alien planet. It can be described as a qualitative change, but after all, he is just a recruit. It is the help of attitude. I only do what I can do, and I want to do everything I can do well. No matter what kind of merits you have, you will not be arrogant or impatient. No matter what kind of choices you face, you will be determined. No matter what kind of enemies you encounter, you will not panic. An old man is an old man. He may not be as good as a young man physically, but he is in a state of mind that young people can never compare with. The perceptions that come from the precipitation of time and life experience are hidden in the heart and become powerful when used. 20 seconds. This is the time left by Ji Xinghe's previous calculation, no left or right. 23 seconds. This is the time calculated by the Imperial Earl now, also no left or right. The 3-second error was unknown to both sides, but the cautious Earl mech decided not to wait any longer. It chose the latter between destroying Ji Xinghe's mech and escaping for its own life. It chose to collide. The Earl mech, which stood still and waved its sword continuously, suddenly rose up at the moment when the heavy sword was swung away again, and rushed forward to turn its own body into a weapon, aiming directly at Ji Xinghe's mech. In terms of the performance of the mechas of both sides, or simply discussing the cost, the consequences of this collision are obviously not something that Ji Xinghe's mech can bear, and under normal circumstances, it is also something that the federal mech warriors cannot bear. The average physical fitness of ordinary imperial guerrillas can reach 4 times that of mech warriors, let alone the more powerful imperial earl. Dust splashed again, and the Count's mecha, which had 1 foot on the surface of the alien planet, instantly burst out at a speed that Ji Xinghe had no way to avoid, and crashed directly into the front of his mecha. Amid the roar, 2 clear clangs were barely audible. That was the first time that Ji Xinghe's knife had hit the body of the Count's mecha in this battle, but the knife in his hand was too ordinary, and the combined attack of the 2 knives did not break the protective armor of the Count's mecha. The federal mecha, which had endured the impact, retreated several steps, and the distance between the 2 sides was once again widened. The 2-meter-long heavy sword had enough space to display its power. The Count's mecha, which had stabilized its body 1 step ahead, slashed with its sword diagonally, and went straight for the head of the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe's reaction speed once again exceeded the expectations of the Count's mecha, and his ability to withstand impact far exceeded that of ordinary federal mecha warriors. The center of gravity of the mecha has not yet recovered, and the evasive maneuver has already appeared. The federal mecha, which was crooked and looked like it was drunk, avoided the sharp edge of the heavy sword at the critical moment, raised its double swords and slashed the sword spine of the heavy sword again, and used the reaction force of the slash to balance the center of gravity of the body. Get closer. This time, Ji Xinghe chose to swing his sword and cut the body of the Earl mecha, because this time the Earl mecha had no time to straighten the heavy sword. 2 clangs of swords slashed at the position where Ji Xinghe slashed when the collision occurred before, and the seemingly indestructible protective armor finally showed a mark. The Earl mecha was completely panicked. It couldn't understand why this federal mecha, which was inferior to it in terms of performance and weapons, could fight it until now. Completely giving up the idea of killing Ji Xinghe, it turned around and wanted to leave, but the sword's spine was slashed again, and then the body was stabbed again. The 6th sword, the 3rd attack, the position remains unchanged. But the Earl mech has completed the turning maneuver. It is desperate to escape at the speed of charging. It doesn't matter if it is hit by a few knives. It can still run. With its speed, Ji Xinghe can only cut its body once more, which is not a big problem. But Ji Xinghe, who could cut it again with his sword, did not choose to do so. Just now, you hit me? Ji Xinghe put away his sword and charged. His action was actually 1 step earlier than the Earl mech's action of turning around and running away. So although his starting speed was relatively slow, when he charged, 1 side of his shoulder was able to directly hit the Earl mech that had just started. Ji Xinghe, who charged sideways with his shoulder hitting his back, mobilized the strength of his whole body in an instant, not his whole body but the whole body of the mech. The Earl mech, which was already in the state of charging and starting, suffered this collision and fell forward directly. Before it landed, it had already twisted its body and swung its sword, trying to cut Ji Xinghe behind it. However, Ji Xinghe used a collision instead of a pounce. So Ji Xinghe did not fall to the ground with it. When the heavy sword was swung, he raised his 2 swords again, and accurately cut the sword spine of the heavy sword for the umpteenth time. Dust flew in the roar. Jackson, who had already run to a very close position, saw Ji Xinghe standing there and the Imperial Earl mech lying in the dust. His eyes widened like copper bells. Who is standing there? Who am I? What am I doing? What happened again? The one standing there is Ji Xinghe, a special class mecha warrior of the Federation. I am Jackson, a special class mecha warrior of the Federation. I am here to avenge Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe does not need me to help him avenge, and it seems that he does not need me. We are both special class, but his mecha and weapons are not as good as mine. Why is the gap so big? Jackson, here. The voice that suddenly rang out in the communication channel made Jackson subconsciously startled and shouted. Although he was a major and his rank was much higher than that of Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, he responded as if he was facing his superior. Hurry up. Jackson was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, he was a well-deserved special grade, otherwise what happened in these few moments would be enough to make the mecha he controlled fall to the ground, and that person would lose face. Ji Xinghe needs me. He needs me. Jackson, who suddenly became excited for no reason, saw Ji Xinghe slashing at the Earl's mecha, which could only sit up after falling to the ground. The heavy sword that broke Alon's mecha could only defend when it was forcibly swung. It defended, but it was useless because I came. Jackson, who was in the charging state, had already swung his sword before he really got close. His weapons were a heavy sword and an alloy shield. Of course, it was impossible to attack the Earl's mecha at such a distance, but he did not want to attack with a sword. He waved his sword, literally, and threw his heavy sword to where Ji Xinghe was, and then held the shield with both hands and rushed straight to the Earl mech, sitting on the ground. He had once solemnly emphasized to Ji Xinghe don't jump during the battle with Ji Xinghe, but suddenly he jumped up, protecting his mech with an alloy shield, and bombarded the Earl mech like a cannonball over 4 meters long. Old G, kill it. With a loud crash, the alloy shield that was cut by the Earl mech with a heavy sword pushed the heavy sword and hit the upper body of the Earl mech. The Earl mech, which had been forced to sit up before, fell to the ground again and couldn't get up. Because Jackson used the body of the mech to press down its arms, and used the alloy shield to press down the heavy sword of the mech that it was holding tightly. The overall state was that Jackson was riding on the upper body of the Earl mech, and the crazy twisting posture of the two mechas was extremely ugly. Ji Xinghe didn't want to watch. He picked up the mecha heavy sword thrown by Jackson. Chapter 158. There is something wrong with my eyes. In a corner of the command hall, cheers suddenly broke out that attracted the attention of the entire hall. Before the surprised people could ask, someone shouted, "Lieutenant Ji Xinghe and Major Jackson won, a complete victory." Compared to victory itself, people care more about the adjective complete victory. The meaning of victory is that there will be no sacrifices in the future. So, can a victory gained with sacrifices really be considered a victory? 1. How did they win? Did the Count Mech escape? Didn't I just see that the Count Mech rushed towards Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? Lieutenant Ji Xinghe stopped it. How is this possible? How did he do it? Who broke it? Major Jackson or Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? There are many problems, and the titles in these problems make some people feel uncomfortable. As special class mecha warriors, Jackson is already a major, while Ji Xinghe is only a lieutenant. The gap is not small. From the number of Venus, there is actually no problem. When Jackson first met Ji Xinghe, he already had 67 Venus. After such a long time, his number of Venus has reached 80. The growth rate is not as fast as Ji Xinghe, which has only increased by 13. At that time, Ji Xinghe, who only had 3 Venus, now has 45 Venus, including the number of mechas that Ji Xinghe has destroyed today, an increase of 42. However, the strength of the imperial mechas represented by the Venus owned by the two has a huge gap, just like the ranks of the two at this time. In this way, there is really no problem. But Ji Xinghe really made great contributions. He saved base number 6 and the Heart Moon Fox space battleship in the dust storm, and discovered the diamond-shaped metal body that the Empire can use to affect the entire war situation. So there are problems. Ji Xinghe's military rank is problematic, and the performance of the mecha he drives is also problematic. Is the answer to these questions really because Ji Xinghe asked for materials and parts to upgrade Xinghe? It was Major Jackson. Major Jackson completed the final destruction. The few people who had been watching the high-altitude reconnaissance satellite images said the answer that everyone was curious about. When they heard this answer, some people were even happier, and some people sighed in their hearts. They all knew what the battle between mecha warriors was like, and they knew very well how big the gap was between Ji Xinghe's mecha performance and Jackson's mecha performance. There was also a gap between the weapons of both sides. It seems that Ji Xinghe was wrong to choose Xinghe, and it was wrong to choose to violate military orders many times. If Ji Xinghe was like a normal mecha warrior, he would definitely be the one who completed the destruction of the Earl-level mecha today. But, the person who just said that Jackson destroyed the Earl's mecha hesitated and said, "It seems that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe gave this destruction to Jackson." Everyone who heard the voice was stunned. How could they give in? Giving in to Venus was not uncommon, but they were facing an Count-class Imperial mech, which had just defeated the Federation's special-class mech warrior Lons without any damage. No, it was originally given by Major Jackson to Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, but Lieutenant Ji Xinghe didn't want it and returned it to Major Jackson. So it wasn't Lieutenant Ji Xinghe who gave it to Jackson. It should be described as returned. It was Lieutenant Ji Xinghe who gave it. He knocked the mech down to the ground. Even if Major Jackson couldn't come in time, the Count's mech that couldn't get up would have been defeated by Lieutenant Ji Xinghe alone, but it was difficult for Lieutenant Ji Xinghe to break through the protective armor of the Count-class mech. His 2 weapons were destroyed, and the remaining 2 knives were not lethal enough. If it weren't for Major Jackson, the Count-class mech would have had a chance to get up. If 1 strike doesn't kill it, then strike 10 times. If you can knock down an Earl-class mecha, then you can definitely destroy it. So Lieutenant Ji Xinghe gave up the gold star, but without the pressure brought by Major Jackson, the Earl-class mecha would definitely not have made any operational errors, and Lieutenant Ji Xinghe could not have fought with such confidence. So it cannot be said that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe gave up the gold star. That's it. What are you talking about? The people who were listening were all confused. Was Venus really involved? It sounded like Ji Xinghe knocked the Earl's mecha to the ground alone. When everyone learned that Ji Xinghe and Jackson had joined forces to achieve a complete victory, they all thought that it was Ji Xinghe who held back the Earl's mecha, and then when Jackson arrived, the 2 of them joined forces to destroy it, and the final crucial blow was delivered by Jackson. But why does it sound wrong now? Some people in the command hall who had no tasks on hand began to look up relevant records, including images taken by high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, as well as videos taken by Jackson and Ji Xinghe's mecha combat recorders. Old Ji, what are you doing? Jackson was very dissatisfied and caught up with Ji Xinghe. Just now, when he raised the alloy shield to knock down the Earl's mecha, and used the alloy shield and his mecha to suppress the Earl's mecha, Ji Xinghe, who picked up his mecha heavy sword, did not take the opportunity to complete the break. Cut off the hand instead of beheading. Jackson's mecha heavy sword is of high quality. Although its characteristics are the same as Ji Xinghe's previous mecha sword, both can improve the armor-piercing ability through high-frequency oscillation, but the material is much better. With just 1 sword, Ji Xinghe cut off the fingers of the Earl's mecha, and then turned around and left with the Imperial mecha heavy sword that cut off his 2 swords. The heavy sword that belonged to Jackson, which he had just picked up, was inserted by him beside Jackson. Jackson had no choice but to stand up and draw his sword to complete the final break. He wanted to capture a Count prisoner, but this Imperial Count just escaped cleanly and neatly, and at this time, he committed suicide cleanly after the mecha was broken. So there were no prisoners. As a special-class soldier, Jackson would not clean up the battlefield himself. He caught up with Ji Xinghe with his heavy sword, and was a little jealous. Do you look down on me, or are you afraid that I will snatch this sword from you? Neither. Don't you like beheading people the most? I've thrown my sword to you. If you don't behead me, you can cut off my hand. Are you kidding? I remember you said you wanted to tease me today. Jackson thought of the time before today's orbital airborne operation began. He asked Ji Xinghe to apply to him to join forces to deal with the Earl mecha several times, but Ji Xinghe never agreed. Finally, he told Ji Xinghe that he was actually teasing Ji Xinghe. So, it's all retribution. Jackson was still very puzzled. Why, without you, I could block it but couldn't stop it, Ji Xinghe replied softly. In the end, it turned around and ran because of you. I had the opportunity to knock it to the ground, so it should be yours. What do you mean it should be mine? But it can't be mine. Jackson argued, without you, we would never have been able to catch up with it. If you hadn't disobeyed military orders, we would have given up chasing it, so this Venus must be yours, and can only be yours. I will explain it to them when I go back. Disobeying military orders. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. So let's just leave it at that. Don't argue about it. It's just a Venus, whether it's a Count or an ordinary Imperial mecha. It's just a Venus. Yes, it's just a Venus, and when it's sprayed on the mecha, its size will be no different from other Venus. According to the convention of the mecha warriors, only those who can defeat the Imperial mechas of the Duke and above can spray a larger Venus. Thinking of this, Jackson no longer argued about the ownership of the Venus, but asked curiously, Old Ji, how did you do it? From Jackson's point of view, what Ji Xinghe did today was still a little incredible, and he still couldn't figure it out. If the gap in mecha performance and weapon strength did not exist, the process of ordinary federal mecha warriors taking Venus on the battlefield would not be so difficult. This gap is more obvious after reaching the Special and Earl levels, because both the Special level of the Federation and the Earl of the Empire can maximize the performance of the mecha. How did you do it? Ji Xinghe asked back. That's what you did, Jackson asked. Tell me first how you fought, or go back and watch the video. Ji Xinghe refused. He was actually a little tired. In the battle with the Earl's mecha, he maintained a complete victory except for the weapons, but the physical and mental consumption was very large. I can't wait, tell me quickly. Rich second generations like Jackson are very direct. Tell me now, this Earl level mecha is a gift from me to you, and it will be converted into contribution points for you to upgrade your Xinghe, or the mecha you are driving now. Ji Xinghe began to speak without any hesitation. He spoke in detail, and said every step, including the thoughts before doing it. Jackson listened and repeated the question again. How did you do it, huh? Ji Xinghe was a little surprised and disappointed. Don't you understand? I understand. I found out. Lao Ji, you really looked down on me, and you said you didn't believe me at that time. I remember that we tied at that time. Why do you look down on me? After questioning, Jackson said dissatisfiedly, I want to know, how did you cut so many knives into its sword spine when the performance of the mecha was not as good as the opponent? Do you know that a mistake will make you get stabbed, and with the defense of your mecha, you can't stand it at all? Ji Xinghe replied calmly, because I want to hide it, so I will definitely hide it. Jackson sneered twice, you are perfunctory to me, you are bluffing me. Lao Ji, I think we need to discuss the sword in your hand. Venus is mine. So this sword should also be mine. Ji Xinghe frowned, but he knew that Jackson was not threatening him, just like the threats made by Harris and Qintong before. His brows relaxed again in an instant, and Ji Xinghe pondered for a few seconds before asking, have you ever had that feeling when you were driving a mecha? What kind? It's just that I can't see things clearly. Can't see clearly? Lao Ji, are you presbyopic? It's okay, you can have surgery. Jackson's tone was a little worried. If such a strong Ji Xinghe got presbyopia, it would really be a loss for the Federation. There are surgeries to treat presbyopia, and the success rate is still very high, but medicine is 3-point poison, and surgery will also have an impact on the human body. No, I've checked my eyes, and there's nothing wrong, Ji Xinghe explained. I just feel that when I'm driving a mecha, I see things slower and slower. Jackson was silent. He subconsciously thought that Ji Xinghe was bluffing him, but Ji Xinghe's tone was very serious. 2 federal mechas were running on the land of an alien planet. Their destination was the front battlefield where the battle had not yet ended. Each of them was holding a mecha-heavy sword, and the communication channel was silent for a long time. When the battlefield was approaching, Jackson suddenly began to accelerate and charge, and spoke when he jumped over Ji Xinghe. It's not that you see things slower and slower, but that you are getting faster. This sentence not only rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, but also in the command hall. Those people who had just watched Ji Xinghe's battle process and connected to the communication channel of Ji Xinghe and Jackson's mecha to listen quietly, were still worried about Ji Xinghe's eyes, and some people had even begun to contact doctors to prepare for Ji Xinghe's surgery. But at this moment they were all silent, and the atmosphere did not become solemn because of the silence. Instead, there was a feeling that the clouds of sorrow had dissipated and the rain had passed. I'm sure, someone said loudly, the Venus represented by this Earl mecha was given by Lieutenant Ji Xinghe to Major Jackson. This time, no one objected. Chapter 159 Ji Xinghe is going to be ruined. It was not important whether or not the Venus was given. Those who cared about this in the command hall heard the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Jackson. They all knew that neither of them cared about the Venus. But Lieutenant Ji Xinghe gave the Venus, which represented the Earl-class mecha, to Major Jackson. This matter was very important. I propose that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe be promoted to captain. A special mecha warrior with 45 gold stars should have the rank of captain. I propose that a 32nd generation standard mecha be customized and modified for Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. The operation mode and body structure of the 32nd generation standard mecha are closest to the 16th generation standard mecha that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is good at using, and will not affect Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness. The corresponding modification standard should be in line with the combat effectiveness demonstrated by Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, that is, at least the same level as Major Jackson's combat effectiveness. I propose that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's weapons be upgraded. We should use better materials and technology to build the double swords that he is good at using. I believe that if Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's double swords are not weaker than the weapons of the Earl-class mecha, then he can completely destroy the Earl-class mecha alone. One suggestion after another showed that it was really important for Ji Xinghe to give up the Venus. After watching Ji Xinghe's battle video and hearing the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Jackson after he gave up the Venus, it showed that Ji Xinghe gave up the Venus calmly. He was not forced to give up the Venus, nor did he choose to give up the Venus in order to build a good relationship with Jackson. He gave up the Venus with the calmness of a peerless master when he was willing and able. He did so based on his confidence in his own strength, and did not care about the Venus represented by an Earl-level mecha. The strong will always be strong. Major Long Zhao, The staff officer who had defended Ji Xinghe before, said loudly in a heartfelt tone, "All the rights and interests that our federal mecha warriors have are based on the principles represented by these 4 words. Resources are limited, and whoever can give full play to the due value of corresponding resources should get more resources. The strong will always be strong, and will eventually be able to unleash unlimited potential." Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is obviously such a strong man. The ground battle was coming to an end, and not many command resources were needed, which allowed more people to participate in the discussion about Ji Xinghe. It was still the same major staff officer from Eagle Continent. He stood up and retorted, "I admit that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is very strong, but it is an indisputable fact that he has violated military orders many times. We can promote his rank, give him better mechas, let him have stronger combat effectiveness, lead his galaxy squad, and even let him lead the orbital airborne mecha corps. But if we encounter a similar situation next time, the decision he made in violation of military orders is wrong from the perspective of consequences. You, or Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, who can bear the consequences, not to mention the future, the decision made by Ji Xinghe today is likely to make him and Jackson all die at the hands of the Earl-class mecha. Harris and Kintong, who have already retreated, cannot catch up. The Earl-class mecha can successfully escape after defeating 3 federal special-class mechas. No one can afford such a price." Another staff officer from Eagle Continent stood up. "We can't just look at the results, because when the results appear, they can't be changed. We must look at the process, because the process in progress can change the results. I admit that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is very strong, and I admit that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's decision today is correct from the perspective of results, but you have to admit that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's action plan is full of risks, and it is a risk we can't afford." The debate about Ji Xinghe looks like it will evolve into a debate between Long Zhao and Ying Zhao. The Federation states are united against the outside world. Jackson, a man from Ying Zhao, can take the initiative to challenge Ji Xinghe in order to help him, regardless of the disparity in status at the time. Andre, a man from Xiong Zhao, can join Ji Xinghe's Xing team and shamelessly call Ji Xinghe his master. Tom Hess, a man from Ying Zhao, sacrificed himself in the battle to defend base number 6, which was built and managed by Long Zhao. There are many more. But arguments, disputes, and competitions between the states are common, and it is also normal to have hostile emotions on certain things. Because the states of the Federation are highly autonomous, the work led by the federal government is, in a sense, more coordinated than arranged. At this time, everyone was talking, and the topic of the argument gradually evolved from Ji Xinghe to other people, which forced the commander who originally did not want to express his opinion to stop it. "Okay, say less." The short silence could not solve the problem. The commander who knew this very well chose to divert the conflict. "Connect Lieutenant Ji Xinghe." Yes, about 10 seconds later, the communication was successfully connected. Ji Xinghe, who had just completed the reassembly with his Xing team and completed the combat mission, was a little puzzled. "Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, I am Johnson. Hello. Well, I am the commander of this battle, sir. My rank is Major General." General Johnson was sure at this time that Ji Xinghe really didn't know him. This was somewhat embarrassing, but it was actually normal because Ji Xinghe did not belong to the troops he commanded. The same is true for the Xing team, which are all similar to temporary support forces. Because of the scarcity of federal mechas, this kind of transfer is normal within the local war zone. "It's like this." Johnson briefly explained the reason for the argument, and then asked, "Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, are you busy now?" "Not busy. I have completed my combat mission and am ready to transfer back to base number 5. "Excuse me, are there any new tasks arranged?" "No new tasks for the time being." "If you are not busy, I want you to listen to the specific content of their argument just now." Ji Xinghe was silent for a while. "Okay," Johnson said to the people around him, "play the meeting minutes." "Which part?" The people around him hesitated, because some words should not be heard by Ji Xinghe anyway, and he meant to delete them. "All about Lieutenant Ji Xinghe," but Major General Johnson insisted. "Yes, just like the combat recorders equipped on the Federation's mechas, all relevant meetings must be recorded by video and audio." Relevant personnel immediately accepted the disputes related to Ji Xinghe, including the words of Major Ying Zhao's staff at the beginning that Ji Xinghe would be subject to military law, and all of them were played out. This made the expression of the staff officer Major Ying Zhao look a little ugly. Behind the scenes, he could righteously say that he would punish a special mecha warrior by military law, but in person, I heard that Ji Xinghe dared to threaten to break the legs of 2 first-level mecha warriors in front of the instructors and lieutenant colonels at the base when there was not even a gold star? Ji Xinghe, who was driving the mecha towards the camp, quickly heard the argument about him, so he understood what Johnson meant. Letting him listen was not to tell him that this happened, but to remind him through this incident that he had violated military orders again, which was not good. After the recording was played, Johnson asked, "Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, do you need to listen to it again? Report to the commander." "No." "Okay." Johnson did not comment on the matter itself, but asked, "As far as I know, your merit statistics have not always met the normal standards and procedures, which you should be very clear about. And the merit statistics of this battle will be completed by us, so I want to know, what do you think this time?" Before today, Ji Xinghe might have hesitated because of Johnson's soft knife, but after today he will not have any hesitation. "I request that the calculation be carried out according to my previous merit calculation model." Everyone who was listening in the command hall was stunned for a moment. Ji Xinghe's previous merit calculation method was actually very simple, that is, the mecha he destroyed was converted into contribution points by recycling, which sounded like joining the army just to make money. But if there are only contribution points, it is impossible to get the most powerful mecha in the Federation, just like when Ji Xinghe wanted to exchange for the Federation's 12th generation core engine before, the relevant parties refused without hesitation and only gave him the 11th generation core engine. No matter how you look at it, this is not the best choice. The last time Ji Xinghe discovered the diamond-shaped metal body, he was outnumbered by 30 people, but he managed to hold on until the Xinghe team came to support him. He won the victory and obtained very important intelligence for the Federation. But his rank was not promoted to a higher level, nor did he get a better mecha, because he asked for resources equivalent to 30 million contribution points to upgrade Xinghe. But even after the comprehensive upgrade, Xinghe was not as good as the latest generations of standard mechas of the Federation in everyone's eyes, and even not as good as the customized modified version of the 16th generation standard mecha that Ji Xinghe was driving now. "Lieutenant Ji Xinghe," Johnson's tone changed from calm to a little serious. "Are you sure?" Ji Xinghe answered without hesitation. "Yes, I ask." He emphasized the word ask again. He was not suggesting, not requesting, not making a choice, but asking to do so. "Okay," Johnson agreed and said nothing more, but directly indicated to hang up the communication. Judging from his rank and responsibilities, there was really no need to say goodbye to Ji Xinghe. In the command hall, which had just argued and then quieted down, the people who had first made various proposals for Ji Xinghe now looked somewhat dissatisfied. To be more specific, they were angry at Ji Xinghe for not fighting for his chance and felt very disappointed with him for not being able to make the best use of his talents. They didn't understand why Ji Xinghe made such a choice. Even if he really wanted to complete the mecha Xinghe that he designed and built, Xinghe had already been completed. What was the point of contributing points? On alien planets, there was really no place to spend money. If it was for the sake of returning to life on the Azure Star in the future, then at least one should find a way to survive first, and focus on winning this war. The expressions of those who had just rejected those suggestions were much more relaxed. They had their own purposes in preventing Ji Xinghe from obtaining more resources, which were not to be told to outsiders. "Then let's do it this way," Johnson concluded. "According to the previous calculation method of Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's merit, it will be converted into contribution points for him." Someone asked, "I heard before that it was calculated at 50% of the recycling price. Are we also using this standard?" Johnson laughed. "Didn't you hear what Lieutenant Ji Xinghe said?" He asked, "Do you understand what the request means?" Although he was laughing, everyone still saw the dissatisfaction, so they didn't understand Ji Xinghe's choice even more. Why? A staff officer from Longzhou passed this matter to the relevant personnel, which was not considered a leak. The meeting minutes could be retrieved based on authority. In theory, there were no absolute military secrets between the continents. Tu Yuan got the news. With his authority, he could learn about it even if no one told him in advance, because in the eyes of many people, Ji Xinghe was his soldier. "Isn't Lieutenant Ji Xinghe going too far?" The staff officer next to Tu Yuan frowned and said, "Also, aren't they going too far by targeting Lieutenant Ji Xinghe like this?" Tu Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Has Ying Zhao's neural connection technology made a breakthrough?" The staff officer nodded and said, "It should be. Although they haven't made it public yet, according to the intelligence we have obtained before, it can be put into use within half a year to a year." "Then do you think Ji Xinghe could know about this?" Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? There is no reason. Besides, what does this matter have to do with Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? It has a lot to do with it. To Yuan's side, if neural connection technology can really be applied to mecha driving, Ji Xinghe will be useless. Chapter 160, Even Being Suppressed, I Can't Stay Idle. Because of age? Yes, because of age. Tu Yuan and the staff around him were silent, because no one could change Ji Xinghe's age. Speaking of the neural link system, we have to talk about the nervous system. The nervous system is a system in the body that plays a leading role in regulating physiological functions and activities. It is mainly composed of nerve tissue and is divided into two major parts, the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system includes the brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system includes cranial nerves and spinal nerves. The central nervous system is the main part of the nervous system. Its main function is to transmit, store and process information, produce various psychological activities, and dominate and control all behaviors of animals. Humans and gorillas are both animals and have nervous systems. From the perspective of driving a mecha, the human nervous system controls the human body to perform various behaviors, and these behaviors ultimately control the various behaviors of the mecha through the mecha's driving system. To put it simply, a person has an idea, and this idea is executed by the human body. The execution of the operation acts on the mecha's driving system. The driving system understands the person's idea and is ultimately executed by the mecha. The whole process is actually very short, but sometimes it is a matter of millimeters. A time error of less than 1 second is enough to determine victory or defeat in life or death. Therefore, the Federal Academy of Sciences and various research institutions want to simplify this process as much as possible, so the neural link system appeared. In short, it is to connect the nervous system in the human body directly with the operating system of the mecha, which can not only shorten the time of operating the ready-made maneuvers, but also make the operation more accurate and effective, allowing the driver to control the mecha as if he were controlling his own body. When people get old, their nervous systems will degenerate. Ji Xinghe has practiced Kung Fu for 55 years, so that his body can be on par with young people, but when the neural link system can be truly applied, his body can't bear it, and his operation is not as good as the first-level mecha warriors who use neural link technology. To Yuan's side. This is of course good news. Eagle Continent cannot hide this technology, just like Longzhou has shared many technologies before. In order to win the entire war, the Federation states must be closely united. But for Ji Xinghe, this is not good news. From the perspective of age, among all the special class mecha warriors, only Lieutenant Ji Xinghe may not be able to use this technology to drive a mecha, which means that the strength of all special class warriors will be improved. Our top combat power can be on par with the Empire, while Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's strength can only stagnate. In fact, it will be weaker than the current first-class mecha warriors. After Tu Yuan's staff finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Being the weakest among the special class mecha warriors is actually nothing. Special class is still special class. But when more than 1,000 first-class mecha warriors have a qualitative improvement in strength due to the technology of the neural link system, Ji Xinghe can no longer be a real special class. He has enough Venus, but not enough strength. The resources for manufacturing mechas are limited, and the resources for strengthening standard mechas are also limited. Ji Xinghe, who cannot use this technology, will be abandoned, so he chose to ask for contribution points for the merit calculation method, with the purpose of manufacturing his own mecha, including future repairs and upgrades. But, Tu Yuan frowned and asked, Ji Xinghe has no reason to know about this. His staff speculated, could it be Lieutenant Shen Mu? He studied at the Federal Academy of Sciences. Perhaps he saw the relevant experimental progress at the time and used the twin for the specific time when this technology can be applied. Someone nearby had already checked and said, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe applied for the modification of her holographic glasses, which use neural connection technology. The application time happened to be when the use rights of this technology were unlocked. From Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's professional perspective, he may have analyzed the more advanced technology himself and made a breakthrough, otherwise the existing technology would not unlock the rights. Tu Yuan was a little surprised. Holographic glasses, yes, it was prepared for Ji Rongzhinayu, the relevant personnel replied. According to Xingayu's driving record, Ji Rongzhinayu has driven Xingayu alone many times under the leadership of Ji Xinghe. This in itself is a violation, but because Xingayu was built by Ji Xinghe himself, no one cares. 6 years old, driving a mecha, Tu Yuan took a deep breath. This Ji Xinghe always does something unexpected. Yes, it was unexpected that he refused the ace warrior building plan, the staff officer said. After that, the relevant parties have had great opinions on him. Moreover, there are some people in Yingzhou who do not want the Mecha warrior who will ultimately complete this plan to be our Longzhou people, because this time it is not simply to build an ace Mecha warrior, but also to shape it into a hero of the entire federation and be awarded the rank of general. Since we already have General Li Yuanba, politics, haha, Tu Yuan sneered twice. The reason why they chose Ji Xinghe is because Ji Xinghe is too old. Even if he gets the rank of general, he will have to retire, so those people were very dissatisfied when Ji Xinghe refused. But later they found that Ji Xinghe, who is in good health, may live a long time if nothing unexpected happens, and can serve for many years. Moreover, after refusing the creation plan, he can still rely on his own strength to continuously obtain gold stars and merits. If Ji Xinghe becomes an ace Mecha warrior independently, he will not be controlled by anyone, so they chose to suppress Ji Xinghe. The staff officer asked, then shall I remind Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? No need, he should know very well that old people become wise. I have discovered that Ji Xinghe is much smarter than I thought, Tu Yuan said with some emotion. When I knew that he took the kitchen knife from his home to steal a single soldier starship, I thought he was just a reckless man. No, a reckless old man. The staff officer laughed and said, he wanted to fight you at the time. I think he was too sad at the time and lost some of his reason. Now, his reason should have returned. For his granddaughter, his sanity will definitely come back and will be able to maintain it for a long time. Tu Yuan didn't want to mention the duel, and said, there's no need to tell him about this, but you can talk to the war correspondent named Su. I see. Su, he should remind Lieutenant Ji Xinghe that his words are easier for Lieutenant Ji Xinghe to listen to than our words. Yet, Ji Xinghe came to the military camp for the first time. After completing the orbital airborne combat mission, he couldn't leave immediately because he couldn't drive his mecha directly back to the number 5 living base. He needed to wait for the corresponding transportation resources to take a ride, a spaceship, or something. The single soldier starship that sent him from the number 5 base to space did not appear after he finished his combat mission, because the single soldier starship was also a scarce resource when the Empire was attacking in an all-out manner and needed to be used in more critical places. Ji Xinghe had no opinion on this, and he knew it before he came. The structure of the military camp is completely different from that of the living base. The biggest difference is that the living base is underground, while the military camp is built directly on the surface of the alien planet. There are many types of buildings. Buildings similar to tents are generally used as places for soldiers to rest. They are equipped with oxygen supply devices, constant temperature devices, etc. It looks like a single-story building made entirely of metal. It looks like a large container, and the floor area is much larger than a tent. It is generally used as a repair area, storage area, and other functional areas. Overall, it does not look much different from the temporary military camps on the Blue Star, except that each building must be equipped with an oxygen supply device and a constant temperature device. There are many trenches and fortresses around the military camps, forming layers of blockades. The most important of these is the air defense facilities. The location of the military camps is difficult to keep secret, and the Empire's long-range attacks may occur at any time. Similarly, the location of the Empire's military camps on alien planets is almost all under the control of the Federation, and from time to time, they will use long-range firepower systems or airstrikes to attack them. The effect is actually not good, because the technical level of the air defense systems of the Federation and the Empire is very high, and the military camps are the top priority of defense, so the real battle outcome still depends on the advancement of the ground forces. But the air raid still has to be carried out. If the guerrillas cannot be killed, they cannot be allowed to rest well. The Empire has the same attitude towards the Federation. Fortunately, neither side will use nuclear weapons easily. The damage of nuclear radiation to the environment will be magnified many times on alien planets, because the ecosystem of alien planets is almost non-existent and does not have the ability to self-regulate and repair. Living in an environment with nuclear radiation for a long time is not a good thing for humans and gorillas. Spacesuits and protective clothing cannot completely block nuclear radiation, and it is even more impossible to wear them all the time. The relevant buildings in living bases and military camps cannot completely block radiation. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, please drive the Mecha to the number 7 machine repair area, According to relevant instructions, Ji Xinghe brought all members of his Xing team to the No. 7 machine repair area, which is a metal house covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. It has only one floor, but the floor height reaches 9 meters. Through the metal gate, they entered the airlock similar to that of a spaceship. After waiting for the air to fill up, all members of the Xing team entered the interior of the operating area. Its structure looked no different from the mechanical repair area of the living base. The area of more than 1,000 square meters was divided into many independent operating areas. Lao Ji, you can get down directly from the cockpit after you reach your operating area. Remember to wear a helmet, because you may encounter an air raid or need to fight at any time. If you don't wear a helmet, it will be a problem if the wall is broken. The blind man and others reminded them very experientedly that each of them had to go to a different operating area and cooperate with a mechanic to repair and check their respective mechas to ensure that they were in an intact state. The nuclear fuel cell also needed to be charged. Okay, Ji Xinghe drove his mecha to the assigned operating area and jumped directly from the cockpit, wearing a helmet for driving the mecha, which also took into account the oxygen supply function. The mechanic in the operating area, or should we call it a mechanic soldier, said awkwardly, Lieutenant Ji, can you go back to the cockpit and control your mecha to put down the mecha heavy sword? Ji Xinghe's mecha has been holding the sword from the Imperial Count's mecha, which is his trophy, so he shook his head. No need to put it down, my mecha has no substantial damage, especially my hands. The mechanic soldier was a little surprised, because Ji Xinghe's voice sounded very old, but he didn't think much about it, and said helplessly, according to regulations, we must complete all the tests. If we don't put the weapons down, we can't complete all the tests. You are a special mecha warrior, you must be very proficient in driving mechas, but you don't know as much as we do about the inspection and maintenance of mechas, so please trust us. Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that not everyone knew him, especially those who had never contacted him on the alien planet. Because of a communication in distance, the spread of news is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. A little arrogant. Ahem, Ji Xinghe was also a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, actually, I am a professional mechanic. I am responsible for an operating area in both the number 5 and number 6 living bases. The mechanics in the operating area were all stunned. They really didn't know Ji Xinghe. They only knew that he was a special mecha warrior with 45 gold stars. The task they received was to help Ji Xinghe's mecha spray 4 more gold stars. How could such a warrior be a mechanic? Can you have your cake and eat it too? But, they still didn't believe it, but they didn't know what to say. They all maintained respect for the mecha warriors. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and took off his helmet in front of the mechanics. It was not easy to repair and inspect the mecha with the helmet on. This action stunned the mechanics because they saw an old man who shouldn't be here. Let me do it myself. You can apply for another maintenance mission. By the way, I may have to stay here for a while. If there is no combat mission. Do you have any extra operating areas here? I can be responsible for one, just by myself. Ji Xinghe couldn't sit still, and he didn't want to give up his spoils because he knew he was being suppressed. Chapter 161 Don't fight, one for each person. Lao Ji, are you trying to show off or are you too impatient? The cripple who noticed something was wrong with Ji Xinghe ran over first because he was the closest. After understanding the whole story, he found that there seemed to be no problem, but he was a little curious. I can't sit still, okay? The cripple didn't say much, looked at the mechanics and said, I can prove that Lao Ji is a professional mechanic. Our Xing team can prove it. If there is no problem, please help me apply for it. We can do it ourselves. The mechanics who were still in shock could only contact their superiors immediately. It's okay, and the assigned operation area is number 39, okay, thank you. Ji Xinghe put on his helmet again and returned to the cockpit of the mecha. He drove directly to the number 39 operation area, and the cripple who had nothing to do followed him. There were no other mechanics in this operating area. It looked like they were temporarily idle due to lack of manpower. It was also possible that the mechanics in this operating area went to the battlefield and used their professional skills to recover mecha-related spoils. Ji Xinghe hoped it was the latter. The lame man stood beside Ji Xinghe, and when he saw Ji Xinghe start to organize the relevant tools, he asked stealthily in a low voice, Old Ji, do you think my leg can be transformed into a hand? Ji Xinghe looked at the lame man's mechanical leg, which he had transformed several times before. Just like gorillas, the cripple continued in a low voice, their feet are also hands, and they are much more flexible than us when operating mechas. I thought, if I can transform my leg into a hand, and then transform my mecha operating system, can I become stronger? Why do you suddenly think so? Because I am also a special class now, I can't compare with you, Lao Ji, but more than 20 Venus are not fake, the cripple chuckled twice. In addition, because of the plan, I can now apply for a customized modification of my exclusive mecha, so I have this idea. It is not difficult to change a mechanical leg into a mechanical hand. Ji Xinghe can even add a kit to the cripple's mechanical leg, which can be replaced with the sole of the foot when walking and the palm of the hand when operating the mecha. The difficulty lies in the transformation of the mecha driving system. The federal standard mechas are all prepared for humans. The driving system relies on both hands and feet, and has never considered the situation of 3 hands and 1 foot. The same is true for the imperial mecha. The captured imperial mecha cannot be repaired and then used directly by the Federation's mecha warriors because the driving operating system in its cockpit is designed for the gorillas with 4 hands. So in general, the imperial mecha will be dismantled for parts, or some metal parts will be directly melted and forged into parts needed by the Federation mecha. You can try, but it doesn't make much sense, Ji Xinghe said after serious consideration. It's easy for you to become 3 hands, but it's difficult to become flexible 3 hands. If you spend a lot of time learning and practicing, the harvest will not be as expected. Well, forget it, and besides, the nickname of 3 hands is not as good as the cripple. The cripple said it easily, but his expression was obviously regretful, and he couldn't help but sigh. Ji Xinghe has found the relevant tools he needs to use and started to test his mecha. This process can be completely distracting. Why? Do you feel the pressure? Yes, I do. The cripple had no intention of hiding anything. When the higher-ups told us about the plan, I actually wanted to refuse, and the blind man's first reaction was also to refuse. But, the blind man and I are not you after all, and this matter is of great benefit to us and to the war, so we agreed. But it's really hard to implement it, old G. The cripple's honesty made Ji Xinghe feel a little apologetic, but only a little, because whether Ji Xinghe agreed to participate in the ace fighter creation plan or not, the cripple and the blind man could not stay out of it. The difference is that if Ji Xinghe agreed, then these 2 people would become Ji Xinghe's supporting roles, and they would not get the honor they deserved. But now, these 2 people are the red flowers. In fact, your strength is already very good, Ji Xinghe comforted. Let it go, do what you can do everything you can do well, and don't think too much about the rest. But I really don't want to see anyone sacrifice in front of me, because they sacrificed to help me. The cripple's expression suddenly became a little painful, as if he had thought of something. He took a deep breath and said, so far, all members of our galaxy team are here, but 3 brothers have already had problems in the 2 teams that came to help us. When the galaxy team was performing normal combat tasks, they did not have Ji Xinghe, a powerful captain, but their real combat effectiveness did not decrease but increased, because in order to complete the plan to build an ace fighter, the Federation mobilized 2 teams to help, led by 2 special mecha warriors. Under this premise, the number of Venus of the blind man and the cripple exceeded 20, becoming special mecha warriors, and the other 5 people in the galaxy team became first-class mecha warriors. From a certain point of view, the success of the blind man, the cripple and the galaxy team is based on the sacrifice of others. Ji Xinghe didn't know what to say. He could understand the lame man's mood. Before the cripple was done comforting, the blind man came over again. He came after sending his mecha to the assigned operating area. The other members of the galaxy team did not come for the time being, as if they wanted to leave room for communication for these 3 people. The topic continued. If one day, the blind man and I can complete that plan, become an ace mecha warrior and get the rank of general, the cripple paused for a while before continuing. That really proves the truth that a general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Seeing that the cripple was talking too seriously, the blind man who had just arrived hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand, Lao Ji, we are not looking for trouble with you, we just want to talk to you. It has nothing to do with your rejection of this plan and the fact that you are our captain. It's purely because of your old age. What nonsense are you talking about, blind man? The cripple frowned and said, how can you say that Lao Ji is old? Why can't you say it? Aren't you always calling me Lao Ji? The blind man retorted. I learned this from you, the deputy captain. You call me Lao Ji, so why can I not call you Lao Ji? They didn't quarrel. After a few words, the atmosphere eased a lot. The pressure on these two people was really great. But as they said, they just came to Ji Xinghe to talk and confide in him, and they didn't have any other intentions. The other people in the Xinghe team were obviously not suitable for them to confide in, and there was not so much time to arrange psychologists for them during the war. Some of them were like Instructor Li, who was still in the number 6 living base when the dust storm occurred. All Ji Xinghe could do was listen. He couldn't help the blind and the lame, could teach them peerless martial arts, and couldn't always stay by their side to help them, because the blind and the lame were not his granddaughters. Okay, we've finished talking so much, and I feel much better. Yeah, Lao Ji, don't take it to heart. The blind man smiled and said, are we too shameless? We've been talking to you for a long time and asked you not to take it to heart. No. Ji Xinghe, who had completed the inspection of the mecha, shook his head slightly and said, you don't have to worry about me. I'm old, and my mentality must be much better than you young people. It's just you, Lao Ji. If it were someone else of this age, it would be impossible for them to withstand the pressure of being on an alien planet. Speaking of which, we usually call you Lao Ji instead of a captain, and it always feels inappropriate. But when I see you, I still want to call you Lao Ji, which is more intimate. It's good to call you Lao Ji, Ji Xinghe responded, his eyes on the mecha heavy sword held in his mecha's hand. The blind man and the lame man finally focused their attention on the sword. Lao Ji, where are your knives? The blind man reacted at this time and asked, the 2 knives with special features, they were all cut off by this sword. Ah. Then how did you win? Jackson broke it, not me. Then how did this sword get into your hand? The lame man guessed. Jackson's apprenticeship gift. I snatched this sword from the Earl's mecha. You snatched it? The blind man was shocked and said, you mean, you snatched the Earl's mecha away, and then the unarmed Earl's mecha was broken by Jackson? Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. That's about it? Then it still counts as you broke it. I dare to go up and attack an unarmed Earl-class mecha. The lame man sighed and asked, then can you use a sword? This sword must be very powerful to be able to cut off your 2 knives. If I change knives, I might lose. It will definitely lose. Ji Xinghe is very clear about this. I know how to use it, so I won't exchange it. The material used in this mecha heavy sword is not available on the Blue Star, nor on the Alien Star. It is only available on the Empire Star, so you can't exchange it for the same weapon at all, only on the Empire Star. Yes, currently only the Empire has it. It's called tungsten steel gold, which is a special hard alloy similar to tungsten steel. Due to the lack of sufficient samples, the complete formula cannot be analyzed. The information I just checked said that a mineral that only the Empire has is added to it. The blind man and the lame man were a little jealous. A good weapon is very important for mecha warriors. Their current weapons are only at the level of Ji Xinghe's previous 2 knives, which can't be compared with this mecha heavy sword. Lao Ji, this heavy sword must be used with both hands. So if you destroy an Earl-class mecha in the future and get this weapon, you won't be able to wield 2 swords. Can you? Shut up. The lame man interrupted the blind man and came in front of Ji Xinghe. Lao Ji, we 2 knew each other first. If it comes to first come first served, please give me this opportunity. Ji Xinghe did not let the blind man and the lame man argue again, and agreed directly, I will give it to you if I can get it. No need to fight for it. 1 each? 1 for each of you for what? Sichuanyan's voice came before he came over. Lao Ji, we are all your disciples. You must not favor one over the other. No matter what it is, I want 1 too, and me. Andre quickly surpassed Sichuanyan and shouted to Ji Xinghe, Master, I'm here. All the members of the Xinghe team gathered. This scene made Ji Xinghe very happy because everyone was there. Okay, Ji Xinghe agreed. Live well and wait for me to snatch a weapon for each of you, at least a weapon of the Earl-class Imperial mecha. Then you, Lao Ji, will be busy. There are 7 of us, and you have to destroy 7 Earl-class mechas. 7 Earl-class mechas, so what? It's not like Lao Ji is fighting 7 at the same time. With Lao Ji's strength, he can definitely win. Yeah, it's not 1 against 7. It's almost impossible for the Empire's Earl-class mechas to form a team. Lao Ji can definitely beat them in a one-on-one fight. And we can fight with more people against fewer people, help Lao Ji kill them together, and then snatch their weapons and continue to kill them. Then it's settled, 1 for each person. I said it first, I want it first, the blind man emphasized again. Then I'll be the second one. The lame man didn't fight for it this time, because this time he was not joking. I'll be the third one. Su Chuanayan glanced at Andre. Andre said helplessly, "You bully me, a person from Zhao, again. I'm the fourth one, I'm from Longzhou. I'm the fifth one." "How did I bully you?" the deaf man corrected him. "Okay, I'm the sixth one." The lame man spread his hands and laughed at his left hand. "The seventh one is the seventh one. Sooner or later, there will be something to be afraid of." The left hand had no objection. "That's great." Ji Xinghe made a decision in his heart. He would do what he promised. Chapter 162 Unless he cultivates immortality. Living base number 5. Sui came over while Shen Yu was in the toilet. "Fuck, are you sick? Even if I'm pressed for time, I wouldn't be so nervous. You're the one who's sick. Can't I just come over to the toilet?" Okay, the camera is in your hand. You can say whatever you want." Who would bring a camera when going to the toilet? "Can you bring one?" "I can't." After a few words, Sui couldn't help but start asking questions. "Have you heard of neural link technology?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "If neural link technology has achieved a breakthrough, Lao Ji, will it be impossible?" Why do you ask? Just say whether it's possible or not." Sui's question made Shen Yu ponder. As a professional technical lieutenant mechanic, he has been regarded as a genius by others since he was a child. He was specially recruited to study at the Mecha Research Institute of the Federal Academy of Sciences before graduating from college. When he graduated, he just joined the army and got the rank of second lieutenant. So in terms of professional issues such as mecha maintenance, research and development, and manufacturing, he is more than one level stronger than Ji Xinghe. Without him, Xinghe would not have been successfully built. In theory, that's right. If it's the kind of neural connection technology I know about, you can't say that Lao Ji is no longer capable. His ability to drive a mecha is no different from now, and he won't get weaker. But when all the mecha warriors who can use this technology have their strength enhanced, it can be said that Lao Ji is no longer capable. Sui asked in confusion, "Why? Can't Lao Ji use this technology? Can't he become stronger, because of age? As you age, your nervous system will begin to degenerate, which is irreversible at the current level of science and technology." After Shen Yu explained, he felt that Sui might not understand, so he changed his way of speaking. "Lao Su, you can drive? Right, nonsense. A person's spiritual will and thinking can be compared to a driver, and the human body is the car. Lao Ji's car is old and outdated, but because he, the driver, has a strong spiritual will and pays great attention to the maintenance of the car, he can still drive his old car onto the track and compete with real professional racing drivers. Do you understand what I mean?" Sui nodded, but because the two were in different compartments, Shen Yu couldn't see. "I understand. According to what you said, the bodies of young mecha warriors are equivalent to the latest sports cars or the most advanced formula cars. Therefore, their skills may not be as good as those of old horses, but when they are really compared on the track, they can drive faster than old horses." "That's right," Shen Yu sighed. "In a sense, neural link technology makes the vehicles owned by young mecha warriors more powerful. But this technology cannot be applied to Ji Xinghe's old car, so he may become useless." Sui was silent for a moment and then asked, "Is there any way to solve this problem?" "No," Shen Yu answered without any hesitation, and then explained, "The difference between the central nervous system and other organs is that its cells are non-renewable, and the number of nerve cells will decrease with normal aging. The number of brain nerve cells in the elderly will decrease by 10% to 30% compared to when they were young. There are also the number of dendrites, dendritic spines and synapses in the cerebral cortex and pyramidal cells, and so on." "Oh, professional explanations. I'll go back and find you a paper, you can read it yourself, and I'll explain it to you directly. As people get older, the conduction speed of motor and sensory fibers slows down, and the activity of enzymes involved in the metabolism of various neurotransmitters in the human brain decreases, which manifests itself in symptoms such as memory loss, movement disorders, Parkinsonism, poor sleep, depression or mania." Sui asked puzzledly, "But Lao Ji doesn't have these symptoms, really?" Shen Yu asked back, "Do you still remember that Lao Ji was carrying a cripple in one hand and another first-level mecha warrior in the other?" And then asked Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon, "Instructor, what do you choose?" Sui remembered that scene. At that time, he felt that Lao Ji was too impulsive. If it weren't for Lao Ji's old age and Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon's tolerance, Lao Ji would have to bear military law for that one sentence. In a word, Lao Ji is indeed very strong, But as I said just now, he is strong only because his mental will is very strong, and he has been practicing martial arts for many years, so his body functions are maintained very well. But this kind of aging is really irreversible. After Shen Mu finished pooping, he began to stand up, and said to Suhi while pulling up his pants, "If it is the kind of neural connection technology I know, then even if Lao Ji successfully built a brain-computer interface, he would not be able to control the mecha like he controls his body. His aging nervous system can't support it. Only young people can withstand it." Brain-computer interface. Yes, brain-computer interface. Install an interface behind your head and connect it to the mecha's operating system. This is the way to drive the mecha after the application of neural connection technology. Shen Mu paused for a moment when he was about to open the toilet door, and then continued, "There is one thing I didn't say just now. When people get old, the autonomic nervous system will also undergo corresponding changes. It is no longer controlled by the subjective will. The autonomic nervous function of the human body will be disordered, leading to various visceral dysfunctions, such as the number of heartbeats, the number of gastrointestinal motility, etc." Suhi frowned and asked, "I'm not old, and I can't control my autonomic nerves. I can't control the heartbeat and gastrointestinal tract you mentioned. You just don't know that you can control it, but it doesn't mean you really can't control it." Shen Mu asked, "When you breathe, do you need to actively control it?" No, usually not, but when I ask you this question, when you think you need to breathe, you need to control your breathing. It's like when you drive a car, you change from automatic to manual, right? Suhi has already started to control his breathing, and said in a daze, "That's right, the heart and other internal organs are actually the same, and they are all controlled by our subjective will, but you can understand this control as automatic. For details, you can ask experts in related fields." Shen Mu finally opened the toilet door and walked out and said, "This kind of autonomic dysfunction is the reason why I said Lao Ji can't use this technology. He has practiced Kung Fu for 55 years. So he can continue to control his body after he gets old, but he hasn't driven a mecha for 55 years, creak." Suhi opened the toilet door and walked out with an ugly expression. Shen Mu glanced at Suhi's waistband. "You really came to me while I was in the toilet, not to take a shit? Is it okay if I didn't poop?" Suhi was in a bad mood. Okay, I've already said it, you can say whatever you want with the camera." Shen Mu had no intention of arguing, and his expression became serious. "Why are you asking me this?" Suhi sighed. "Actually, you have already guessed it, why ask me again?" Shen Mu did guess it. He knew a long time ago that this technology would make a breakthrough, which can be seen from the mechanical eyes of the blind man, the mechanical legs of the lame man, and the mechanical hand of the left hand, which also use neural connection technology. "But isn't this a good thing?" Shen Mu asked in confusion. "Lao Ji is so old, we can't let him drive the mecha to fight all the time. It's our job to defend our country. And Xinghe, in about a year, Xinghe's treatment will be completed. At that time, Lao Ji will take Xinghe back to the Blue Star to live, and he won't need to drive the mecha. I also hope that Lao Ji will take Xinghe back to the Blue Star," Suhi said in a depressed mood. "But didn't you find that Lao Ji actually never forgot about revenge?" Shen Mu was silent. He knew that Ji Xinghe had always wanted revenge. Everyone who knew Ji Xinghe knew it, and Ji Rongzhen also knew it. Otherwise, why would Ji Xinghe leave the relatively safe days in base number 5 and take the risk to fight? If it is just to help win this war, the role that a professional mechanic can play, the role that a peerless master can play as an instructor, is it really less than the role played by a special mecha warrior when he goes to fight? There's nothing we can do about it. Shen Mu turned and walked out of the toilet. "I really can't help Lao Ji with this matter, and no one can help him. Unless," Suhi chased after him, "unless what? Unless the neural connection technology achieves a higher level of breakthrough, which can transform Lao Ji into a complete and powerful nervous system. But this kind of breakthrough cannot be achieved without 1 or 200 years, and Lao Ji can't hold on for that time." "Nonsense, Lao Ji will definitely not hold on for that time, and neither can we. Lao Ji practices martial arts, not immortals. Now I hope Lao Ji is an immortal. I heard that immortals can make people younger, and the aging of the nervous system can definitely be reversed. Then Lao Ji can use the neural connection technology. If Lao Ji is an immortal, will he still need neural connection technology? Will he still need to drive a mecha? Would sword riding be good? If that day really comes, Lao Ji won't be able to wield a sword. He will definitely be able to wield a knife, because he can't use a sword. Lao Ji can use a sword, and his weapon has been changed to a sword. Have you heard of tungsten steel gold? Fuck, is this true? Ordinary Imperial standard mechas will only be chopped like melons and vegetables in front of that thing. Really? Lao Ji stole a mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold. Hiss. Earl level mecha or Marcus level mecha? Earl level. Fuck, Lao Ji is awesome. When will he come back? I can help him change his sword into a knife. If it is the 8-cut knife he likes. One heavy sword is enough to be converted into 2. It will take about a week. He is repairing mechas in a certain military camp now. Please contact him for me and ask him to bring the sword back. The equipment in the military camp is insufficient and cannot be modified. We can modify it at our base, then I will talk to him. Ji Xinghe, who is repairing the mecha, received a message from Suhi, saying that Ji Xinghe was safe and brought Ji Xinghe's greetings and Shen Mu's suggestions. This made Ji Xinghe very happy, because he himself didn't know how to modify the mecha heavy sword, and it still took the real professional Shen Mu to do it. He can indeed use a sword, but he is better at using a knife, especially the 8-cut knife. Before, because of the mismatch of weapons, his strength was not fully exerted. But the heavy sword that had been held by his mecha was not put down. Now he can't leave the barracks, and he won't put down the sword before he leaves, because he is being suppressed. The Galaxy team has left, and they are going to another battlefield, but Ji Xinghe, the captain of the Galaxy team, failed to follow. From this point of view, the suppression he encountered is already obvious. In terms of his strength, the speed of obtaining Venus on the battlefield must be faster than that of the blind man and the lame man, even if they have the help of not only the Galaxy team, but also the help of the other 2 mecha teams. He is even faster than Jackson and Han Li, who are special level players, to obtain Venus. From the perspective of strength, Jackson and Han Li are stronger than Ji Xinghe in terms of the performance of their mechas. But they will not fight like Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe is willing to fight, but he doesn't want to die, so his battle is essentially described as a strong attack on the weak. Han Li, Jackson, and other special mecha warriors whose strength is equal to Ji Xinghe, or even exceeds Ji Xinghe, will only use the strong to defeat the strong, and the weak to defeat the strong when fighting. This is the responsibility and obligation they are willing to bear, but it is the responsibility and obligation that Ji Xinghe is unwilling to bear. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe was suppressed. Since you are unwilling to take on more responsibilities and obligations, why should you be given more resources and merits? In the message sent by Sui, some of the words said by Major General Tu Yuan were bluntly stated, confirming Ji Xinghe's analysis and speculation about his suppression. But so what? Ji Xinghe will not change for anyone except Ji Xinghe. He could have changed for another person, but that person has left this world. The actual machine test is completed. Ji Xinghe, who repaired the 12th mecha alone in 5 days, looked at the person who came to receive it and said, "Please help me settle the contribution points, thank you." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 The Old Man Who Wants Money. Brother, is there a special mecha warrior repairing mechas in your repair area? The one with 45 gold stars? Are you talking about the old man who is asking for money? What do you mean by asking for money? The soldier frowned and said, "A special mecha warrior with 45 gold stars, brother, shouldn't you be more respectful?" The mechanic who was eating chuckled twice. "I'm telling the truth. Why don't you respect him? Do you know that he asks for money after repairing a mecha? Want money?" The soldiers who admired the special mecha warriors suddenly felt that a certain concept was about to collapse. Yes, the contribution points are settled according to the standards of the mechanics and the living base, the mechanic said dissatisfiedly. He repaired 15 mechas in 7 days, and he completed the repairs independently. We were all amazed and wanted to become his apprentice, but he ended up looking for the person who inspected the work to settle the contribution points. Brother, can you imagine how we felt at that time? Of course I can imagine it. The soldiers, full of admiration, felt no better than the mechanics at the time. They were equally astonished that a special mecha warrior with 45 gold stars could independently repair mechas, so they wanted to find out more after hearing the news. However, they received a comment of extremely greedy, which made them feel very bad. "You can't say that," a soldier who knew more helped to explain. "I have heard of Lieutenant Ji Xinghe before. A comrade in arms went to the number 6 living base where Lieutenant Ji Xinghe was at the time. He told us that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe was not a serious soldier. His identity was a car mechanic in the living base. As a result, his skills were so good that he went directly to the machine repair area to repair the mecha, so he became a mechanic. Auto mechanic? Mechanic, someone asked curiously. Then how did he become a mecha warrior again, and got 45 gold stars? Because there was a mission at the time that required a trip from base number 6 to base number 3, but the number of mecha warriors at base number 6 was too small. Among the 2 first-level mecha warriors who could perform this mission, one was missing a leg and had a mechanical leg installed. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe applied for him to drive the mecha to perform this mission. I heard that after a competition, it was proved that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe had this ability, so he was allowed to go. As a result, in the 36th Grand Canyon, he encountered 3 imperial mechas and got 3 gold stars. Because he had only heard about it, the soldier didn't know the details, but just a brief description was enough to make people yearn for it. This is too amazing. From a car mechanic to a mechanic, and then to a mecha warrior, he got 3 gold stars on his first mission. No wonder he was able to become a special grade. Have you forgotten Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's age? He seems to be in his 60s, and still so fierce. 65 years old, he will be 66 in a few days after New Year's Day. Fuck, he's still so good at fighting at the age of 66, it's unbelievable. Not only can he fight, he can also repair mechas. He independently completed the repair of 15 mechas. Among the mechanics in our entire camp, there are only 3 people who can do this. As they talked, the fact that Ji Xinghe was very powerful became a recognized fact. And there was no dispute about this. But the mechanic who said Ji Xinghe was a money grubber at the beginning still frowned in dissatisfaction. Even if he is a mechanic in the living base, he can't make money by repairing mechas in our barracks. This is about making money. This sentence made everyone around silent. They were all professional soldiers, including the mechanics. Professional soldiers have salaries, but the meaning of salary is completely different from the salary and commission of other jobs. If every professional soldier has to exchange merit for money, this war can't continue. The Federation does not have that much money, and people who join the war for money cannot help the Federation win this war. Perhaps, he has some compelling reasons. It's like he's already this age, but he still wants to fight for the Federation like us. If he really wants money, then there's no need for him to come to the alien planet. With his technical level of repairing mechas, wouldn't it be easy for him to get a high salary on the Azure planet? Are there mechas for him to repair on the Azure planet? No, I think he just comes here to make money. Otherwise, he has got 45 gold stars. Why is his rank still lieutenant? Logically, he shouldn't be promoted to captain. Yes, under normal circumstances, special mecha warriors with 45 gold stars can be promoted to captain. Those with more than 60 can get the rank of major, and it depends on their merits. Besides destroying mechas, he wouldn't just cause trouble for those ordinary imperial mechas on the battlefield, and run away when he sees the noble mechas? Otherwise, how come he has so many gold stars and has repaired so many mechas, but his rank is only lieutenant? But I heard that this time he teamed up with Major Jackson to destroy an Count-class imperial mecha, and they chased it for a long distance before they completed the destruction. It was Major Jackson who destroyed it, not him. When he came back, I saw his mecha, and it was not damaged at all. Maybe he was just holding it aside. Major Jackson's mecha was quite damaged. Then the water content of his 45 gold stars is too big. Life in the camp is actually very boring. Apart from fighting and training, they can't do anything. They just ended a counterattack and occupied an imperial camp. Recently, they haven't even fought. Everyone has a gossipy heart, and professional soldiers are no exception. Keep your voice down. He's coming. Why should you keep your voice down? He's coming, and I just want to ask him. In the cafeteria, Ji Xinghe, who had just walked in, felt a lot of eyes looking at him, and the emotions in these eyes were a bit complicated. But he didn't care. He walked to the food pickup port, took off his protective helmet, got his lunch, and found a place to squat and eat. There are no tables and chairs in the canteen in the camp. In order to save resources, everyone eats while squatting. Ji Xinghe, who was squatting alone, was still a little uncomfortable with eating because he was wearing protective clothing. He didn't need to wear protective clothing when he was in the living base, but he had to wear it all the time in the camp. When he shuttled between each building, he was exposed to the surface environment of the alien planet. Without protective clothing, he would die. Generally, He would only take off his protective clothing when he was repairing the mecha in the machine repair area or resting at night, because he had to stay inside the building for a long time at this time. It doesn't take too long to come to the canteen to eat. There is time to take off and put on protective clothing, and the meal has been eaten. The soldiers in the camp have long been accustomed to this lifestyle. Many of them wear protective clothing when they sleep, with helmets beside them. So they eat very quickly, but today some soldiers did not leave immediately after eating, but hesitated and came to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who was squatting on the ground eating, looked up. Is there something wrong? Yes, a soldier summoned up his courage and asked, Sir, why do you need money to repair the mecha? Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, swallowed the food in his mouth, looked at the soldiers, mechanics and others surrounding him, and replied softly, because, I really need money. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations, so that no one could respond for a while. Why? The soldier who wanted to find out about Ji Xinghe because he admired Ji Xinghe before asked blankly, Is your purpose in joining the army just to make money? To make money from the war? This is a very severe accusation. Ji Xinghe sighed in his heart and asked, Corporal, what's your name? Reporting to the commander, My name is Yu Ren. The corporal was a little nervous when he answered, because he was facing Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe stood up, and because of his height, he could almost look down on everyone around him. Corporal Yu Ren, why do you want to ask me these questions? Because I also want to be a mecha warrior, a super mecha warrior like you. Yu Ren took a deep breath, looked directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes and replied, But I don't want to be like you, making money in the war. So it was because the image of the idol was shattered, so the love turned into hate? Ji Xinghe had expected this before, because what he did was indeed a bit ugly, but he had his own difficulties. In the message to him, he directly mentioned Tu Yuan's reminder and said that the breakthrough in neural link technology had been confirmed. This means that his previous worries will become a reality, and the Federation will no longer need him, a 66-year-old super mecha warrior. After some time, it will be difficult for him to obtain resources related to mechas. Soldiers like Yu Ren who want to become mecha warriors but cannot become mecha warriors because of the difficulty of operation may become excellent mecha warriors after a period of time. They all need resources related to mechas. There are also 300,000 active mecha warriors in the Federation. Many of them can greatly increase their strength due to the technology of neural connection. When there are not enough mechas, why give him, an old man who can't use neural connection technology? But he must drive the mecha, because only by driving the mecha can he continue to take revenge. Today he is very clear about how ridiculous his request to Tu Yuan was. Let alone giving him a gun, even if he is given a single soldier starship, what he can do is not as good as giving him a mecha. It's not that guns are useless in this war. In fact, the main force of this war is still hot weapons such as guns and artillery shells, and there are snipers like Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun who can threaten mechas. But Ji Xinghe knows very well that he does not have such talent. His talent lies in mecha driving in close combat. The contribution points he exchanged for merits before were all used by him to complete the upgrade of Xinghe, but Xinghe can continue to upgrade, and upgrading requires resources. When driving Xinghe to fight in the future, Xinghe will be damaged, and resources will be needed to repair it. So he needs money, and then use money to buy resources. Sir, Yu Ren's courage was fading. So he pressed, Please give us an explanation. Do I need to give you an explanation? Ji Xinghe wanted to say this, but he couldn't, because the people he was facing were not his enemies, not those who suppressed him, but a group of people who admired him, a group of people with ideals and beliefs. By the same token, the real reason cannot be said. A suppressed special mecha warrior will inevitably arouse the indignation of these people, which is not conducive to unity. As for the neural link technology, the same is true. If he said it, someone would definitely think that his idea is a waste of resources. He didn't want to argue with others, and didn't want to explain that even if he didn't use neural link technology, his ability to drive a mecha was very strong. Moreover, he felt that he might actually use neural link technology, but it was just a possibility. So he had no evidence, and now he couldn't convince anyone. Arguing and refutation would only waste time and energy. I'm old, Ji Xinghe decided to lie and make an excuse. I'm 65 years old, and I'll be 66 in a few days. I don't know how long I can fight, and I may die on the battlefield at any time. But I still have a granddaughter, she's only 6 years old, and I have no other relatives. I want to leave something before I die, to the best of my ability, so that she can have a better life in the future. Yes, Corporal Yu Ren, this is my explanation to you. Are you satisfied? Yu Ren was stunned, and so were the others around him. Ji Xinghe stood there and continued to eat. He finished the rest of the food in 3 or 5 bites, then walked out from the gap in the crowd, put the plate on the recycling window, put on his helmet and left the cafeteria directly. It was not until this time that the people who had surrounded him just now finally spoke. I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's son was also a mecha warrior. He has died, but I really didn't know he had a child. If that's the case, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe seems to be right. Yeah, I would do the same if it were me. Hey, Yu Ren, what are you doing? Yu Ren, who suddenly ran out of the cafeteria, said without looking back, I'm going to apologize to him, then you have to wear a helmet too. I see that you are not Yu Ren's Yu, but you for stupid. Yu Ren, who hurriedly put on a helmet, did not find Ji Xinghe to apologize, because Ji Xinghe left the camp after finishing lunch. The transportation resources he had been waiting for a long time were finally in place, and he could take his spoils back to base number 5 on a ride-sharing convoy. In fact, he could have left 2 days earlier, but there was only one seat for one person at a time, and he couldn't take his spoils, so Ji Xinghe waited for another 2 days. He also had to go back to apologize, because he used Ji Xinghe as an excuse, which was not good. Ji Xinghe left as if he had never been there. But a corporal who wanted to become a mecha warrior remembered that he owed Ji Xinghe an apology. He decided to train himself harder to become a mecha warrior, and then join Ji Xinghe's team one day in the future and say sorry to Ji Xinghe. If at that time, Ji Xinghe and the Xinghe team were still there, if he was still alive. In this war, anyone could be sacrificed at any time. 10 days later, Corporal Yu Ren, who was using the second-generation simulation system in the camp to train his ability to drive a mecha, suddenly received a mission. Corporal Yu Ren, do you still want to become a mecha warrior? I do, but my operation is not up to standard. I can't pass the exam. Can you give me some more time? I still need 70 points. Your operation is indeed not up to standard, but your physical test results meet the standards for participating in an experiment. This experiment can also be said to be a task. Because there is a certain degree of risk, you can choose to accept or refuse. If you pass, you can become a mecha warrior. I accept. Don't you want to ask about the consequences of failure? No, I accept any consequences. But I have a request. Please go ahead. If successful, can I join the Galaxy team? Chapter 164. The name of faith is legend. Ji Xinghe, who successfully returned to the number 5 living base, immediately brought Ji Xinghe, who came to greet him, and delivered his trophy to the operating area where Shen Mu was. What a good thing, and it's big enough to transform 2 8-cut swords. Shen Mu was very excited when he looked at the mecha heavy sword in front of him. Tungsten steel gold is very rare in the Federation. Only the imperial mechas of the Earl level and higher can be equipped. It is very difficult to seize it, and the number that can be seized is also extremely rare. Otherwise, Ji Xinghe would not have been so cautious about this trophy before. Then transform it into 4 swords. Ji Xinghe thought of the last battle when he had 2 swords cut off by the Earl level mecha, and thought it would be better to bring 2 more swords. Anyway, they were placed on the body of the mecha, and adding a little weight had almost no effect on the mecha. 4? Old Ji, you can't use them all. Shen Mu pondered for a moment, and if it's converted into 4, it won't be enough. This kind of tungsten steel gold can't add other materials, which will destroy its structural stability. Converted into 4 swords in the style of the 8-cut sword, 2 large and 2 small. Ji Xinghe looked at the mecha heavy sword and said, Xinghe has 2 modes. In the overclocking mode, the size will become much smaller, and the required 8-cut swords will also become smaller. Overclocking mode. Shen Mu was stunned for a moment. Of course, he knew the overclocking mode of Xinghe. He participated in the design and personally participated in the completion of the creation. He was very familiar with the various performance parameters of the normal mode and overclocking mode, as well as the changes in the size of the mecha, and he could calculate in his mind that the materials were enough at the first time. But in the overclocking mode, because Ji Xinghe was present, Shen Mu couldn't say what he wanted to say. What he wanted to say was that the overclocking mode was also called the death mode. After removing a lot of protective armor and safety components, Xinghe was like a 300 jin fat man who suddenly became a 100 jin thin bamboo pole. His defense and endurance became very weak. In this case, running away would be the end of the matter. Choosing to continue fighting would only result in death. It's just a backup, just in case. Ji Xinghe didn't say much, but insisted on his attitude. Okay, then I'll find a way to transform it into 4 swords. Shen Mu finally agreed and began to talk about his design ideas. There are some hollow buffer areas inside the Xingyu's protective armor, and 2 smaller 8-cut swords can be hidden in it. If you add connecting components, it will not be blown away when the outer armor collapses when entering the overclocking mode. Okay, Ji Xinghe nodded. The style is the same as before. You can do a simulation calculation for the specific size, and then I will confirm it. 3 hours, because we also have to calculate the transformation of Xingyu to cooperate, and the results will be out in 3 hours. Okay, thank you, you're welcome. Lao Ji, have you forgotten that I am also a member of the Xing team? You go and get busy first, and we'll get it done together in the evening. Shen Mu didn't talk much with Ji Xinghe. He was indeed very busy recently, and this time he could only find time to help Ji Xinghe create a new weapon. Ji Xinghe did not bother them much, and left a machine repair area with Ji Xinghe and Su He, who was filming with them. He did not have any maintenance tasks today, and the most important thing to do was to check the progress of the children's training, and then come over to work overtime with Shen Mu in the evening to fix the weapons. He did not take time to accompany Ji Xinghe alone, and the process of teaching the children was the time for the grandfather and grandson to accompany each other. Ji Xinghe, who had already gotten used to Ji Xinghe going out to do tasks every once in a while, had no objection to this, at least from her performance. She had a very fulfilling life recently, practicing martial arts and studying with the children, which allowed her to clearly feel her own progress. Grandpa, we have a teacher again. Uncle Su helped find him. When Ji Xinghe followed Ji Xinghe to the training area, she began to report on her life during this period. Su He explained, there are too many people coming to base number 5, but not so many jobs. Everyone wants to do something within their capacity, so I contacted and added a few teaching positions to teach the children. That's great. Ji Xinghe held Ji Xinghe's hand and asked, how is Xinghe doing? Xinghe is doing very well. Every teacher praises Xinghe. Ji Xinghe looked very happy and jumped when she walked. After answering Ji Xinghe, she kept blinking at Su He. Su He laughed. Xinghe is really doing well in school. They even had an exam the day before yesterday, and Xinghe ranked first in the class in all subjects. The Chinese, Eagle language, and mathematics exams all scored full marks, and the scores for physical education, music, and art were 95, 96, and 99 respectively, and music and art. That's great. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe and praised with a smile. Xinghe is really amazing. Xinghe is not amazing enough, Ji Xinghe said proudly. There are still 3 subjects that haven't got full marks. Grandpa will praise Xinghe when Xinghe gets first place. Okay, Grandpa believes Xinghe can do it. You can get full marks in physical education, but it's not necessary to get full marks in music and art. Su He looked at Ji Xinghe and reminded, didn't the teacher say that you have to give full play to your nature? Their grading is from the perspective of adults, which is not necessarily correct. The scores of these 2 subjects are actually not important. No. Ji Xinghe shook her head firmly, and said with a serious face, as long as there are grades, Xinghe must get full marks. Su He asked curiously, why? Ji Xinghe clenched her fist and said, because my grandfather is a legend, I can't embarrass him. I want to catch up with my grandfather and fight side by side with him. Ji Xinghe was stunned. He thought of the last words Ji Xinghe left him, Dad, I didn't run away because I didn't want to embarrass you. And now his granddaughter also said that she didn't want to embarrass him. So he next to him didn't know about this and misunderstood it. Old Ji, the legend was said by Margao. When I told the children stories, I told them about your experience, and then Margao said you would become a legend. Margao. Ji Xinghe thought of the child and Yuren in the camp. These people had great expectations for him. After knowing his record and mechanical repairability, Yuren also thought that he would become a legend. He regarded him as his life goal and wanted to become a powerful mecha warrior like him. That's why when he heard that he was actually an old man who was dying for money, he questioned him in person because of disappointment. For this, he lied. Now Ji Xinghe also thinks he is a legend. One day in the future, if this war is not over, Ji Xinghe will definitely join the army. Maybe like Ji Xinghe, she will choose to escape when she should in order not to embarrass him. Dispel Ji Xinghe's idea? Let this child who has finally found her goal give up the belief she is willing to fight for in despair? Ji Xinghe knows very well that in order to let Ji Xinghe safely pass the third stage and have the same physical fitness as a normal person after adulthood, in addition to insisting on practicing martial arts to strengthen the body, the most important thing is to let Ji Xinghe have a strong spiritual will. Under the spiritual will, the human body is the first sequence, not the mecha. The human body and the mecha are all under the spiritual will. And if the spiritual will is interpreted from a certain perspective, it can be said to be a belief that can be fought for all life. Perhaps, Ji Xinghe's mother cultivated her patriotism because of this? After thinking for a long time, Ji Xinghe cut off the chaotic thoughts in his heart, and finally came up with a sentence. He said to Ji Xinghe, "Grandpa is not a legend yet, but he will become one. Ji Xinghe, you must remember that you are the granddaughter of a legend." Strictly speaking, this was the first time that Ji Xinghe made a request to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not feel any pressure, but was very happy. She stopped and nodded solemnly to Ji Xinghe. "Yes, my grandfather will become a legend, I will become the granddaughter of a legend, and I will definitely become a legend in the future." Ji Xinghe smiled and stretched out his finger to Ji Xinghe. He was used to pinky promises with his granddaughter. This scene was photographed by Suhi. He actually couldn't understand why Ji Xinghe said this, but he didn't say anything. After the three of them came to the training area, Ji Xinghe did not start to check the children's kung fu directly. He gave each child a small gift. It was called a meeting gift, but it was not brought from the military camp, but purchased after returning to the base. Everyone had one, and Ji Xinghe was no exception. This kind of fairness made all the children put down the unfamiliarity of not seeing each other for these days. The results of the test were very good. The children worked very hard and followed Ji Xinghe's requirements without doing any extra training that would harm their bodies. "We are doing actual combat training today. Reporter Su, can you come over and help?" Suhi was shocked. "Old Ji, you don't want me to be your opponent, do you?" "Don't worry, I'll just teach you some simple moves that won't hurt." "Does it really not hurt?" "Really? Okay then." Half an hour later, Suhi's expression became extremely solemn. He sat on the sidelines and watched the children start practicing in pairs under Ji Xinghe's guidance. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the bracelet screen and sent a message to Shen Mu. "I just had a duel with Lao Ji for more than 20 minutes. Shen Mu, who didn't know what he was doing, replied very quickly, "Which ward are you in? I'll go see you. Do you need a robotic arm or a robotic leg, a left hand or a right hand, or a left leg or a right leg? Or both? I just want to tell you this, I'm unharmed." "Bullshit, haha." After interrupting Shen Mu for a few words, Suhi fell into deep thought. He was still thinking about the suppression of Ji Xinghe and what Ji Xinghe said to Ji Xinghe just now. An hour later, Ji Xinghe finished his guidance to the children and sat next to Suhi. "Xiao Su, are you worried?" No. Suhi hesitated for a moment and decided to start with something that was easier to talk about. "Old Ji, why do you put so much pressure on Xinghe? It's okay for the kids to say you're a legend, but if you say that, Xinghe will work harder and live a harder life than before." Ji Xinghe looked at Suhi and explained, "I've always believed that as long as you don't believe in the limit, there is no limit. This belief is one of the reasons why I can still maintain my physical fitness at my age. Another reason is that I have practiced Kung Fu for 55 years, well, now it's almost 56 years. I hope Xinghe has a good body, so I teach her Kung Fu, so I want to give her a belief. If you don't believe in the limit, there is no limit. What kind of person can say this?" Sui understood and was shocked. After a while, he calmed down a little. He still said with some worry, "But Xinghe, who grew up with this belief, will really join the army in the future. She will definitely choose to become the most dangerous mecha warrior." "Lao Ji, I know you don't want her to be a mecha warrior." "Yes, I don't want her to be a mecha warrior. Before, I wanted her to be a doctor or a lawyer. Now I want her to be a musician or a painter. But these can't be her beliefs." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, and then said, "As for her participation in this war because of this belief, it's actually very simple. As long as we end this war before she comes of age, it's fine." "Is this simple?" "The ace mecha warriors dare not say such words, and Major General Tu Yuan, who has the command power, dare not say such words. Ji Xinghe is just a special mecha warrior, and a special mecha warrior who is about to be eliminated by the times and technology. Why do you say that? But when Ji Xinghe said this, He didn't want to ridicule or question it at all. He subconsciously chose to believe it because he also believed that Ji Xinghe would become a legend. Yes, we will end this war before Xinghe reaches adulthood. Yes, we will. Ji Xinghe's voice was calm. He looked at Ji Rong and Xinyu who were guiding the children in their training. His eyes were also calm. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what he, who was being suppressed and about to be eliminated, could do for the goal he mentioned. He himself didn't know, but it didn't matter. He just had to work hard. Chapter 165 Merit List. Ji Xinghe was like a very normal grandfather today. He told Ji Rong and Xinyu 2 fairy tales, and there were 4 other children listening. There was no fable, no truth involved, just pure fairy tales. Then, watching the children fall asleep, Ji Xinghe got up and left the room to the machine repair area. It was still early. He usually went to bed between 12 and 1, and then got up between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. He only had about 5 hours of rest a day. Whether it was left or right depended on what he did that day. For example, after the last battle to chase the Earl's mecha, he slept for 5.5 hours before he felt energetic. After normal machine repair work, he only needed to sleep for 4.5 hours to wake up naturally, and his mental and physical state would be restored to the best. During the day, he would not need a nap to replenish his sleep like people of his age. From this point of view, he felt that he should be able to use neural link technology in the future. It was 9:30 in the evening. Ji Xinghe, who came to the machine repair area, did not go to find Shen Mu. He returned to the operation area he was responsible for. At this time, many operating areas were still repairing mechas. In a tense war, the damage rate of mechas was extremely high. The location of the front barracks was the real front line, and their related maintenance resources were not enough. Master, the mechanics in the operating area were very happy about Ji Xinghe's safe return. Apart from anything else, the maintenance efficiency of their operating area dropped a lot after Ji Xinghe was gone. Master, a few days ago, the higher-ups created a merit list in our mechanical repair area, ranking people based on the difficulty of repairing the mecha, the time it takes to complete the repair, and the merit value that is a combination of the actual machine test scores. The merit list has rewards, and it's said that it's to motivate our work efficiency. It can be considered a reward, as everyone has been working much longer than before, and the efficiency of their daily work has improved a lot. Calculating it based on the contribution points of the previous basic salary and performance commission seems to be disrespectful to everyone's work progress. We have no objection, but after all, we are mechanics, not mechanic soldiers, and we are not real professional soldiers, so they have made some changes in this regard. It's mainly for the newcomers. Many mechanics in the operating area have applied to be transferred to the front line, because many mechanic soldiers on the front line have sacrificed their lives. Alice, the new mechanics who came to the base are not used to the alien environment. The gravity we live in the base is also different. Not to mention that we don't see the sun all year round. There is also some radiation that will affect our physical condition. If the work intensity is too high, they won't be able to bear it. After the incentives are in place, the newcomers have become very aggressive. Responsibility and motivation go hand in hand, isn't that right? Due to personnel transfers, there are only 7 people left in Ji Xinghe's operating area besides him, of which only 1 is at the level of a professional mechanic, and the other 6 are equivalent to assistants, apprentices, and interns. Their theoretical level is actually completely sufficient. But they do not have enough experience in leading maintenance work, which is also related to the personalities of some of them. Some people are very good at completing tasks assigned by others, but when they are asked to lead the allocation and arrangement of related tasks, they will have some phenomena of focusing on the beginning and not the end. During the time when Ji Xinghe was away, a professional mechanic took over his responsibility for this operating area, but the efficiency of the entire operating area has dropped significantly. Master, if there was a merit list before, we would at least be in the top 20, but now we are ranked 98th, which is completely different from the merit value of the top 20. We gave up catching up when you didn't come back. The professional mechanic also called Ji Xinghe master. In fact, the difference in professional level is not big. He has higher theoretical knowledge than Ji Xinghe, but there is a clear gap in practical ability. In addition to the age difference, there is no problem for him to call him like this. After Ji Xinghe came back, he seemed to be relieved. At this time, he asked with an expectant expression, "Now that Master is back, what should we say?" The other 6 people also looked at Ji Xinghe expectantly. Who doesn't want to be on the list? The existence of the merit list has a significant incentive effect. This is also directly related to the fact that life in the base is too boring. People can't just work. Appropriate leisure and relaxation can achieve a moderate degree of relaxation. It seems that the existence of the merit list puts them under greater pressure, but this kind of healthy competition is, in a sense, equivalent to playing a competitive game together. It's better to talk than nothing. What do you think? When Ji Xinghe asked this question, he was checking the information related to the merit list on his bracelet. It was similar to what his mechanic apprentices said. In addition to contribution points, the specific rewards were mainly some resource rewards that were relatively scarce on alien planets. For example, the resource rewards for food included real chicken, beef, mutton, fish, etc. The meat that people usually eat in alien life bases is usually synthetic meat or some canned food, and the meat in these rewards is said to be fresh real meat. It is not difficult to raise chickens, ducks, sheep, cattle and pigs on alien planets. The real difficulty in raising them is the raising of fish. The water resources of the Federation on alien planets are completely sufficient to meet the survival needs of everyone and the needs for washing, but if you want to meet everyone's needs for fresh fish food, the water resources needed for breeding are not enough. There are also tea, coffee, milk. These resources that are very common and cheap on the blue planet can become merit list rewards on alien planets that a group of professional mechanics will be happy about. Of course we want to give it a try. It's not for the rewards, but mainly because we are the Galaxy team, Master. If we can't beat them, especially some newcomers who have just arrived at the alien planet, how can we brag in front of them? It's not that we want to brag. It's just that when we were chatting, as soon as we said we were with you, Master, they looked at us with admiration and curiosity. But when we looked at the merit list again, we were almost ranked outside the top 100. This is so uncomfortable. Master, are you going to go out on combat missions recently? Or focus on combat missions? If you destroy more imperial mechas outside, we can still brag about it. Not bragging, just a normal chat. Ha ha ha. Ji Xinghe nodded after listening to everyone's opinions. There shouldn't be any combat missions recently, so let's give it a try. Okay, let's give it a try, and we must get into the top 20. We can't get into the top 20, we're already way behind. Let's get into the top 30. With Master leading us, it won't be a problem to get into the top 30. Yes, we are indeed way behind, but it doesn't matter. The rewards for the top 30 are not small. Listening to what the disciples said, Ji Xinghe also saw the relevant data of the merit list. The merit value of their operation range is indeed quite different from those of the top operation ranges. When everyone is working very hard, it is actually very difficult to catch up. But he didn't think so. He didn't look closely at the merit values, he only saw the time. The actual start time of the merit list was 3 days ago, which means he was only 3 days behind. No, Ji Xinghe said softly, we have only one goal. The other 7 people in the operating area were stunned. Could it be? First, Ji Xinghe thought of what Ji Rongzhen said to him today, and looked at the 7 apprentices in the operating area with a calm tone. We want to take first place, are you confident? Yes, of course. Fuck, Master, I have wanted to say first place for a long time. If I was not afraid that you would be too tired after going out to perform combat missions, I would have said it just now. No. Someone suddenly denied it, and then looked at Ji Xinghe expectantly under the attention of everyone. Master, you shouldn't ask like this. The others suddenly thought of something, and at the same time looked at Ji Xinghe with expectant eyes, and their breathing became rapid. Ji Xinghe was a little helpless, but he still pondered for a moment and adjusted his tone. Do you believe me? Yes. This question is like a magic. When Ji Xinghe asked it, whether it was the members of the Xinghe team, or the special mecha warriors like Jackson, or the mechanics in the repair area, they all seem to be in a fanatical state, and their combat and maintenance capabilities have been significantly improved. The maintenance work officially began. Ji Xinghe seemed to have completely forgotten his plan to change his sword to a knife. He did not go to see Xinghe, who had not seen him for many days, and plunged into the operation area he was responsible for. Check all maintenance tasks, formulate corresponding maintenance plans, and assign different maintenance tasks according to the maintenance capabilities of each mechanic. These tasks are not difficult for Ji Xinghe. He has been a master in the largest auto repair shop in Xinfeng City for decades. His apprentices have not been replaced by batches of people, but by generations. In comparison, his ability to arrange maintenance work is better than all the professional mechanics in this repair area. This is the advantage of being older. Although the target of maintenance has changed from cars to mechas, when Ji Xinghe has mastered the maintenance methods of almost all mechas, his work arrangement is as professional as when he was in the auto repair shop. He deserves the title of the best auto mechanic in Xinfeng City. And he can also deserve the title of the best mechanic in base number 5. Before today, he didn't really care about it, as long as he could earn merit points. But it's different after today, because he gave his granddaughter a belief, and the premise of this belief is that he wants to become a true legend. After sorting out today's shooting materials, Sui came to the machine repair area to shoot. He hasn't shot Ji Xinghe for many days, and today's shooting is not enough. Seeing the busy operation area, Sui was a little puzzled. He originally thought that Ji Xinghe would first work with Shen Mu to figure out the design plan for the sword to knife. After asking, Sui understood why Ji Xinghe wanted to hit the first place in the merit list of the machine repair area. He added a sentence to today's shooting materials: "The road to legend starts from the machine repair area." It was 12 o'clock in the evening. Shen Mu, who had completed his work plan for the day, did not wait for Ji Xinghe to come to him, so he ran directly to the operation area that Ji Xinghe was in charge of. Ji Xinghe was working here as he expected, and Sui, whom he had been thinking about, was also filming here. Without looking at Ji Xinghe, Shen Mu went straight to Sui and looked at him with strange eyes for a long time. "What are you looking at? See if your hands and feet have been replaced with mechanical ones." "Get lost." Shen Mu didn't get lost, but instead leaned closer and whispered, "Did you really fight Lao Ji for more than 20 minutes and still be unscathed?" "Yes, I have a video to prove it. Do you want to see it?" Yes, show it to me." A few minutes later, after watching the video, Shen Mu sneered, "That's it, just tell me if I fought Lao Ji for more than 20 minutes and was unscathed." "Yes, but if that counts, then I can do it, too. It's a pity you don't have a chance." "Ha ha ha, who said that?" Shen Mu left Sui and leaned close to Ji Xinghe, who was doing maintenance work. "Lao Ji, just tell me if I helped you transform that mecha heavy sword, is that a big favor to you?" "Yes, then can you do me a favor, you say?" "Hey." Shen Mu laughed and waved to Sui, but what he didn't expect was that. Sui shook his head. "Sorry, I won't take pictures." Chapter 166. I'm here. Ji Xinghe received a doll, which was bought online by Harris, a special mecha warrior. He established a communication connection remotely and asked someone from the number 5 living base to help buy it, and then had the delivery robot deliver it to Ji Xinghe. He didn't say anything, but he said a lot. Qintong was relatively mean. He didn't know where he got Ji Xinghe's bracelet account. He sent Ji Xinghe a short video of a fat boy running. The note said that it was sent from the Blue Star a year ago. He should have lost weight successfully now. He also asked Ji Xinghe what he thought. "Grandpa, this kid is so weak. I think I can beat 3 of him." Then reply to that uncle like this: "But wouldn't that be impolite? Don't be polite to him." "Okay, Zixon." After replying, add him to the communication blacklist. "Can you do it?" "Yes." Ji Xinghe already knows a lot of words. In terms of quantity, it has reached the level of 3rd to 4th grade in elementary school. The cumulative number of words he knows has reached 2,500, of which about 1,600 can be written. For her, who is only 6 years old, this requires not only talent, but also unimaginable efforts from the children on the Azure Star. Because she is learning not only Chinese, but also Eagle language. Although her mastery of the number of words is much worse than Chinese, it also takes time to learn. After completing the reply independently, Ji Xinghe directly added a special mecha warrior to her communication blacklist without asking why, because she trusts her grandfather very much. It was time for class every day. At Ji Xinghe's own request, she took a few friends to the place where the class was held. The number of classmates was still 23. Although the population of the number 5 living base increased, the number of children did not increase again. Ji Xinghe continued to work in the machine repair area. He had already begun to compete for the top position on the merit list. He needed to spend more time and effort than other operating areas because he was 3 days behind. Just after arriving at the machine repair area, Ji Xinghe received a message from Qintong. It must be said that the special mecha warrior still has some privileges. For example, after leaving the living base before, It was difficult to contact Ji Xinghe's blind and lame directly. Now if you send a message to Ji Xinghe, it will generally be transmitted within half an hour. Old Ji, what does Xinghe mean? Qin Tong sent a text message with a screenshot attached. It was Ji Xinghe's reply to him. Hello uncle, the opponent you found for me is too weak. He can't beat me with 3 people. I don't want to bully other children. It means exactly what it says, Ji Xinghe replied expressionlessly, and then added Qin Tong to the communication blacklist. This will not affect his future participation in the orbital airborne mecha corps. If he really teams up with Qin Tong again, he can just pull him out of the blacklist. And judging from the number of Venus he has now, if it is not necessary in a short period of time, the higher-ups will not let him participate in such actions again. He already has 45 Venus, and he has given a few Venus to others. If he does it a few more times, he will really become an ace mecha warrior. The ace mecha warrior that he has created does not meet the requirements of the ace mecha warrior creation plan. Because those people want a flag that they can hold and wave in their hands, not a flag bearer who has repeatedly violated military orders. Ji Xinghe didn't care about this. Even if his goal had become to end the war before Ji Xinghe came of age, he would not be greedy for merit and advance rashly. The benefits and risks are often proportional. He admitted that he was afraid of death. It's done, master, we can start the real machine test. Okay, Ji Xinghe boarded a mecha that had just been repaired. After adjusting the driving adaptation in the cockpit, he began to conduct real machine tests according to the corresponding standards. In this regard, his operating range has a great advantage. After other operating ranges have completed the repair of the mecha, they still need to queue up and wait for the mecha warriors to come for real machine testing. Although the population of the number 5 living base has increased, the number of mecha warriors has not increased. Instead, it has decreased a little compared to normal circumstances, because the real front line needs a large number of mecha warriors. The number of mechas is still not enough to be distributed, but the speed of repairing mechas is much faster than the speed of healing injured mecha warriors. The 300,000 mecha warriors in active service in the Federation have the opportunity to drive mechas to fight in this war. This also means that each of them may be bravely injured or even sacrificed. Test completed, meets the standards. When the repaired mecha was handed over to the relevant personnel for transportation, the base's intelligence system made the corresponding judgment. A prompt sounded from the corresponding equipment in the operation area. Operation area number 66, the merit value increased by 359, and the cumulative value in this period was 15,697, currently ranked 97th on the merit list. The calculation method of merit value is very complicated. In simple terms, it is equivalent to the additional contribution points that the operation area can obtain after repairing a mecha. In other words, after repairing this mecha, the operation area responsible for Ji Xinghe can get 359 contribution points in addition to the normal salary payment, and then the person in charge of the operation area will distribute it internally, generally determined according to the degree of their respective contributions. It sounds like a small amount. According to the official exchange rate of contribution points and federal coins, it is only 359 yuan. But this is indeed a reward, and the time it took to repair this mecha was strictly speaking only 2 hours. At this rate, the additional contribution points that can be obtained in a month are actually a lot. When the prompt sounded for the number 66 operation section, on a large holographic projection screen located in the most prominent position of the number 5 base's mechanical repair area, the name of the 97th place among the densely packed 150 rankings changed immediately. It was still a long way to the first place, but after taking the first step, as long as you don't stop, you will definitely reach your destination. Other operation sections did not stop working to wait for Ji Xinghe's operation section, but he still believed that he could do it, because others walked, while he ran. He was best at running, whether it was running or running out of time on the battlefield, it had proved this point. Master, you have to repair these 3 energy transmission plates yourself. The waiting time for the intelligent mechanical arm is too long. Okay, I'll do it, master. Should we replace this bearing with a new one? Although it will reduce the number of merit points obtained after the repair is completed, it will take 2 hours to wait in line for the mechanical arm to be repaired. No, I'll do it, master. We have done it here. Do you have time to come for a real machine test? Yes, I'll do it, master. The protective armor we want cannot be transported. The transport tractors have been applied for by other operating areas. Wait a minute, it's okay. I'll do it. Ah. How can you do this, master? That piece of protective armor weighs more than 400 kilograms. Ji Xinghe did not answer, but trotted all the way to the warehouse area, stretched out his hand and carried the more than 400 kilograms of mecha protective armor on his shoulders, and then walked quickly back to the number 66 operating area he was responsible for. Along the way, all the mechanics who saw this scene were shocked, so much so that they stopped the maintenance work at hand. Fuck, Lao Ji, are you a human? Even if this is an alien planet, the gravity is much lower than that of the blue planet. You can't be so exaggerated, a mechanic who knew Ji Xinghe exclaimed. Speaking of it, the physical fitness of these mechanics is very good, and all those who can come to the alien planet meet the physical fitness standards. Not only must a 10-kilometer long-distance run be completed within the specified time, but repairing mechas is also a long-term physical labor. But even so, none of them can carry more than 400 kilograms of protective armor, and walk so fast. Who told you to take away all the transport tractors? Ji Xinghe, who was carrying such a heavy object, was not only able to walk fast, but also able to speak calmly, which shocked the mechanics who heard his voice. Lao Ji, what you said is unreasonable. What do you mean we snatched it away? Can we use the word snatched when we queued up to apply for it? That's right. I think your number 66 operating section is the one snatching it away. You want all the mechas, whether they are easy to repair or not. You are so hungry that you don't choose what to eat. Lao Ji, can you slow down? Don't hurt your waist. If you want a transport tractor, just tell me. Our number 72 operating section can give it to you. Seriously, Lao Ji, have you ever modified your body? You can't be full of machines under your skin. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that Lao Ji carries away all the mechas in your operating section. That can't be possible. The lightest mecha weighs 1.6 tons. The unit is tons, not kilograms, but he is Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe carried more than 400 kilograms of protective armor, shocking the mechanics along the way, and returned safely to his number 66 operating section. Then he said to his stunned apprentices, 4 parts weighing less than 500 kilograms, if there is no transport tractor, I will do it. Don't just stand there, get to work. In the number 66 operation area, apart from Ji Xinghe, the only professional mechanic came to his senses first, and cooperated with other mechanics like Chicken Blood, and successfully installed the protective armor carried by Ji Xinghe. Another mecha was repaired. Ji Xinghe, who didn't look tired at all, immediately started the actual machine test. And the repair results fully met the corresponding standards. The prompt sounded, Operation Area Number 66, the merit value increased by 796, and the cumulative value of this cycle is 23,697, currently ranked 76th on the merit list. Different mechas have different degrees of damage and parts, so the difficulty of repair will be different, and the merit value obtained after completing the repair will also be different. This also leads to the fact that many operation areas will focus on the repaired direction they are best at when selecting the mechas that need to be repaired. But for Ji Xinghe, he has no place to focus on. To put it more exaggeratedly, one method is all methods. Years of maintenance experience have given him a unique understanding of mechanical structure. From his point of view, there is not much difference between different models of mecha and different models of cars. For him, who has been engaged in maintenance work for more than 40 years, there will be no strange problems with different damaged parts. Compared with the battlefield, the damage to vehicles caused by car accidents is actually more complicated, and various inexplicable vehicle failures are also common. As a mecha warrior, he must be able to drive all models of mecha in the Federation skillfully. This is not actually what mecha warriors must do, but Ji Xinghe thinks he should do this. Every actual machine test deepens his understanding of different models of mecha, and the same is true for repair work. Compared with other operating intervals, Ji Xinghe has a greater advantage, that is, he can repair many damaged parts manually. There is no need to wait in line for intelligent robotic arms and machine tools. There will definitely be some differences in the merit value obtained by repairing related parts and directly replacing related parts. Naturally, the number 66 operating interval is constantly rising in the merit list of the machine repair area. Xiao Wang, take them to eat and rest for an hour. Ji Xinghe needs to do more than just keep saying I'll do it, but also formulate a work plan and remind these young people to pay attention to rest. Master, I'm not hungry, Mechanic Xiao Wang replied. Take them to eat. I'll fix this transmission device. I'm not hungry, I'm not tired, no need to rest. Master, go. You've done much more than us. Ji Xinghe's expression turned cold. I said an order. Yes. Xiao Wang immediately stopped the work at hand, clapped his hands and said after responding, everyone, go to eat with me. Master, let's go together. Ji Xinghe shook his head. You go first, I'll go after I fix this transmission device. But, Xiao Wang and others were stunned for a moment. Ji Xinghe frowned. Why, do you want to order me? This is of course impossible, not to mention that Ji Xinghe's rank is lieutenant, higher than all of them. Just say that they all like to call themselves the mechanics of the Xing team. They can't order Ji Xinghe, the captain. Master, do you have to be so overbearing? The disciples felt a little aggrieved, but they were more worried. Ji Xinghe did more work than any of them. Suhi, who had been quietly filming nearby, laughed. When Lao Ji is really overbearing, it's not just like this. You guys go quickly. Don't worry, I'm watching here. Ji Xinghe waved his hand. Go quickly, I know what's going on. Xiao Wang and others left one after another. They knew that Suhi also cared about Ji Xinghe very much. When only Suhi and Ji Xinghe were left in the operating area, Suhi took the opportunity to talk about what he wanted to ask before. Lao Ji, what do you think about that neural connection technology? Ji Xinghe did not stop the work at hand, and asked calmly, is there any new news? Yes, Suhi replied, I got the news that they have selected a group of people, but they are not mecha warriors, but... Chapter 167 Ji Xinghe's Lies. Yu Ren came from the military camp to the number 9 living base, which is the Federation's base farthest from the frontline battlefield on the alien planet. From this perspective, the number 9 base is the safest place on the alien planet. In order to become a mecha warrior, Yu Ren paid a lot, and for this he even ignored the risk of participating in unknown experiments. In fact, he didn't think the risk was really big. After all, it was just an experiment to make him a mecha warrior. But when he really came to the experimental side of the number 9 base and saw all the people who participated in this experiment like him, he knew that this experiment was very risky, because all the people participating in this experiment were not mecha warriors. It is normal to not see the special and first level ones. They don't need this kind of experiment to improve their mecha operation ability, but many second level and third level mecha warriors do. To be honest, if the second level and third level mecha warriors who can drive mechas participate in this experiment and improve their strength, then the Federation will definitely be able to increase many first level mecha warriors in a short period of time, and many of them will be promoted to special level. But there is not a single mecha warrior in the experimental site. Corporal Yu Ren, your number is 927, am I the 927th person to participate in the experiment? Yu Ren did not see so many people in the laboratory area. Only about 300 or 400 people. Were these few people the people who participated in the experiment before, or were they already? Okay, after completing the physical examination and changing clothes, Yu Ren, led by relevant personnel, came to a room that was constructed like a ward. The area was large, with about 50 beds neatly arranged, and some of them were already occupied by participants like him. The clothes they wore looked like hospital gowns, completely different from the uniforms they normally wore in the base. Everyone had a plastic bracelet on their hands, which only had their own number and no other functions. The communication bracelet had been taken away. 927, please lie down. According to the instructions, Yu Ren lay on a bed. Next to him, a person who looked more like a doctor than a researcher took out a bottle of saline-like medicine from the cart next to him and began to hang an IV drip on Yu Ren, who had no disease. Yu Ren, who was watching the drip with his eyes open, soon fell into a state of sleepiness. When he woke up again, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. When he subconsciously reached out to touch it, he was stopped by the person next to him. Don't touch it for now, because it has not grown together with your flesh and blood. Touching it will make you feel pain, which will affect your nervous system. The most serious consequence is paralysis of the whole body. Yu Ren's movements paused, and he looked at the white coat beside him with some horror. Don't be nervous. You have safely passed the most dangerous stage of this experiment, and we have tested it. Your compatibility rate is very high, which is higher than we expected. The white coat looked at Yu Ren and said with a smile, please follow me. Yu Ren stood up, and his movements were not affected by the extra thing on the back of his neck. Except for the chilly feeling, it was as if nothing had changed. In the process of leaving the room like a ward, he finally saw what was on the back of his neck and how it came. He didn't see the back of his own neck, but the back of someone else's neck. On a bed passed by, A person in an anesthetized state was fixed by a restraint belt. The bed was turned over by the person next to him, and a gap appeared under the bed, revealing the back of the head. After shaving and disinfection, an intelligent robotic arm slowly pressed on the back of the head, and when it left behind a round metal device like a chip, about 5 centimeters in diameter. Don't be nervous. Although this stage is very risky, it has not caused anyone's death so far. What exactly is that thing? Brain-computer interface. The white coat leading Ren was a Yingzhou person. He introduced it in a low voice while leading the way. You have successfully installed the brain-computer interface and can learn more about this experiment. I will give you a general introduction. If you don't understand or want to know more details, you can ask questions after my introduction. Okay, the experiment you participated in is the Ares project, which we generally call the God of War project. Simply put, it is to create the most powerful mecha warrior to help us win this war. The white coat paused slightly and continued. Its essence is to use neural connection technology to drive the mecha. After installing the brain-computer interface, combined with the new mecha cockpit, theoretically, driving the mecha will no longer be difficult, and everyone can become a true mecha warrior. Because, after you enter the new generation of mecha cockpit, no matter what action you make, the mecha will make the same action at the first time. You control the mecha just like controlling your hands and feet. When making non-standard tactical maneuvers, it is as easy as blinking an eye. Ren was shocked. So simple. He had trained hard for nearly 10 years to become a mecha warrior, but he could never pass the relevance exams. Now, he could become a real mecha warrior just by installing a brain-computer interface on his head? This was definitely good news, but it was actually a bit bitter, because it meant that his previous 10 years of hard work had no meaning. It's just in theory, the man in the white coat explained. After all, mechas are not human bodies. Due to their mechanical structure, many actions that we humans can do cannot be performed by mechas. When you control the mecha as if it were your own body, the first thing you need to do is to maintain your center of gravity. This is actually very difficult. Many people who participated in the experiment before couldn't do this. They couldn't fight at all while driving the mecha and would fall down after taking a few steps. In addition, mechas can also perform some actions that our human bodies can't do. If you can't be familiar with the mecha you're driving, you can't bring out the mecha's due strength. So, we hope that people like you can succeed. Ren was stunned and said, people like me, your nervous system is very strong, which is a prerequisite for participating in the God of War plan. Over the past many years, you have been working hard to train your mecha driving skills and are familiar with almost all the standard mechas in our federation. Although you have not passed the exams, that only shows that you are hand clumsy, not brain dead. Now you don't need to use your hands to operate the mecha. So hand clumsiness is not a problem anymore. Hand clumsy. Ren was a little embarrassed. Although the existing mecha driving method uses more intelligent technologies such as brainwave sensing and voice control, it still mainly relies on the control of the joystick and pedals by hands and feet to complete the operation of the mecha. The flexibility of hands and feet is very high. Because of the height of the mecha's viewing angle and the 360-degree viewing angle, the hand-eye coordination ability is also very high. Such reasons are the reasons why Ren, who is clumsy, cannot pass the exam. Then why not let real mecha warriors participate in this experiment? Ren asked. They must know more about mechas than I do. They are used to driving mechas, so it is impossible for them to be unable to control their center of gravity, or they don't know what actions the mecha can and cannot perform. Like I said just now, a strong nervous system is a prerequisite and a most important condition, the white coat explained. Our mecha warriors are excellent, all of them are excellent, but not all of them have strong nervous systems. Theoretically, they can all participate in this plan, but in order to achieve better results, we must conduct physical examinations to determine the most suitable people, and this involves the word synchronization rate. Synchronization rate. Yes, synchronization rate. The white coat led Ren through 2 metal gates, constantly swiping the authority authentication. You can learn the specific meaning of the synchronization rate from the operating manual later. I will briefly explain it to you first. It can be roughly understood as the time it takes for your ideas to become specific actions of the mecha you are driving, as well as the accuracy of the actions. The higher the synchronization rate, the better. If it can reach 100%, it is equivalent to operating the mecha as if it were your body. To use one of your favorite words from Longzhou people, it's man-machine integration. Ren roughly understood it and asked curiously, Is it possible to get a higher synchronization rate than 100%? How is that possible? The full mark is 100. How can you get 101 points? The man in the white coat laughed and said, don't even mention 100% synchronization rate. As long as you can achieve 80% synchronization rate, you can truly pass this plan and become a new generation of mecha warrior. 80% is okay. Yuren gained confidence. Don't underestimate the 80% synchronization rate. Currently, the best result of all our subjects who have reached the synchronization test stage is only 86%. Most people's synchronization rate is around 70%. Unfortunately, they were all screened out. Yuren subconsciously wanted to touch the back of his head, but forced himself to stop and asked, then will the thing behind their heads be removed? Will it leave a scar or a hole after removal? Yuren couldn't help shuddering when he thought of that scene. It won't be removed, because it will really leave a hole and cause damage to the nerves. At present, our technology cannot completely repair damaged bodies and nerves, so this is also one of the risks of this experiment. Hearing this answer, Yuren made up his mind that he must pass the test, otherwise it would be too scary. But our brain-computer interface technology is still under research. This is only the first generation of products. If the research of the next generation of brain-computer interfaces goes smoothly, according to our design, it will not be directly built into the human body, but will be attached to the back of the head like a patch. How long will it take? If it goes smoothly, 1 or 2 years, then why not wait? Because we don't have that much time. The two finally arrived at their destination, a very wide area, the most conspicuous of which were the 6 mechas parked in it. But Yuren was not taken to the mechas, but to an oval metal body. There were 60 such oval metal bodies in this area, all about 1.5 meters high, with some wires and metal pipes connected to the outside. This is the cockpit of the new generation of mechas. Get ready and go in for a simulated operation experiment, the white coat said, opening the hatch of the oval metal body. Okay, Yuren looked into the cockpit and his expression became surprised, because there was nothing inside except a helmet, and it was a little too short. At a height of 1.5 meters, he couldn't even stand up straight inside. After you go in, put on your helmet. We will inject a buffer. This special liquid can greatly improve your ability to resist overload and mecha collision. Curl up your body and think of a comfortable posture. You need to pay attention to not control your hands and feet, and focus on controlling the mecha. Okay, Yuren was ready to enter. Although it was just a cockpit, he knew without asking that this was a technology similar to simulated driving after using the second-generation simulation system many times. When the white coat was ready and Yuren was allowed to go in, Yuren suddenly thought of a problem. Then if a peerless master like Lieutenant Ji Xinghe uses this driving mode, won't his combat effectiveness be off the charts? If the mecha knows martial arts, no one can stop him. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, yes, he's the oldest special class mecha warrior. He has high martial arts skills and can drive a mecha. This driving method is tailor-made for him. I've heard of him. Theoretically, this driving mode is indeed suitable for someone like him, but the problem is, he's too old and his nervous system has degenerated. We have done related experiments, and the best result of the subjects of the same age in the test was only 30% synchronization rate. Yuren was stunned. If a synchronization rate of 80% couldn't pass this experiment, then a synchronization rate of 30% would definitely not have the opportunity to participate in the experiment. The white coat continued, after our experiment is successful, all the mecha cockpits will be gradually replaced. You must get used to this driving method as soon as possible, because it won't be long before you will become our main mecha warrior. Perhaps, you will become a new special class, or even a new ace. All? Replace. Yuren had no idea of becoming a special class or an ace in his mind. He thought of Ji Xinghe's explanation to him, who was desperate for money. Now it seems that it might be a lie. As a special class mecha warrior and a professional mechanic, Ji Xinghe may have known about this experiment a long time ago and knew that all the mecha cockpits would be replaced with those that require brain-computer interfaces in the future. As a mechanic, he might even replace the cockpit of his mecha himself. This is too cruel. Because after the replacement, Ji Xinghe can no longer drive the mecha. That's why he was desperate for money. His selfish reason for leaving an inheritance to his granddaughter was just an excuse for him to continue driving the mecha. Is it possible? Yuren, who was standing at the door of the cockpit, did not go in. Instead, he looked at the man in the white coat seriously and said, "You can arrange a test for Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. Maybe his synchronization rate will be higher than you can imagine." Chapter 168 When I Die. He turned on the camera out of habit, but Ji Xinghe didn't care. The experiment has officially begun. No active mecha warriors were selected. They said that the active mecha warriors are all capable of fighting, but I think the experiment still has great risks. They are worried that it will affect the active mecha warriors. He roughly introduced the situation he knew, then looked at Ji Xinghe worriedly and said, "Old Ji, I know you want to continue to drive the mecha, continue to fight, and continue to revenge. So, if there is a chance, you should also apply to participate in this experiment, right?" Ji Xinghe did not comment, and remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. He sighed. "Actually, it's not necessary. You are the most professional mechanic among the special mecha warriors, so you should know that the application of this new technology should take several years. Yes, they may replace all the cockpits of all mechas with cockpits that use neural link technology. People who do not participate in this experiment or cannot meet the standards will no longer be able to drive mechas. But in this process, you can continue to fight. As for a few years later, we'll see then. If it doesn't work, we can participate in the experiment then. The technology will definitely be safer at that time." Ji Xinghe frowned slightly and asked softly, "Xiao Su, did Tu Yuan ask you to say that?" "Ah. Old Ji, don't you even add the word general now?" He was a little surprised, but he said directly without any concealment, "General Tu Yuan asked me to tell you. He said that he asked professionals to read your physical examination report. Your nervous system is indeed degenerated. Although it is not the degree of degeneration at the age of 65, it is the level of a mecha warrior around 40 years old, but the risk of rashly participating in this experiment is still too great." Ji Xinghe asked, "Anything else?" And he nodded. "Using this technology to drive a mecha puts a huge strain on the nervous system. General Tu Yuan said that after the age of 40, the nervous system can no longer withstand long-term mecha combat. The damage caused by forcibly using this technology may not be able to recover. Then symptoms similar to Parkinson's disease, crooked mouth and squinting eyes, memory loss, and even Alzheimer's disease will appear prematurely. Old Ji, this is more serious than the physical damage caused by driving a mecha. Damage to the nervous system seems to be physical damage, but is it considered internal injury?" Ji Xinghe nodded. "Yes, they are all considered physical damage. That's not the problem," he said anxiously. "The problem is that if you participate in this experiment, whether it is now or in the future when the technology is more mature, it will cause you great damage, irreversible and incurable damage." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. "What exactly does Tu Yuan want you to tell me?" He took a deep breath. "He told me to tell you not to take risks. You are very strong now, which is enough. Even if there are fewer resources in the future, it doesn't matter. Before that kind of technology becomes popular, you will still be an undisputed special mecha warrior. Before all mechas are replaced in 3 or 2 years, you will definitely be able to get 100 gold stars and retire as an ace mecha warrior." He also said that you will always take Xinghe back to the Azure Star. So there is really no need to take such a big risk. The gain will not outweigh the loss. Ji Xinghe was silent for a while after listening, and then asked, "Xiao Su, have you ever thought about a question? Why my physical age is considered to be 40 years old when they tested it, but I can do things that people at the peak of their physical fitness at the age of 40, 30, and 20 can't do?" He was stunned. He thought of Ji Xinghe carrying more than 400 kilograms of protective armor and running all the way in the machine repair area, which caused countless exclamations. Not to mention the mechanics in the machine repair area who have good physical fitness. There are not many mecha warriors who can do this. Perhaps, a 2-meter tall strong man like Major Jackson can do it, but Major Han Li certainly can't do it. In addition to strength, there is also speed. He has seen Ji Xinghe's actual combat training in the training area many times. When he was 1 against 3 or even 1 against 10, the speed he burst out exceeded the reaction of those mecha warriors and elite soldiers, and he knocked down all the opponents in a very short time without any injury. Instructor Li, who has died, once said in an interview with if it was not actual combat training but real combat, Ji Xinghe could kill all opponents in a 1 to 10 situation. Is it just speed and strength? No, absolutely not. has seen a lot and understood a lot. Ji Xinghe's reaction speed and accurate judgment during the battle, which is what Instructor Li calls combat talent, also exceed almost 99% of mecha warriors. Only some special and ace mecha warriors can match it. And all this needs the body as support. Why? He thought of this question at the reminder of Ji Xinghe, but he didn't understand. Actually, I knew about this experiment a long time ago, Ji Xinghe did not answer, but said, the idea of brain-computer interface existed before I was born, and there were some finished products in the laboratory, but because the core technology has never been solved, it has never been truly applied. The virtual reality game Star Glory, as well as the first and second generation simulation systems, actually apply this technology. He was stunned. He didn't understand martial arts and the body, and he didn't seem to understand the scientific issues being talked about now. He could only listen blankly. 10 years ago, I read a paper published by the Federal Academy of Sciences, and I knew that this technology had made a breakthrough and would inevitably be related to the driving of mechs. The principle of this technology is actually very simple, which is to allow us humans to control mechs like controlling our own bodies. Papers from the Federal Academy of Sciences? Who would normally read that stuff? Weren't you a car mechanic in Xinfeng City at the time? Was it necessary to read such a paper? He wanted to complain but didn't know where to start. So, I actually know a lot about this technology, but I didn't know the progress of their experiments before. But after arriving on the alien planet, I met a blind man, the lame man, the left-handed man and others. Ji Xinghe finally talked about what he knew, and he couldn't help asking, what happened to them? Do you remember that I helped the lame man transform his mechanical legs? I remember, his mechanical legs use neural connection technology. And the blind man's mechanical eyes and the left hand of the left hand all use this technology. When I helped the lame man and the left-handed man transform their mechanical prostheses, I knew that this technology would soon be applied to mecha pilots, because in essence, there is no difference between controlling mechanical prostheses and controlling mechs. Mechs were exoskeleton armors a long time ago, and exoskeleton armors were mechanical prostheses a long time ago. He was shocked. Then why didn't you say it before? What does it matter whether you say it or not? Ji Xinghe said softly. This technology is good and is very beneficial to us. When our mecha warriors are fighting against the imperial mecha, they are already victorious if they can exchange 1 for 1. Our special class was defeated by an Earl mecha in a 2-on-1 situation. With this technology, this situation will never happen again. He thought of the previous topic. You know so much, then you should not participate in this experiment. After Ji Xinghe finished speaking, he also followed Suhi's words and returned to the previous topic. Xiao Su, do you know why I can do things that you young people can't do? I don't know. Suhi was stunned. I just told you, I don't know. Lao Ji, don't keep me in suspense. Okay, we are indeed making a documentary, but there is no need to do so much foreshadowing. I'm not saying this to you. Ji Xinghe glanced at the camera, and Suhi understood that Tu Yuan didn't dare to face Ji Xinghe, who asked to fight him twice, so he chose to let Suhi pass the message. Similarly, Ji Xinghe didn't want to say anything more to Tu Yuan, because even if everyone thought that Ji Xinghe was Tu Yuan's man, Ji Xinghe knew very well that he was not Tu Yuan's man. A general and a lieutenant, the biggest point of contention between the two should be that after Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet, he did not become a car mechanic as arranged by Tu Yuan, but recorded his life through Suhi every day and broadcasted on the blue planet. If according to Tu Yuan's plan, Ji Xinghe is definitely not a lieutenant now, he may just be promoted from private to corporal. Okay, I remember it. Although Suhi was still very curious, he was no longer in a hurry. Ji Xinghe said the answer after a little hesitation. Because you are just using your bodies, and I am controlling my body. Suhi was stunned for a moment. Use? Control? Well, the difference between them, perhaps Jackson and Han Li can understand, but, Suhi hesitated. General Tu Yuan said that he asked Jackson and Han Li for their opinions, and they both said that they do not recommend you to participate in this experiment, not now, and not on the future. That means they haven't understood the difference yet. Ji Xinghe sighed. I said before that I don't believe Jackson in them. Now it seems that I was not wrong at the time. Suhi felt that he needed to cut this section, because Jackson and Han Li, respectively, are the most likely to rely on their own strength in Ying Zhao and Long Zhao, and have the hope of being promoted to ace mecha warriors while taking on more responsibilities and obligations. It doesn't seem good for Lao Ji to offend them like this. And if this section is recorded and sent back, and the ignorant colleagues edit this section into the documentary, The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, wouldn't it damage the image of the future ace mecha warriors? Then do you really want to participate, Lao Ji? Suhi said, even if I believe you, it's useless. If they don't let you participate, you can't participate. I want to participate, but I don't have to. Just like you said, the current technology is not mature enough, and I really want to take Ji Xinghe back to the Blue Star. But I will never give up driving a mecha. Please be sure to convey this sentence to Tu Yuan. If possible, I hope you can cut it into my documentary. He thought of the real beginning of Ji Xinghe's story. At that time, in order to join the army, Ji Xinghe chose to use the live broadcast of a new reporter named Paging to coerce public opinion to put pressure on Tu Yuan and the Federation. And now, in order to retain his right to drive a mecha, or more strictly speaking, the right to drive a mecha a few years later, Ji Xinghe once again chose to coerce public opinion. This old Ji has never changed. He is still the old man who will do anything to get revenge. Okay, I promise to tell General Tu Yuan to try my best to get my colleagues to cut this paragraph in. The former can be guaranteed, but He is powerless to do the latter. In fact, he still doesn't want Ji Xinghe to take risks. Ji Xinghe pondered for a while, then spoke calmly, one sentence at a time. Tu Yuan doesn't believe me, but I don't blame him, because he has never really understood me, and he looks at this war from a different perspective than I do. Jackson, Han Li and the others don't believe me, but I don't blame them, because they haven't reached my current level. Xiao Su, you don't believe me, but I don't blame you, because these are not your areas of expertise, but I have to believe in myself. Ji Xinghe's voice paused for a moment, and then became more firm than ever. I don't want to feel regret and shame when I look back on the past when my life is about to end. I hope that before I die, I can say to Ji Xinghe, you must live proudly and bravely, because you are my, Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. I hope that after I die, I can say to Ji Xinghe, son, you can rest in peace, I have avenged you. P.S. Damn, I wrote this chapter from 6:20 to 8:54, and I have to go out. Please help me find any typos. Thank you. Chapter 169, Critical Attack from Han Li. Ji Xinghe. This Ji Xinghe, Tu Yuan received the message from He, and felt helpless after reading it. His staff asked, do you want me to talk to He again and dispel Ji Xinghe's idea? Tu Yuan shook his head and said, no, Ji Xinghe will be able to return to the Blue Star in about a year. Before that, we can complete the replacement of the cockpits of all the mechas. Let him drive the current mecha to find an opportunity to fight, and then return to the Blue Star in a year. The staff asked again, what if he wants to come back after that? What to come back for? Tu Yuan asked back, one more mecha warrior, one less mecha warrior, will it really play a decisive role in this war? And Ji Xinghe has no idea about life on the Blue Star. Ji Xinghe will have to go back to take care of his granddaughter for a few years. He is now 66 years old, and he will be over 70 in a few years. Even if I ask him to come, can he come? Maybe, he can. Thinking about what Ji Xinghe said, the staff inexplicably had this idea, but they would not say it at this time. Because as Tu Yuan said, in this war between the Federation and the Empire, one more or one less mecha warrior will not actually bring any changes, not to mention that Ji Xinghe is just a special mecha warrior, even if he can become an ace. By the way, Tu Yuan pondered, forward Ji Xinghe's words about Jackson and Han Li not being able to reach his current level to all the special mecha warriors, and to the ace mecha warriors. And that sentence, he said that other people are using their own bodies, while he controls his own body. Yes. Jackson waved the door-like mecha heavy sword and the door-like alloy shield, and defended hard under the siege of 4 imperial noble mechas. The joint attack of 4 Viscount level mechas was a battle beyond his ability. But he persisted after all. With him holding back the 4 imperial noble mechas, his teammates successfully defeated the other ordinary imperial mechas that came to help, and all 4 Viscount level imperial mechas were defeated. Although Jackson didn't get a single gold star in this battle, his value was enormous. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, Captain. These 4 gold stars are counted on you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have won. Besides, you're about to become an ace. Yes, it was you who held us together that were able to win, so the gold stars should belong to you. How many more are you short of? It seems that the captain didn't get any today. Yes, he didn't get any. The captain is still 16 gold stars away from being promoted to an ace. With these 4, he is still 12 short. In my opinion, these 4 are all Viscount level imperial mechas, so they should be counted a few more. The team members spoke up one after another, wanting to give the gold stars to Jackson and to give him more gold stars. That's it, don't argue about it. It's just 4 gold stars. Whether it's a Viscount class mecha or an ordinary imperial mecha, it's just 4 gold stars. What I want, I can get myself. Jackson was stunned after he finished speaking, because the words he just said sounded familiar, as if it was what Ji Xinghe said the last time he and Ji Xinghe were fighting for the gold stars. The team members no longer insisted and began to equip ground troops to clean up the war. Mecha warriors do not fight alone. On the real battlefield, mechas are like tanks in many cases. Except for the battles of mecha clusters, they generally use a combat method similar to infantry-tank coordination. This combat method is applied to mechas and infantry, also known as infantry-machine coordination. Not only that, there is also machine-tank coordination. When facing a mecha, a tank is no different from a target. The turning and aiming speed of the muzzle is far slower than the running and evasion speed of the mecha. So if you want to make tanks, a war weapon, play a role on the battlefield, in addition to placing them in artillery positions as artillery positions, you can also work with mechas, with mechas guarding tanks and tanks providing fire support to mechas. Of course, whether it is infantry-tank coordination, infantry-machine coordination, or machine-tank coordination, it is not strictly speaking that both sides fight closely together. Many times, the positions of both sides will be quite far apart on the battlefield, but the combat objectives and methods of both sides can be closely coordinated through tactics and command. Ji Xinghe doesn't understand these things very well, but Jackson does. From this point of view, not allowing Ji Xinghe to appear on the battlefield with the Xinghe team is not entirely a suppression of Ji Xinghe. As a special mecha warrior, Jackson has some privileges, such as cleaning the battlefield. He doesn't need to participate. His mecha suffered some damage in the battle just now, and it must be repaired as soon as possible in case of emergency. His team not only has mecha warriors, but also infantry, tanks, armored vehicles, snipers, etc., as well as a professional mechanic soldier, who can be responsible for an operating range alone when placed in the living base. When there is no need to repair the mecha of Jackson's team, the mechanic team will repair other mechas in the barracks. When Jackson's mecha is damaged, they will put down their work and repair Jackson's mecha with all their strength. Looking at the mecha he was repairing, Jackson received a message from Major General Tu Yuan of Longzhou. Because the two sides did not belong to the same war zone, Jackson was a little strange. After clicking it, he found that it was just a video, and he knew everyone in it. One was Ji Xinghe, and the other was a reporter named Suhi. He had never seen Suhi before, but he had heard of this person. He was Ji Xinghe's portable war correspondent. The team has not been formally established, but the reporter has been arranged first. Tisk, Jackson's tone was a little sarcastic. He was still a little resentful of Ji Xinghe's attitude towards him last time, not trusting him, letting Venus give him, teasing him, and bluffing him. However, this kind of ridicule is not disgusting Ji Xinghe, but a kind of friendly and admiring ridicule. But as the video played, Jackson became really angry. Xiao Su, do you know why I can do what you young people can't do? Because you are just using your bodies, and I am controlling my body. Well, the difference between them, perhaps Jackson and Han Li can understand, that means they haven't understood the difference yet. I said before that I don't believe Jackson and others, and now it seems that I was right. Ji Xinghe, this old man, dares to bully me? Before the angry Jackson had time to get mad, he heard Ji Xinghe's last few words, and then froze in place. The staff under Tu Yuan did not want Ji Xinghe to really offend all the special mecha warriors, including those ace mecha warriors. Therefore, they also passed on the words that Ji Xinghe said to Suhi, or to Tu Yuan, in this conversation to Jackson and others. That was an old man's wish, which was heartfelt and could arouse sympathy. As expected by those staff, Jackson, who was originally angry and wanted to directly find Ji Xinghe to fight, did not choose to contact Ji Xinghe. After being silent for 5 minutes, he used the privilege of a special mecha warrior to connect to another special mecha warrior. Are you busy? Just finished fighting. Not busy. Well, how many gold stars? 6. Han Li's voice came from the communicator. His tone was calm and without any ripples, as if he had only obtained 6 gold stars. But Jackson knew very well that the 6 that Han Li mentioned were the 6 gold stars he needed to become an ace mecha warrior. Without asking, he knew that Han Li, like him, would never obtain gold stars by defeating ordinary imperial mechas. These additional gold stars must all come from the noble mechas of the empire, at least the Viscount level. The person who defeated him was one step ahead of him. Jackson sighed in his heart, But he did not want to find ordinary imperial mechas to earn gold stars. He was actually very happy for Han Li and hoped that Han Li could truly achieve his goal. Did you hear what Ji Xinghe said? Yes, I just heard it. What do you think? Tell me what you think first. Jackson listened to Han Li's question and pondered for a while before saying, I want to go to base number 5 to find Lao Ji. Han Li's tone rose. Why? Are you going to get beaten? I should be beaten, but I want to know what it means to control my own body. After Jackson finished speaking, he asked, do you want to go with us? Although the war is tense, as your Long Zhao says, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, I won't go, Han Li said softly, because I already know how to control my body. What did you say? Jackson widened his eyes. I say, Han Li's tone was somewhat amused, you, Jackson, only know how to use your body. And I, Han Li, have already mastered my body. Do you understand? Do you want me to say it again? Beep beep beep. The communication was hung up. Han Li, who was far away in another war zone, put away the smile on his face and looked at the mecha that was also being repaired beside him. This was the mecha that came to the alien planet with him and Ji Xinghe. At that time, there were only 73 Venus, but now there are 94 Venus. It has been almost a year, and only 21 Venus have been added. Compared with the 45 Venus that Ji Xinghe started from scratch, Han Li, who has been on the front line, doesn't seem to be very good. But the difficulty is simply incomparable. Not to mention that the various tasks that Han Li needs to perform are not entirely to destroy the Imperial mecha, just to say that the mecha covered with the Venus appeared on the battlefield, and the level of firepower it endured is completely different. It is a blessing to be able to survive. After a period of silence, Han Li turned on the screen of the smart bracelet and found Ji Xinghe, the contact. After he separated from Ji Xinghe, he never contacted Ji Xinghe again. He just remitted money to Ji Rongxin every month to tell Ji Xinghe that he was still alive. He didn't want Ji Xinghe to think of Ji Xinghe who had died because of his news. From a certain point of view, it was Ji Xinghe's sacrifice that allowed Han Li to survive, so Han Li has always felt guilty about Ji Xinghe. But this time, he had to contact Ji Xinghe directly. After waiting for some time, the communication was finally successfully established. Uncle Ji, Xiao Han, are you okay? I'm fine. Uncle Ji, are you and Xingxin okay? We are fine too, thank you for the transfer. Actually I'm not short of money now. Uncle Ji, time is limited, let's not discuss such trivial matters, I'll make it short. Han Li listened to Ji Xinghe's voice and wanted to end the communication quickly. This voice reminded him of Ji Xinghe, but he took a deep breath to calm down his emotions, and then began to speak. General Tu Yuan sent what you said to Su He to all our special class mecha warriors and ace mecha warriors. Don't get me wrong, he just wants to help you in this way. Jackson said he would go to base number 5 to find you. If you can teach him how to control his own body, please teach him with all your heart, because he, like me and all the mecha warriors who know about the experiment now, are worried that we will be eliminated in a year or two. When you help Jackson, or other mecha warriors, you are also helping yourself. If you want to continue driving mechas in the future, besides passing the synchronization test, the only way is to gain the friendship of a large number of special class mecha warriors, I've asked, and the possibility of you passing the synchronization test is very low. Even if you pass, the damage you suffer during actual driving in the future will not be able to be restored. So when General Tu Yuan asked for my opinion before, I said that I did not recommend you to participate in this experiment, not now and not on the future. But if you insist, Uncle Ji, the power of one person is limited. If you are the only one who needs to be eliminated, then you will definitely be eliminated. If it is you, Jackson, me, the three of us or even more people who need to be eliminated, then we will definitely not be eliminated. Do you understand what I mean? Ji Xinghe understood what Han Li meant. The existing mecha driving method has been proven to have combat power, especially for special grade ones like him, Jackson, and Han Li. After using the new technology, when only Ji Xinghe is not able to do it, the Federation will directly ignore it. But if many special grade ones like him are not adapted to the new driving method, then there will be 2 driving methods for the Federation's mecha. But can special grade mecha warriors like Han Li and Jackson really not pass the test? Of course they can, because they are all excellent, because they are all young. If their nervous systems can't pass, then who can pass? Han Li meant for him to join forces with some special grade ones to lie, or even directly force the Federation. Xiao Han, Ji Xinghe groaned. Actually, There is no need to do this, Han Li frowned. But Uncle Ji, don't you have to drive a mecha? Yes, but, Ji Xinghe groaned for 3 seconds before speaking again. When we came to the alien planet together before, you told everyone that I was very strong, and that I was a peerless master. At that time, I didn't actually know this, and I couldn't be sure of this, because I hadn't fought with many people, nor had I really driven a mecha. Han Li was stunned. Uncle Ji, what do you mean? I mean, now I know, Ji Xinghe said calmly. I'm very strong, I really know it. Han Li suddenly suffered a ton of critical hits, just like the 1 ton of critical hits he had just inflicted on Jackson. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Because I'm Too Tired. Ji Xinghe explained a lot, but his life was not affected at all. They were talking about the future. At least at this stage, no one would stop him from driving the undisputed special class mecha. If you don't worry about the present, you must have long-term concerns. The merit value of the number 66 operation area has increased by 1,263, and the cumulative value of this cycle is 52,697. It is currently ranked 19th on the merit list, from 20,000 to 70,000, from nearly 100 to the top 20. The speed at which the number 66 operation area that Ji Xinghe is responsible for has risen on the merit list has shocked the entire machine repair area. They all know that Ji Xinghe returned to the machine repair area of the base after completing the mission of going out to fight on the 3rd day after the merit list came out. It was enough to amaze everyone that he could catch up 3 days late. What is even more amazing is that all the people in the machine repair area have been working hard during this period. Working overtime has become a normal state of life. In the 24 hours of a day, an average of 14 hours are spent on work. After deducting the time for 3 meals a day, washing, resting, and going to the toilet, where can more time be squeezed out? There must be 60 mechas, right? Lao Ji has only been back for half a month, and he has already led them to repair 60 mechas. It should be more than 60. I've seen many times that the merit points they got for repairing mechas were only a few hundred points. In total, there must be at least 70 mechas, repairing 4 mechas a day? Lao Ji and his team are really. I heard that when Lao Ji went on a combat mission before, he spent a week in the machine repair area of the military camp. He repaired an average of 2 mechas a day by himself. What the hell? Alone? Every day. 2, well, he can repair 2 mechas a day by himself. After he came back and had help, it's not an exaggeration to repair 4 a day. Isn't this an exaggeration? These 2 things are exaggerated, okay? No, I have to go and see how Lao Ji and his team did it. This is simply impossible. The mechanics who work overtime like crazy cannot work endlessly. They also need to relax their brains and hands and feet. In addition to 3 meals a day and rest, when they feel too tired from work, they will also sit down in the machine repair area to rest. Only by maintaining a good physical condition can one persist in this kind of working and living environment for a longer time. If one gets sick and needs a long period of recuperation and treatment because of grief for a day's work progress, it will really be a loss. There are not many visitors to the number 66 operation area. Only a few masters can go directly to see it with their own eyes. More curious mechanics, and some mechanics who have never had any communication with Ji Xinghe, can only watch the live broadcast of the visiting group through the bracelet screen. As they watched, they understood how the number 66 operation area did it. Master, have the 5 energy transmission plates been repaired? Yes, Master. Where's the transmission rod that was to be repaired just now? Here, it has been repaired, Master. My task is completed. What should I do next? Send all the discarded parts to the warehouse, and bring back 7 parts by the way, which are, Master, I can't dismantle this thing. It's stuck inside. I'll do it, Master. This piece of protective armor is stuck on it. If we pry it forcibly, it will damage the body skeleton. Do you want to apply for a robotic arm? No, I'll do it. You will perform the next task and take over the follow-up of this task later. 1 question and 1 answer. A problem was taken over or solved by Ji Xinghe. Everyone except Ji Xinghe in the number 66 operation area has a very detailed work task arrangement, which is very closely connected step by step, targeting the technical characteristics of each of them. In the process of completing these work tasks, if there are some problems that they cannot solve, they only need to shout master and then briefly describe the problem, then their master Ji Xinghe can take over directly and complete it in a very short time. The members of the tour group who finally understood, as well as the mechanics and repair personnel who were watching the live broadcast, were all shocked by the working method of the number 66 operation area. The maintenance of mechas is not easy. Even if they are experienced mechanics, some tricky problems will arise during the repair process. The same parts look exactly the same as the damage they have repaired before, but when they really repair them, they will find that there are big differences in the details, causing their maintenance work to get stuck on the spot. The maintenance work of mechas as a whole. Most of the damage needs to be completed after the first step before the next step can be carried out. If there is a problem in the first step, it will delay a lot of time and even cause new problems. There are almost no such problems in the number 66 operation area, because all problems can be solved. The old man who is running back and forth in the operation area, or sitting or standing there to perform maintenance work, is like an omnipotent person, who can solve all the problems that arise. Almighty Master, Lao Ji is really an almighty master. I feel like there is no problem he can't solve. Yes, if there was a person like Lao Ji in our operation area, we would definitely be in the top 10 now. Do you look down on Lao Ji or yourself? If Lao Ji came to my operation area and helped us solve all the problems we encountered, we would definitely be in the top 5, solving problems? I don't think Lao Ji is solving problems. What is that? Killing problems, huh? Just like when Lao Ji goes to the battlefield to perform combat missions, when he starts charging, any enemy that appears in front of him will be easily killed by him. And now, he has started charging in our machine repair area, so all these problems have been killed by him. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all looked at a mecha parked at the edge of the number 66 operation area. It was Xinghe of Ji Xinghe. And on Xinghe's chest, 45 gold stars were neatly sprayed, which looked extremely conspicuous. That represented the number of imperial mechas that Ji Xinghe had personally destroyed. If we only look at this point, all the mechanics present cannot compare to Ji Xinghe, because none of them has ever destroyed the Empire Mecha. They can't kill enemies like Ji Xinghe, nor can they kill all problems like Ji Xinghe. Hiss. What's the point of you flattering like this? Lao Ji can't go to your operating area, the mechanics are all very clear about this. How can Ji Xinghe, who can be responsible for an operating area independently, help others? To be honest, how can it be flattery? Your heart is full of flattery, so everything you hear is like flattery. Don't make noise. I'm asking you a question seriously. Is the 8th level fitter really that powerful? Otherwise, let's apply for an 8th level fitter exam to see how many of us can reach this level, and then try to learn the way Lao Ji works. Everyone was stunned. They all knew that Ji Xinghe was the only 8th level fitter in the Federation. In fact, there were several other 8th level fitters alive, but they were all very old, like Master Liu's grandfather, and it was impossible for them to come to the alien planet. Yet, if an 8th level fitter can achieve this level, then, apply for the exam. Apply now. I agree. There are so many people in our machine repair area, there must be someone who can reach the level of an 8th level fitter, and Lao Ji is not the only genius. If there are a few more, we can train them in a targeted manner, and the work efficiency of the entire machine repair area can be improved. Let's not say that. Someone spoke out to stop them. You only know one side of the story and not the other. Do you really think Lao Ji is just an 8th level fitter? We know there are reasons why he's more than just an 8th level fitter, so I just said to train him in a targeted manner. No, what I mean is that Lao Ji is more than an 8th level fitter. Lao Ji and I used to be in the machine repair area of base number 6. Do you know what Lao Ji said about the 8th level fitter at that time? What did he say? This has to mention Master Liu's grandfather. Master Liu's grandfather was an 8th level fitter and took the exam in the same batch as Lao Ji. Master Liu's grandfather? Everyone had unconsciously ignored Ji Xinghe's age. Now that it was suddenly mentioned, many people remembered that Ji Xinghe was at least the same generation as their father. Old Ji wanted to repair the mecha at that time, but Master Liu didn't believe Old Ji, so Old Ji said, "Cough, your grandfather was able to become an 8th level fitter because his strength was at the level of an 8th level fitter, and the reason why I became an 8th level fitter was because the highest level of fitter was only 8, damn." Everyone was shocked and looked at Ji Xinghe, who was busy in the operating area not far away. They really didn't expect that this old man with a serious work attitude and who responded immediately when being instructed by his apprentices could say such domineering words. Not only that, there is another sentence. Cough, old Ji said at that time, if there is a 9th level exam for fitters, then I must be one of the people who can pass it in the entire Federation. Hiss, after all, it was time for everyone to take a breath. Such Ji Xinghe was something that these mechanics had never seen before. In their daily contacts, Ji Xinghe was actually very polite and spoke in a very calm voice. But looking at the golden stars on Xingyu's body, they felt that this kind of Ji Xinghe was the real Ji Xinghe. If he didn't even have this little bit of domineering, how could he charge into battle on the battlefield? Everyone gave up the idea of applying to resume the 8th level fitter examination. They watched in silence for a while and prepared to leave, returning to their respective operating areas to continue working. But when they were about to leave, Ji Xinghe, who had a moment's break, suddenly walked towards them. You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Looking at Ji Xinghe's calm and somewhat kind expression, listening to Ji Xinghe's calm and gentle voice, it was difficult for them to connect with a Ji Xinghe who had just emerged in their minds. Lieutenant Ji, please speak. When they were face to face, they didn't even dare to call him Lao Ji directly. Just call me Lao Ji. Ji Xinghe looked at the mechanics in front of him, and after a slight pause, he said, the waiting time for intelligent robotic arms and machine tools is too long now, so you should have some parts that are in urgent need of repair but cannot be repaired, right? Yes. Lao Ji, you don't want to. Well, I want you to convert the repair requirements of these parts into tasks and publish them. Although I can't complete all the repair requirements, I want to repair more parts. Everyone was stunned. Lao Ji, do you mean that you still have spare energy? Yes, some. Then why don't you repair the mecha directly? Can't you repair it alone? You can also get merit points, because it's too tiring. The work intensity is very high now, and I can feel tired every day. So, I want to repair some small parts to relax. Chapter 171. The final villain is actually Shenmue? Xiao Su, I heard that Lao Ji was very pretentious. Please play the video for me. Shenmue found Sui excitedly. Wasn't there a live broadcast at that time? Sui frowned and said, go watch the live broadcast. There seems to be a replay record. I was busy at that time, and those people's videos were not professional. You are a professional. I want to see the replay you shot. Shenmue was justified. Sui could only start to play it back for Shenmue, and after watching it, Shenmue muttered to himself, all of which were inexplicable words, such as I am the only level 9 fitter, I am very tired but your work is just a relaxation for me, and the one who can surpass Ji Xinghe must be me, Shenmue, which made Sui laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? What do you care about me? Humph, Shenmue snorted coldly and then sighed. Xiao Su, do you feel that Lao Ji's pretense this time seems a little unnatural, and feels much more deliberate than before? That's because you don't know what Ji Xinghe asked me to tell General Tu Yuan a few days ago, and you don't know that those words were passed on by Tu Yuan to all the special and ace mecha warriors in the Federation. Sui was too lazy to tell Shenmue about this, otherwise Shenmue would definitely clamor to watch the replay again, but he was willing to help Ji Xinghe explain. Because Lao Ji is a little more anxious now than before. Anxious? Yes, didn't I tell you about the neural link technology last time? I asked Lao Ji about his thoughts. He said that he would still drive a mecha to fight in the future, but, you know I won't say much. So Lao Ji is a little anxious. He wants to use this method to prove his strength and prove that he is of great value to the Federation in this war. Shenmue was stunned. Of course he knew about the neural link technology. He was the one who popularized it to Sui in the beginning. As a mechanic, he knew very well that Ji Xinghe might not be able to drive a mecha in the future. But he didn't care about this before, because who can tell what will happen in a few years? In addition, Ji Xinghe will definitely send Ji Xinghe back to the Blue Star. Shenmue never thought that Ji Xinghe would return to the alien planet in a few years. Lao Ji is confused. Shenmue sighed and said, the special class mecha warriors are indeed very strong. I believe in Lao Ji's strength the most in the world. His previous battle record also shows that he can do a lot, but he doesn't need to do this at all. No matter how powerful a mecha warrior is, it can't withstand a precision strike from a missile. Has he forgotten the last time he called for fire support? A Dongfang 67 missile was bombed down, and almost none of the 30 Empire mechas survived. Sui nodded, that's true. The miracle created by a single soldier requires an opportunity. Who can guarantee that the air defense system can intercept all long-range firepower after being on the battlefield for years? Who can guarantee that they can avoid all firepower attacks? But Lao Ji wants revenge. The 4 words "want revenge" made Shen Mu silent. Su He took the initiative to ask, "Have you finished modifying the 4 knives? It's been more than half a month, and I haven't seen any progress from you. Can you do it?" "Yes, Lao Ji can do it. How can I not? Did you see the merit list? My operation interval is now ranked first, do you know?" Shen Mu is proud of this. And he has the capital to make him proud. Base number 5 also has 150 operation intervals, but like Ji Xinghe, he is a latecomer, but he led his operation interval and successfully topped the first place when the merit list appeared, and always maintained an absolute leading advantage under the pursuit of all mechanics including Ji Xinghe. It must be said that Ji Xinghe is really far inferior to Shen Mu in mechanics. When will it be modified? Su He has seen the merit list and knows that the person Ji Xinghe has been chasing is Shen Mu, so some of the words he said at this time are worth pondering. Shen Mu is not stupid, and finally reacted under Su He's questioning. "Any time. Why, do you really want Lao Ji to take first place? It's not that I won't let this old man, but if he wants to catch up with me, he needs to surpass 17 goals before he can truly stand in front of me. You talk like you are the ultimate villain, haha." Su He sneered and corrected, "There are only 15 left. Because Lao Ji's operation range of 66 is now 17th, after a night, Ji Xinghe surpassed 2 more people. I have to wait until he defeats these 15 people before I can consider whether to let him take the position. Otherwise, if I give it up now, what if the first place is taken away by others?" Shen Mu said with some pride, "I am one of the founders of the Galaxy team. No matter what, this first place must remain in the Galaxy team. Lao Ji can't do it, so I, Shen Mu, must be able to do it. Do you understand?" "Yes, you just wait." Su He's plan failed, so he came up with another one. "Zio Shen, I heard that the special mecha warrior Jackson is coming to base number 5 to learn Kung Fu from Lao Ji. Didn't you always say that you were Lao Ji's chief disciple? As the eldest brother, shouldn't you show your appreciation to your junior brother, Jackson?" Shen Mu completely ignored Su He's sarcasm and said in shock, "Is it the special class warrior who was defeated by Lao Ji before?" "Yes." "How many gold stars does he have now? 84 or 86? I'm not sure." "When he comes, you, the eldest brother, can ask him in person." "No, he has so many gold stars. If he doesn't continue to defeat the Empire's mechas on the battlefield and become an ace as soon as possible, why does he come to learn Kung Fu? Does he need it? Then who knows what he is thinking? I can't figure out the idea of a special class. Otherwise I can also become a special class." Shen Mu frowned and thought for a while before he said carefully, "Zio Su, turn off the camera first." "Why? I have something private to tell you. Pay attention to your image. Do you think you looked very presentable just now? Do you want to turn it off?" Shen Mu rolled up his sleeves. "Turn it off." Su He was very sincere. "Do you think it's because of that curse?" Shen Mu lowered his voice and said to Su He's head, "It's the curse of the 10th Ace Mecha Warrior. It says that the Federation will never have 10 active Ace Mecha Warriors at the same time. If someone becomes the 10th, one of the previous 9 aces must die. Or, the Mecha Warrior who has just been promoted to an ace will die in battle." "Bullshit, really? There haven't been 10 active aces at the same time for so many years. Who would believe if you said it's not a curse?" Shen Mu's nonsense silenced Su He. As a war correspondent, he knew much more about this than Shen Mu, a mechanic. So he knew that part of what Shen Mu said was true. The Federation has never had 10 active Ace Mecha Warriors at the same time, but the battle has been going on, and there are countless Mecha Warriors who can get gold stars. Not to mention Ji Xinghe who got 45 gold stars in a year. Jackson, Han Li and others are also getting gold stars at a fast speed, and there are many others. Why didn't the 10th one appear? I heard that if a new ace appears, the Empire will send out Marcus and Duke-level mechas to specifically besiege the Ace Mecha Warriors during the attack. In the past, there were even cases where they did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves and forcibly used weapons of mass destruction to bombard the Ace Mecha Warriors. 5 Ace Mecha Warriors were sacrificed under the missile bombardment of the Empire. It is because of these reasons that the Ace Mecha Warriors are the upper limit of their individual combat power, and one more or one less will have no meaning in this war. But from another perspective, A single combat power requires the Empire to use missiles to bombard, or even firepower coverage attacks at all costs to achieve a breakthrough. The strength of the ace mecha warriors is unquestionable. Why? Shenmue did not mention the curse anymore, but asked seriously, why are they not afraid that we have more mecha warriors, but are afraid that we have 10 ace mecha warriors? Because they are not afraid of the 10th ace mecha warrior, but double-digit ace mecha warriors, but triple-digit ace mecha warriors. This was the only explanation Suhi could think of. But this explanation could not satisfy Shenmue, and he asked again, why? Why is that? An ace mecha warrior can fight for his whole life, but the damage caused is not as good as a nuclear warhead, because, this time it was Suhi who racked his brains, and after a long time he came up with an explanation, because they are afraid of death. I mean their nobles and generals are afraid of death. In a real battle, our long-range firepower attacks are actually difficult to cause fatal damage to these imperial apes and monkeys. But ace mecha warriors can. They can kill their way in and out of the imperial positions, forcibly decapitate them, and not only kill their top brass, but also destroy their command system and help us win the war. Shenmue nodded, but still felt unsatisfied. It seems that there is some truth. Never mind, I'd better ask my junior brother, Jackson. Shenmue's expression returned to his proud look. Why, I have a junior brother with 86 gold stars. Are you envious? How do you know that he must be the junior brother? In the future, maybe more special grade or even aces will come to Lao Ji to become his disciples. No way. Shenmue hesitated, and suddenly remembered something and asked, is there something you didn't tell me? Why did Jackson come to learn martial arts? Why did you say that there are more special grade or even aces coming to become his disciples? What did Lao Ji do? Tell me. No, I envy you so much now, I'm jealous and hate you, so I don't want to say it. Brother Su, huh? How can I deserve you, the eldest brother of the Ji family, to call me Brother Su, Uncle Su? You and Lao Ji are equals, and I am Lao Ji's apprentice. It's reasonable for me to call you Uncle Su. Ji Xinghe's plan to hit the first place in the merit list was interrupted by Jackson, the uninvited guest. What time is it, and you are still repairing the mecha here? Ji Xinghe, do you know what you should do? Jackson, who came directly to the mechanical repair area of base number 5, rushed to Ji Xinghe and shouted loudly with a covetous look. He was already over 2 meters tall, and he was wearing military boots with thick soles. The muscles he had trained to defeat Han Li made him look like a peerless macho. When he shouted, the mechanics in the number 66 operating area were all shocked and silent. Who is this man? Is he here to cause trouble for Lao Ji? The frightened mechanics looked at the strong and powerful Jackson and saw the badge of the special mecha warrior on his chest. Although they were afraid, they still stopped their work and stood up, but they did not put down the maintenance tools in their hands. What do you do? The man was holding a wrench. What do you want to do? The man was carrying a sledgehammer. You want to cause trouble, right? The man held a mecha and used protective armor as a shield. Are you teaching my master how to do things? The man held up a mecha sword with difficulty. The sword, which was taller than Jackson, gave him more confidence and he spoke louder. Jackson was a little confused. What was wrong with these people? What made him even more confused was still happening. Several people in the nearby machine repair area heard the noise. When they saw the scene of holding wrenches, carrying sledgehammers, holding shields, and waving swords, they were stunned and rushed over with their tools. In just over half a month, the impact on the merit list, Ji Xinghe's prestige in the machine repair area of the number 5 living base was higher than his prestige in the circle of mecha warriors as a special mecha warrior. Professionalism and strength are one aspect, and the spirit of dedication is the focus of everyone's admiration. At such an old age, he works more hours than others every day, and has several part-time jobs to do, and a granddaughter and several children to take care of. Ji Xinghe, who has paid more, deserves more, including respect. It's okay, I know him. Ji Xinghe waved to the distance, indicating that everyone should not be nervous. The talents in the nearby machine repair area stopped preparing to charge, but still looked at Jackson covetously. The people in the number 66 operation area were the same. When Ji Xinghe walked towards Jackson, they stood firmly behind Ji Xinghe. In fact, in terms of height, Ji Xinghe is not much worse than Jackson, who is 2 meters tall, but his age and relatively thin figure make it easy for everyone to overlook his identity as a peerless master. Jackson finally came to his senses, as if he had offended many people as soon as he arrived. The tone and attitude of his words just now were actually understandable. After all, he had been insulted by Ji Xinghe several times. The insult a few days ago made him choose to temporarily give up the battlefield and come to this living base to learn Kung Fu. It is normal to have some resentment in his heart. Whether this decision is a waste of time or will be of substantial help to him is still an unknown for the time being. At this time, he finally reacted that the people of Longzhou seemed to be very concerned about this aspect, and the purpose of his coming was. The 2-meter-tall strong man suddenly knelt down when Ji Xinghe walked in front of him. "Master, please accept the disciples' worship." Not only did he kneel, but he also kowtowed 3 times respectfully according to the relevant etiquette he learned before coming. Fortunately, he did not bow 3 times when he stood up. This scene stunned everyone. People who were farther away couldn't hear Jackson's voice, so in their opinion, Jackson was looking for trouble. When Ji Xinghe stood in front of him, he couldn't bear the pressure and knelt down. Is this a peerless master? Chapter 172 The Rich Second Generation Who Makes People Silent. Perhaps it was because Han Li's words had some effect, or perhaps it was because Jackson knelt down in public without hesitation. Ji Xinghe chose to give Jackson special treatment. But he did not put down the maintenance work at hand, so a very strange scene appeared in the machine repair area of the number 5 living base. A super strong man who was about to become an ace mecha warrior squatted in the number 66 operating area like a kitten, and sometimes he used his hands to support his head and looked up at Ji Xinghe, who was repairing mecha parts. This scene was very strange even to Suhi, who was filming it, let alone other people. However, as professional mechanics, their professional abilities and the pressure brought by the war made them forcibly ignore this strange and discordant scene and concentrate on completing their respective jobs. Jackson came, but he did not disturb anyone except Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe would not reduce his work efficiency because of Jackson's interruption. "Why did you come to me?" Before Ji Xinghe began to teach, he asked a question that not only he was curious about, but also Suhi, Shen Mu, the mechanics, Jackson's superiors, and many special mecha warriors were very curious about this question. "Because you are a peerless master, and I also want to be a peerless master, then why didn't you come to me when the war was not so tense before? Before, I didn't think I could learn anything from you. You said so yourself, and you also said that if I want to achieve success in martial arts, I must go back to the Blue Star. But the last time you said that you saw things slower, I also felt it seriously when I was driving the mecha, and I found that I seemed to see things slower." After Jackson explained the reason, he squatted there and said seriously, "Master, I want to control my body instead of using my body. I think you can definitely help me. The real reason lies in this point." What Ji Xinghe said is like spilled water, just like his age. Ji Xinghe said frankly, "In fact, I may not be able to help you, but if you insist, I will try my best." He did not mention what Han Li said, nor did he want to gain Jackson's friendship. He could only appreciate Tu Yuan's kindness. In fact, he didn't want this kindness at all. The trouble is his own, the goal is his own, and the revenge he wants is also his own. Why bother others, or even let others help him at the cost of their lives? Ji Xinghe respects everyone. The respect he wants to win should come from his strength, not the so-called friendship and strategy. "I know, Master, you just do your best. Whether I can do it is my own business. I asked before I came here, and they told me a sentence, practice is up to the individual, and the master leads the way. It's reversed, but it seems to make no difference." Ji Xinghe did not correct Jackson's words, but continued to ask, "I heard before that the Federation has found more than a dozen Ganjin and several Gangjin level masters. Why don't you go find them?" "Because they don't know how to drive a mecha. What I want to learn is not to fight with my body, but to control my body, and then use the body I control to control the mecha I drive." About that matter, because there were other people around, Ji Xinghe did not say it clearly. He believed that Jackson could understand what he meant. Are they involved? Jackson's information was obviously much more than Ji Xinghe and Suhi. He nodded and said, "The younger ones participated, and they were the first batch of participants, because researchers previously believed that they and people like you are more suitable for using that technology. When operation is no longer a problem, how to maximize the capabilities of the mecha becomes a problem. People like Ji Xinghe have proven their strength in the process of using their bodies to fight. When they can control the mecha like they control their bodies, what will their combat effectiveness be like?" However, Jackson changed the subject and said, "But the facts prove that it doesn't make much sense. Your strength lies in your ability to exert force better. Under the same physical conditions, you can burst out more powerful power. But if you are driving a mecha, the mecha cannot be integrated with a waist and horse. It is enough to be proficient in fighting skills and cold weapon fighting skills. There is no need for any Danjin or Gangjin masters. And they say that in the future, mechas will use more firearms as weapons. New technologies can solve the problem of difficult aiming, and close combat will be the last means of combat. Ji Xinghe, who is not good at using firearms, seems to be further away from driving a mecha in the future, but his expression has not changed. After a little hesitation, he whispered, "The first thing I want to teach you is that the mecha can achieve waist and horse integration." Jackson was stunned. Not only because of what Ji Xinghe said, he was shocked, but also because this scene reminded him of the first time he and Ji Xinghe met, and he also taught Ji Xinghe several knowledge points. Facts have proved that his teaching at that time was actually meaningless. Ji Xinghe was much stronger than he imagined, so strong that he could be his master. I have a combat video before. You can apply for access with your permission. Take a look first. It was the last time we chased the Earl's mecha. The specific time should be. Ji Xinghe started working in silence after he finished speaking. His movements of repairing the mecha parts seemed slow, but he did not stop for a moment. His consistent speed made him closer and closer to repairing the parts. Jackson had already turned on the screen of his bracelet and searched it carefully. He soon found the relevant combat video records. The screen only showed the perspective of the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe. The site was the artillery position of the Empire. At this time, Ji Xinghe had not successfully passed through. Not long after he passed through the artillery position, two oncoming Imperial Viscount-class mechas were avoided by Ji Xinghe in advance. After turning, Ji Xinghe chased the Earl-class mecha. Jackson had never seen these video scenes before, but he was very familiar with them. The two Viscount-class Imperial mechas in the video were destroyed by him independently. "Remember my operation and record the running posture of the mecha now," Jackson heard Ji Xinghe's voice from this video. At the same time, he also saw the analysis record of this video. The key point is that Ji Xinghe's running speed is 6 km per hour higher than the maximum speed of the 16th generation standard mecha he drove after the transformation. For ordinary mecha warriors, this is very rare, but for Jackson, who is a special class, it seems nothing special, because when the mecha he drives is charging at full speed, the speed can also exceed the theoretical speed. The running posture is very important. The mecha is huge and has a high weight. If you can skillfully control the mecha, it is not difficult for the special mecha warrior to use the potential energy of the mecha to accelerate. The mecha is not a car. It relies on two mechanical legs instead of tires to run. It's like a person who has never received professional running training. After receiving the corresponding running posture, rhythm, and breathing training, even if there is no improvement in physical fitness, the speed of running will be improved. Jackson was able to do it, but he still watched it carefully, focusing on Ji Xinghe's operation itself, and some subtle changes in the mecha as Ji Xinghe operated it. After a while, Ji Xinghe, who had repaired a component, started to repair another component without resting. "Have you finished watching it?" "I have finished watching it." "Do you understand it?" "I understand it." "Waist and horse are one." "Can the mecha do it?" "Yes." Jackson's talent is not bad to be able to become a special mecha warrior. He just never thought about these problems before. When Ji Xinghe began to guide him, his own comprehension ability and years of mecha driving experience allowed him to begin to gain some substantial results. "Can you do it?" "No." "Then continue to watch the video." The video of me fighting in the dust storm outside the number 6 base before, driving the same 16th generation standard mecha, but there was a battle where I used the Imperial bayonet as a weapon. "Okay." Jackson continued to squat there to watch the video, and Suhi next to him was reluctant to find a small box to use as a stool. "Thank you." Jackson had just sat down when he thanked him, but he stood up again soon, looking down at Suhu with his height advantage. "You should be reporter Sue. It's me. Can you do me a favor?" "You say?" "Don't let the part where I kneel down to worship my master appear in my master's documentary, at least not for the time being." "No problem, but when can it be released?" "When I become the ace, or when my master becomes the ace." "Okay, thank you." Jackson sat back and continued to watch the video. This video can be said to be the first time that Ji Xinghe used the waist-horse integration combat technique when driving a mecha to fight. In fact, mechas don't have a waist with a waist-horse integration. People can achieve waist-horse integration because there are muscle tissues in the waist that can exert force, but the mecha's force is completely dependent on the engine, so the mecha has no waste. But waste-horse integration is not completely literal, and horse is not a horse stance in the strict sense. Jackson didn't watch it many times, maybe more than 20 times, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Master, is waste-horse integration a posture for mecha?" Ji Xinghe, who was repairing parts, didn't even raise his head. "Yes, it's a posture, but not entirely a posture. But with your level, you only need to learn the key point of the posture." "Why?" Jackson was dissatisfied. "I came all the way to become your apprentice, and I kowtowed to you. How can you hide it? It's not that I don't teach you, it's that you really can't learn it. Is it because I didn't give you the apprenticeship fee?" "You wait." Jackson quickly operated on the bracelet, and the transfer reminder sounded on Ji Xinghe's bracelet. Ji Xinghe didn't even look at it and continued with the work in his hands. "Haha." Jackson sneered. "Master, you still have to take a look, and remember to sit down and watch." Ji Xinghe frowned, glanced at Jackson's sudden arrogant expression, looked at the bracelet and clicked on the message prompt, then he was shocked. "Ha ha ha. I knew you would have this expression, ha ha ha." Jackson suddenly laughed out loud. "Reporter Sue, take a picture of it, take a picture of him." Sue he was a little surprised, and it was difficult for an expression of surprise to appear on Ji Xinghe's face. He couldn't help asking, "How much? How much did you transfer?" 10 million, contribution points. Jackson's voice was loud. So Sue he was shocked, and he also understood why Ji Xinghe was shocked. Although Ji Xinghe has spent more than 60 million contribution points of resources to build Xinghe, 10 million is really a lot. Think about what contributions Ji Xinghe has made before. Not to mention protecting base number 6 and the dust storm and discovering the diamond-shaped metal body. Isn't the Heart Moonfox space battleship protected by him worth more than 60 million? Its cost is more than 60 billion, which is much more expensive than the aircraft carrier on the Azure Star. Otherwise, why are there less than 100 spaceships and space battleships in the entire Federation added up? Just for this, Ji Xinghe got more than 60 million contribution points of resources, and also sacrificed his promotion in military rank and lost the right to customize his own mecha in the true sense. Jackson's apprenticeship fee of 10 million is really a lot. Ji Xinghe took a deep breath, his expression returned to calm, and he looked at Jackson and asked, "Didn't you say that you haven't contacted your family for a long time? Don't your family members support you fighting on an alien planet?" When Jackson transferred the money before, Ji Xinghe did not stop him, and he did not want to look at the money after it arrived, because Jackson had said before that he was actually very poor now. Poor, so he accepted it, because it would not be too much. "I won't contact them again. I am also a member of the family, Master. You don't think that we in Yingzhou really emphasize financial independence of children after adulthood, and there is no such thing as inheriting parents' estate, right? Half of my father's money is mine, and the other half is my sister's." Jackson continued to look proud and said, "It happened that my family contacted me before I came here, because my sister's child was born, and they asked me if they could use my name. I said no problem, and then they transferred me 30 million contribution points." "Yes, 30 million, Lao Ji, do you understand? Now that he has money, he doesn't even call me master." Ji Xinghe sighed helplessly, and operated a bracelet to transfer the money back. "Don't." Jackson is not as smart as Han Li, and he doesn't know Ji Xinghe that well. How could he have imagined that Ji Xinghe, who was short of money, would transfer the money back without setting up a blacklist? So he interrupted and asked, "Major Jackson, how did your family transfer the money? Did they forbid the exchange?" He was indeed curious. When he helped Ji Xinghe to exchange the money from the seller for contribution points, he had to find many people, and it was very troublesome to transfer money on the Blue Star. Moreover, he was going to help Ji Xinghe take on advertising endorsements, so he wanted to understand it. The operation is a bit complicated. To put it simply, they donated 100 million, and then I got 30 million contribution points. Fuck, isn't this a blood loss? Suhi was shocked. "Why don't you trade it yourself? Although the amount is a bit large, 100 million is more than 30 million contribution points. The official exchange is only 1, and private transactions are generally 1.3, Yours is 3.33, you don't understand. This is not a loss for them." After Jackson operated in a hurry, he found that he was added to the transfer blacklist by Ji Xinghe and had to give up for the time being. Then he said helplessly, "In their opinion, if I donate more, I can go back alive. But they don't know that only if my strength is strong enough and only if I win this war, I will go back alive. Everyone who had just felt envious fell silent. Jackson said that he would go back alive, not that he could go back alive. Chapter 173 Ji Family, Aristocratic Family. When Jackson thought that Ji Xinghe would be moved by his money and his attitude and start to teach him knowledge other than posture, he was once again ruthlessly rejected by Ji Xinghe. I told you, you really can't learn it. Ji Xinghe's tone softened a little, and he looked at the extremely disappointed Jackson and said, if you want to learn it, you have to learn mechanical repair knowledge from the beginning. When you understand the composition of all parts of all models of standard mechas of the Federation, you will be able to learn it without me teaching you. Huh? Jackson frowned and looked at Ji Xinghe with doubtful eyes. Master, it's not because I called you Lao Ji just now that you started to bluff me again. No. Ji Xinghe calmly picked up a part beside him, which was the joint component of the knee of the mecha. You know it moves, but you don't know how it moves, so you have no way of knowing how powerful your mecha will be when it moves. Some things cannot be explained by the performance parameter table you saw before driving the mecha, nor can they be understood by your long-term experience of driving the mecha. Putting down the parts in his hand, Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment and then said, your physical fitness is far better than mine, and your combat awareness should not be weaker than mine. You actually have quite a few skills, but you just can't beat me. Why? Jackson pondered. Because you can control your body, and I'm using my body. In close combat, it's not necessarily the stronger the strength, the more powerful it is, nor is it necessarily the faster the speed, the more powerful it is. Using the right strength and speed at the right time, combined with certain skills, you can win the battle. That's right. Ji Xinghe nodded and said, I can do this because I have gradually mastered my body and understood my body during the process of practicing Kung Fu. I know my muscles, bones, joints, and even my internal organs, breathing, and everything else, and how much strength and speed they can provide me. This is the purpose of your coming. However, you don't have time to practice Kung Fu for decades, and this thing can't be accomplished quickly. Jackson was a little confused. Master, this is indeed the purpose of my coming, but weren't we just talking about the waist horse unity of the mecha? Can you explain it one by one? Actually, they are all the same thing, Ji Xinghe said softly. You can't learn to repair mecha parts, so you can't learn anything other than posture. If you can't practice Kung Fu in a short period of time, you can't control your own body. The essence of these two things is the same. Jackson understood this time, frowned and asked, but didn't you say just now that you could try to teach me? The try I'm talking about is the posture, which allows you to achieve the waist horse unity posture in the process of driving the mecha. Ji Xinghe looked towards Xinghe not far away, then quickly looked away. He and Ji Xinghe were willing to let other children drive Xinghe, but they were reluctant to let Jackson drive Xinghe. Did you bring a mecha with you when you came? No, my mecha was sent to the space battleship. The next time I go on a mission, it will be the mission of the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, then you apply for a mecha first, and then I will tell you how to master the posture. Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment, and said seriously. Don't think about learning to run before you learn to walk. You should learn the posture first. After you improve your control over the mecha, you can try to use this experience to control your body. This is the only quick way I can think of. Jackson nodded, and then asked unconvinced, what about things other than posture? How can I learn it? It's the same principle. You don't understand your body, so now you need to control your body through the mecha. After you truly control your body, you can use this experience to control your mecha, even if you don't understand how those parts work. But experience and driving time are enough for you to discover the hidden power in it. Okay, you can fight, so you have the final say. Jackson asked curiously again, does this training method, or this power, have a name? Don't all Longzhou martial arts have names? Ji Xinghe shook his head. There is no name. This is just an idea, an experience, not a specific Kung Fu. But isn't Kung Fu all about ideas and experience? Jackson didn't want to spend 10 million contribution points to learn something without a name. He thought about it for a while but couldn't remember it, so he looked at Suhi. Reporter Su, you come up with a name? Suhi looked at Ji Xinghe, and when he found that Ji Xinghe had no objection, he said aloud, I like the description that Lao Ji said just now, the hidden power. The hidden power in our bodies, the hidden power in the mechas we manufacture and drive, are all the hidden power in our human spiritual will. This power will definitely make us stronger and let us win this war, so it should be named Great. How about calling it the Secret and Great Power? Secret and Great, Jackson frowned slightly. Reporter Sue, you said it very well, but this doesn't sound like the name of a martial art. Isn't it usually called something like boxing, something like mental method, or something like Ji Xinghe? Sue was a little embarrassed, and said with a dry cough, then let's be simple and direct, call it Ji family boxing. Mental method is too mysterious. Old Ji's can be regarded as the concept of internal boxing, so it's okay to call it boxing. Ji family boxing? Mecha boxing? Mecha, Ji family, hiss. Jackson looked at Ji Xinghe in shock. Master, if your family can't become a mecha family, it's simply not worthy of your surname. Hey, how can you talk like that? Sue hurriedly winked at Jackson. There is nothing wrong with saying that the Ji family is a mecha family. Both father and son are mecha warriors. One has super strength, and the other has become super. Even the granddaughter has shown a certain talent in driving mechas, driving Xinghe, but isn't it exposing someone's scars to say this? And what Ji Xinghe least wants to see is that Ji Xinghe will grow up to become a mecha warrior. Jackson suddenly realized it under Suhi's eyes, and looked at Ji Xinghe with an apologetic look, not knowing what to say. In fact, there is no need to say anything. Ji Xinghe is not as fragile as they imagined. He continued to repair the mecha parts at hand and whispered, go apply for the mecha. After you get it, drive it yourself. I will teach you in the evening. If you don't understand, you can contact me to ask. Okay. Jackson, who just said the wrong thing, ran away. Ahem. Suhi asked in a low voice, Old Ji, why don't you want the money? Yes, I know you think it's not good. But you will be very short of money in the future. If that's the case, Xinghe will have to pay for the damage repairs every time she goes out in the future. Look, how much money have you earned in almost 20 days? Not counting the normal salary of several jobs and the subsidies for military rank, Ji Xinghe and his repair team have only obtained more than 60,000 merit points in total, which is an additional 60,000 contribution points, based on the operating range. This money does not belong to Ji Xinghe alone. He did not distribute it himself, but arranged for Xiao Wen to distribute it. Even if he can get the lion's share, it is only tens of thousands of contribution points a month. Counting other income, it is only about 200,000 a month at most. The cost of Xinghe is more than 60 million, and any component is more than this. How can it be unscathed in a real battle? The repair cost of each battle is beyond his monthly salary. I can destroy the Empire Mecha, and there will be a sum of money after recycling it. Ji Xinghe is not worried about the lack of money in the future. You can get a lot of money or resources by destroying the Imperial Mecha now because they need you very much. But if it is the worst case scenario, they don't need you so much, and the recycling price will definitely be lowered due to the shortage of resources. Sui persuaded seriously. Jackson is not short of money, and he doesn't care about money. If he is willing to give it to you, just take it. Besides, you haven't even taught Xinghe in your Ji family boxing, but now you have to teach him first. What's wrong with charging some tuition? Ji Xinghe repaired the parts in silence for a while, and suddenly said, this name is really ugly. This, Suhi was embarrassed and helpless. Is this a matter of name or not? Okay, if you say it's not nice, it's not nice. You can choose whatever you think is nice. I will write it down for you. Okay, that's it. Ji Xinghe lowered his head and continued to repair the mecha parts. Suhi didn't ask any more questions, because he knew that Ji Xinghe was talking about that. It was not just a discussion about the name, but also a discussion about other things. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Ji Xinghe drove Xinghe to the training area of base number 5. Jackson, who had been waiting here for a long time, drove the mecha and looked at Xinghe. His eyes in the cockpit, illuminated by the light from the visible window, flashed with eagerness. He wanted to fight with Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe was not prepared for actual combat training. Let's start practicing boxing. I will teach you one move at a time. You should learn seriously. Practice boxing? Then I'll come down. No need to come down. Practice boxing with a mecha. When Jackson was stunned, Ji Xinghe had already started practicing boxing. It was the tai chi that made many mecha warriors at base number 6 not want to watch it again after watching it for one night. No one knew that the main reason why Ji Xinghe could defeat the Earl-class Imperial Mecha, in addition to the pressure brought to it by Jackson, was that Ji Xinghe practiced this slow boxing method while driving Xinghe at midnight for many days. He controlled his body, Xinghe, and the 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation, which he had been driving for a long time. Do you want to learn? Seeing that Jackson didn't move, Ji Xinghe urged him. Yes, yes, yes. Jackson started hurriedly. With the help of his superb mecha driving skills and the intelligent auxiliary function of the mecha, he actually learned it very well. He copied Ji Xinghe's movements after they were decomposed and learned 90% of them. If he took off his armor and learned boxing from Ji Xinghe, the effect would definitely be much different. Until this time, Jackson finally understood why Ji Xinghe asked him to learn how to drive a mecha first, even though he came here to learn how to control his body. This time, he made the right decision. P.S. I have updated 10,000 words a day for 17 consecutive days. Please subscribe, vote for the monthly ticket, and recommend a ticket. Thank you for the support of the bosses. It's the end of the month. If you don't vote for the monthly ticket, it will be gone. Chapter 174 Dust Storm resurfaces 4 epiphanies. The dust storm appeared again, and it had a greater impact than the dust storm that Ji Xinghe had experienced before. Experts predicted that this dust storm that covered the sky and the sun was very likely to cover a quarter of the alien planet's surface. This quarter of the area included all the Federation's bases. It was said before that it would last for more than a month. When the dust storm ends, the Empire is very likely to attack base number 3 at all costs. Some staff analysts believe that base number 3 will be destroyed in the first week after the dust storm ends. Jackson said another reason why he came to Ji Xinghe. When the dust storm covered the land and the sky, the Empire could no longer launch a large-scale ground attack. It could only use mecha troops to conduct reconnaissance and exploration, and continue to accurately determine the true location of base number 3. In order to deal with this dust storm, base number 3 has gathered 109 special class warriors. They will lead their respective teams to guard the periphery of base number 3 in the dust storm, and try their best to seek opportunities to destroy the Imperial mecha. Jackson glanced at his bracelet. Because of his identity as a special class mecha warrior, he still had the authority to communicate directly with other bases and other special class warriors, but the contact interface had turned gray, which meant that the sudden dust storm had affected the Federation's communication on the alien planet. I was supposed to take my team to guard base number 3, but there are already 109 special class warriors. One more or one less is not much. So, I let my team meet up with your galaxy team, Master. Your galaxy team now has 2 special class warriors, and my team also has 2 special class warriors. There is no need to worry about their strength and safety. The Jackson Mecha team with 86 gold stars has much more people than Ji Xinghe's galaxy team. It is normal to have 2 special class mecha warriors with more than 20 gold stars. On the contrary, Ji Xinghe's team is not normal. He is the captain with only 45 gold stars. There are only 7 mecha warriors in the team except him, but 2 of them have become special grade, one is blind and the other is lame. This is abnormal and everyone can see it. Yet, Ji Xinghe responded softly, without expressing any opinions, but continued to practice boxing with Xinghe. Jackson said that he also studied in a formal manner. His talent is really high. After Ji Xinghe used the correct teaching method for him, the progress was very fast. After 2 hours of boxing practice, Ji Xinghe went back to sleep, but Jackson stayed to continue to practice boxing over time. He actually had a job during the day. After arriving at base number 5, he received 2 tasks. One was to guard base number 5 as a special grade mecha warrior, and the other was to be a practical training instructor in the training area. However, these 2 tasks are relatively easy. The former can be said to be just a name, because base number 5 is very safe at present. The latter actually has no work pressure. Base number 5 itself has an instructor, and Jackson only needs to go to the training area every afternoon. So every night after Ji Xinghe's teaching time, Jackson would practice more to keep learning, and master some of the knowledge points that Ji Xinghe told him during the teaching process through constant contact. The meaning of a book will become clear after reading it 100 times, and the same is true for boxing. I will teach you everything I can, but it depends on you if you really want to practice it. This was the only thing Ji Xinghe reminded Jackson during the teaching process, and Jackson kept it in mind. Jackson believed and persisted because he felt real progress. One night, when Ji Xinghe went back to sleep, Jackson drove the mecha out of the training area, and after obtaining authorization, he drove the mecha and appeared in the dust storm that could not stop at night. The weather and environment of the alien planet have caused headaches for many relevant scientists on the blue star. The huge difference in temperature between day and night can, in theory, temporarily calm the dust storm, but the dust storm just doesn't end. The dust storm that lasts for 1 or 2 months at a time makes it hard to believe that this is an alien planet without a real atmosphere. The phenomenon of wind not being able to blow is believed by relevant experts to be caused by the special magnetic field of the alien planet. These had nothing to do with Jackson. He was driving a standard mecha that had not been customized and modified, carrying a captured imperial mecha bayonet, and began to run and then charge in the dust storm. The boxing techniques he had learned in his mind were applied by him in the process of running. Every night, he used the mecha to practice those slow moves and routines, which made him accustomed to one posture after another. These postures were now applied by him to control the running of the mecha. In his sight, the visual window of the head-up display formed by the holographic projection technology clearly showed his speed at this time 109.7 kilometers per hour. According to the information displayed in the operating manual, the theoretical running speed of the mecha he was driving was only 100 kilometers per hour. In the past, he could increase this data to 105 kilometers per hour, and now he has made a new improvement. The speed of 4.7 kilometers per hour, on average, there is not much left per second, but when it has reached the limit and successfully exceeded the limit, this is a real progress, and it is a progress that ordinary mecha warriors will be amazed by. Jackson felt that he could go one step further. Center of gravity, the word that Ji Xinghe mentioned many times flashed through his mind. Jackson's running speed did not change, but his control over the mecha in high-speed running state was improving. Hidden and great power, this is the description said by Sui, and it also echoed in Jackson's heart at this moment, but what really kept emerging in his mind was the mechanical power that Ji Xinghe told him when he taught him to practice boxing with mecha. The mecha itself is the power of the machine, but when the mecha warriors use the power of the mecha, they know it but not why. Just like people can breathe automatically, but don't know the principle of breathing, people can make a fist and run, but don't know how the body works when these thoughts arise. If you can know, you can discover the hidden and great power in your body. This realm is still a long way from Jackson now. What he needs to discover is the hidden and great power in the mecha. Why can Han Li do it? Because he is from Longzhou, and does everyone in Longzhou know Kung Fu? No, not everyone in Longzhou knows Kung Fu. Han Li can do it because he learned Kung Fu. No one in his family knows Kung Fu, so, did Han Li learn it from Ji Xinghe? Jackson's biggest motivation is not to improve his strength, but Han Li who once defeated him. Han Li has reached the level of being able to control his own body, so why can't he do it? If Han Li's master is Ji Xinghe, then he is doomed to lose, because my master is Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe's father, so I am Han Li's father. When Jackson thought of this, his confidence was unprecedentedly improved. He was ready to find an opportunity to tell Han Li this somewhat dangerous idea in person. As for whether Han Li would fight him directly, he would not be afraid, he would love it. Master must have taught Ji Xinghe a lot of things, but Master at that time was not as strong as he is now. Jackson was distracted while running, but his control of the mecha had formed a physical instinct like muscle memory. He did not fall, and he did not see his maximum speed increase again, 111 kilometers per hour. He thought of the questions he asked Ji Xinghe during the boxing learning process these days. Master, have you always been so powerful? No. When did you become so powerful? After the last battle? The time when we defeated the Earl-class mecha. Yes. Did you have an epiphany during the battle? Almost. Then how many times have you had epiphanies, and how old were you at each time? I forgot. Think about it, Master. This is very important to me. I'm 27 years old. How can I have an epiphany in the future if I don't know the age of epiphany? Everyone is different. I just want to know. I'm your apprentice, so I must be the same as you. At the age of 66, I must be better at fighting than you are now. Ji Xinghe was too lazy to explain to Jackson the complicated relationship between age and body, and how he changed this relationship, so he could only recall it seriously. I remember the first time was when I was about to graduate from college. I wanted to continue my studies or find a job that was more in line with my major in a big city, and then I had to go back to my hometown to work in a car repair shop. You should be able to understand how I felt at the time, just like you could have inherited the family business, but chose to come to alien planet. I can understand, but why didn't I have an epiphany because of this? Master, what realm did you realize at that time? To put it simply, it's the dark power, Ji Xinghe said. If you didn't come to alien planet, but went back to inherit the family business, maybe you would have an epiphany. Jackson seemed to have realized something, What about the second time? The second time was when my parents and wife passed away one after another. I'm sorry, master, it's okay. Then, what about the third time, when my son died? I'm sorry, master. Jackson really didn't dare to ask, but he was really curious. The question was delayed until the next day. Jack thought Ji Xinghe should have regained his emotional stability before asking again. Master, did you reach the level of Huijin in your second epiphany, and the level of Danjin in your third epiphany? Yes. What about your fourth epiphany? It was during the last fight, only 4 times. Jackson was a little disappointed, and then excitedly said, Master, I know that there are 5 levels of Kung Fu, namely Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin and Gang Jin. So, have you reached the level of Gang Jin now? The level of Kung Fu is not these 5 levels. Strictly speaking, these are just 5 ways of using strength. You only have Ming Jin, but your physical fitness is very strong, so the power you can burst out is almost the same as what I can burst out when I'm Hua Jin. Huh? Jackson expressed his confusion. Ji Xinghe compared it to this. It's just like the performance gap between the first generation of mechas and the 36th generation of mechas. The so-called Ming Jin can only bring out the extreme performance in the operating manuals of these 2 mechas. But when you drive the first generation of mechas, you can bring out performance that exceeds its design limit, and fight against the 36th generation mechas driven by ordinary mecha warriors. From a certain perspective, you have the Jin, Hua Jin, and Dan Jin to drive the mechas. In terms of the body, it's actually the same. I see, Jackson asked unconvinced. Why don't you say that I have the Gang Jin ability to drive the mecha? Ji Xinghe ignored Jackson's meaningless question. Jackson, a sturdy man over 2 meters tall, thought for a while and suddenly laughed. If I learn the Jin or Hua Jin, I can give full play to the hidden and great power in my body. Can I beat you, master? Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. Come down, come down, let's practice combat. No, master, you said you would teach me how to drive a mecha? Why do you want to take off the armor for combat, but you are here to learn how to control your body? Come down. No. Jackson, who was driving a mecha in the dust storm, did not smile at all when these conversations and pictures appeared in his mind. Because he understood more and more the price of Ji Xinghe's ability to become a peerless master. It was not only the persistence for 56 years, but also the inexplicable grief of the death of his relatives. The strong are always lonely. When Ji Xinghe became a peerless master, he also became a lonely man. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe, the irresponsible father, made a mistake 7 years ago, so that Ji Xinghe, who should have died alone, was no longer a lonely man. But Jackson sighed in his heart. He felt that he owed Ji Xinghe a lot, not only for the Earl-class Imperial mecha, but also for the correct decision made by Ji Xinghe in that battle, which changed his decision that was proved to be wrong afterwards. The influence of this point can be extended to a long time later, and it can change all the decisions made by Jackson in the future battle. So he took out 10 million apprenticeship gifts. 10 million is a lot, and it is too much to use it in the matter of apprenticeship, even if the other party is Ji Xinghe. But what he never expected was that Ji Xinghe chose not to. You don't want 10 million contribution points, master, you are trying to kill me. Jackson wanted to become stronger than anyone else, so he knew that Ji Xinghe also wanted to become stronger than anyone else, but now he didn't want Ji Xinghe to become stronger. Master, I won't let you have an epiphany for the 5th time. Absolutely not. Jackson swore silently in his heart. He didn't tell anyone, he felt he could do it. At this time, the running speed of the metro was 113.2 kilometers per hour. He had exceeded the limit for the 4th time, just like Ji Xinghe's epiphany 4 times. But this is not Jackson's limit, nor should it be Jackson's limit. P.S. Brothers, do I update too much every day, so I feel that I spend too much money every day? The subscription has decreased, please support me. Double monthly tickets, there are only 2 days left before the next month. If you don't vote, there will be no more. Please give me some recommendation tickets, give me whatever you can, give me motivation, and I will also make you update more than 10,000 a day until the miracle of completing the book. The above PS word count is free of charge, and the word count is fixed. Chapter 175, Ripples of Stars and Moon. Ji Xinghe didn't know what was in Jackson's mind, otherwise he would definitely ask him to come down every day. The first 3 epiphanies were indeed related to grief, but the 4th epiphany did not have any grief. In addition to turning grief into strength, humans also have many other emotions that can be turned into strength. For example, responsibility and obligation, such as love. For Ji Xinghe, the power that Ji Xinghe can bring to him is actually unprecedented. Because he only has Ji Xinghe, he doesn't want to lose Ji Xinghe. In the number 66 operation interval, the merit value increased by 683, and the cumulative value of this cycle is 116,297, currently ranked 8th on the merit list. The ranking of the number 66 operation interval of the number 5 base has risen so fast, after shocking other mechanics many times, it has shocked everyone again and again. They all know that Ji Xinghe has an apprentice, and he has to teach this apprentice, who is a special grade federal mecha warrior, alone every day. If this person didn't disturb Ji Xinghe's work, what would the number 66 operation interval be now? The relevant personnel in charge of the merit list are very interesting. They enlarged the font of the top 10 names and displayed the end time of this cycle in the most conspicuous position. 5 days left. Do you think Lieutenant Ji Xinghe can surpass Lieutenant Shen Mu and get the first place, after so many days? The number 88 operation interval ranked first on the merit list is still the number 88 operation interval that Shen Mu is responsible for. It's difficult. Lieutenant Shen Mu is very strong, and his operation interval is also a gathering of elites. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's sight is still a little short. There is another big fool interfering with Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. It is estimated that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe will be able to reach the top 3 in 5 days. Hearing the name of the big fool, everyone who was chatting laughed. They had never thought that there would be such a day when they could call a federal superclass mecha warrior a big fool. But Jackson's performance in the operation interval was indeed very stupid. There is no need to say more about the scene at the beginning. Every night after that, people who worked overtime in the machine repair area could see him squatting in the number 66 operation interval, following the well-behaved Ji Xinghe to learn boxing. Yes, Jackson is learning boxing from Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe doesn't need to go to class at night, and the training time is in the afternoon. She often brings a few friends to visit her grandfather and take the opportunity to drive Xinghe. One time when Jackson was in the training area, he saw the moves used by Ji Xinghe in actual combat exercises, and he shamelessly asked for advice in the machine repair area every night. He felt that Ji Xinghe must know the family skills that Ji Xinghe was unwilling to pass on. In fact, it was also because of boredom. After the dust storm, the communication between the base and the outside world was intermittent, and the risk of transportation was also increased a lot. Spacecraft and warships have not appeared in base number 5 for a long time. Only the convoys that appear every few days deliver the mechas that need to be repaired after crossing the dust storm. From this point, it can also be seen that the war situation in the dust storm is still very tense. If it weren't for that big fool, I think Lao Ji would definitely get second place, and would have a good chance of getting first place. That's not true. Lao Ji is not just a mechanic like us. He can improve Major Jackson's strength, which is actually more valuable than repairing mechas, I know, but Lao Ji said before that he wanted to get first place. If he can't get it, in fact, Ji Xinghe didn't say he wanted to get first place. He just told the people in the number 66 operating area that the goal was to get first place. But as the rumor spread, it became that Ji Xinghe must get first place. What does it matter if he can't get it? I am convinced by Lao Ji's strength. Lieutenant Shen Mu has been the first for such a long time. If you ask him if he is convinced by Lao Ji, he will definitely not dare to say no. Yes, if he doesn't accept it, he will be beaten. He says every day that he is Lao Ji's apprentice, and says that Lao Ji is his apprentice. I don't know how he argues. Anyway, there is no problem with Lao Ji beating him. He said that in terms of kung fu, Lao Ji is his master. But in terms of mechanical repair, he is Lao Ji's master. In fact, there is no problem. Lao Ji himself said that he has learned a lot of mechanical repair knowledge from Shen Mu. I still hope that Lao Ji can get the first place. A pot of tofu and crucian carb. Jackson should have never eaten it, probably not. The crucian carb is fresh, and the tofu is not made from soybeans grown in our base, but soybeans shipped from the Blue Star. It must taste very delicious. I've eaten it. My dad used to go fishing every day, and I vomited after eating it, so I'd better give the first place to Lao Ji. Why are you giving in? Your operating range ranks 13th. Lao Ji needs you to give in. Can I not grab it? If I work overtime, it's not certain. Let's work normally for the next 5 days. Everyone is tired. We can't get sick at the last minute. I'll give in. I'm ranked 7th. I can give in, a mechanic said, but don't have any ideas. I don't want you to say that I'm standing on the moral high ground and kidnapping you. Tisk tisk, what are you talking about? Lao Ji can surpass you even if you don't give in. I'm ranked 5th. I'm really giving in. The mechanics started arguing in front of the merit list because of a pot of tofu and crucian carp soup that is very common on the Azure Star. They were not fighting for the pot of soup, but fighting to give it to others. But some people chose to give in, while others chose not to. Instead, they worked overtime more desperately than before. I'm convinced by Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's strength, not to mention his professional and technical level. But it's precisely because of this that I want to lose with a sense of conviction and let Lieutenant Ji Xinghe win fairly. Everyone has their own ideas. It's hard to say who is right or wrong, it's just that the choices are different. In Ji Xinghe's number 66 operation interval, after successfully rushing to the 8th place on the merit list, it took only 1 day to rush to the 4th place. None of the top 3 gave in. No one blamed them, because their ideas actually made sense. If Ji Xinghe couldn't win fairly, the pot of tofu and crucian carp soup would definitely not taste very good. In fact, they all knew that if Ji Xinghe won, he would definitely not choose to drink that pot of soup, but would give it to the 24 children in base number 5. The children would not consider whether it was fragrant or not, because they had never tasted it and didn't know what it was like to be really fragrant. Lieutenant Shen Mu's merit value has exceeded 150,000. The second and third are both close to 140,000. Lao Ji has just broken through 120,000. There are still 4 days left. It seems, he really can't be surpassed. Yeah, it's a pity. If Lao Ji had come back 3 days earlier, if it weren't for that big idiot, Lao Ji could really get first place. Lao Ji doesn't spend all his time repairing mechas. He has 2 more jobs than us. Well, 3, and a job for actual machine testing. What are you talking about? Lao Ji hasn't stopped yet. He's still repairing it. There are still 4 days left. Maybe, but Lieutenant Shen Mu and the others haven't stopped either. They can't catch up. Otherwise, let's go help Lao Ji. This wouldn't be unfair to Lieutenant Shen Mu and the others. They have more people than Lao Ji, so they are the ones who are unfair. Don't be too serious. The rewards on the merit list are meant to be played. I don't care. I'll go help Lao Ji. Some of the mechanics who were discussing left the merit list and went to the number 66 operating area of Ji Xinghe. Repairing a mecha is repairing it no matter where you go. There is actually no difference. It only affects a pot of crucian carp soup. As soon as they approached, they saw Ji Xinghe who is repairing the mecha. Judging from his expression and movements, he was not affected by his ranking on the merit list at all. And the big stupid guy Jackson, who many mechanics thought had influenced Ji Xinghe, was squatting on the side with a strange horse stance. He looked like a person, but also like a mecha. When everyone was about to go over and tell Ji Xinghe that they were here to help, they saw Ji Xinghe and Jackson looking at their bracelets at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them suddenly ran wildly. Before anyone could react, they disappeared in the repair area. Ah! What happened? Where did Lao Ji go? The mechanics in the number 66 operating area were also confused. Hey! Where is my master? Where is the master who was here just now? I don't know. I heard the alarm on my master's bracelet, and when I turned around, my master ran away. Where is Jackson? Jackson ran away too. Could it be? The truth is not difficult to guess, because Ji Xinghe and Jackson both have the same identity, Federal Special Mecha Warriors. There is only one reason that can make them run wildly without any explanation. They need to fight. Is it outside our base? Are those bastards from the Empire coming? It's not here, otherwise there would be an alarm. Lao Ji and his men should be needed in other places. I remember that Lao Ji joined the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps before. Where's Reporter Sue? Ask him. He went to pick up Xinghe from school, then Lao Ji went to fight without saying goodbye to Xinghe. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Not long after, they saw Suhi. He brought Ji Rongzhen to the machine repair area. Ji Rongzhen, who is usually very polite, also greeted everyone very politely this time, and then got into Xinghe's cockpit. Listening to her crisp greeting and looking at the polite smile on her face, everyone knew that she was actually unhappy. It's base number 6, Sui said with a serious expression. The Empire seems to have discovered the exact location of base number 6. The defense force left at base number 6 is seriously insufficient. Lao Ji and Major Jackson are going to support base number 6. Base number 6? It's nearly 1,000 kilometers away from us. There is a dust storm now. How can Lao Ji and the others get there, take a single soldier starship directly to space, and then airdrop from orbit, take a single soldier starship in a dust storm, and then airdrop directly from space to base number 6? That's too dangerous. Everyone felt the seriousness of the matter. If support was not urgently needed, how could the Federation let 2 special mecha warriors take such a risk? Ji Xinghe didn't say anything. These people knew that Jackson had more than 80 gold stars and was very close to becoming an ace mecha warrior. It's not dangerous. They are riding on a modified single soldier starship. The weapon systems have all been removed. It is to transport them to space. After Sui explained to everyone, he asked curiously, "Why are you all here?" We are here to take over Lao Ji's shift. Yes, we are here to take over Lao Ji's shift. On this day, Ji Xinghe's number 66 operating area suddenly had 7 more professional mechanics. They had to help Ji Xinghe get the first place, and they still had 4 days. On this day, the second and third operating areas ranked on the merit list of the number 5 base repair area suddenly announced a day off. On this day, Shen Mu, who should have been the most helpful to Ji Xinghe, chose to continue working overtime. He worked longer on this day than any other day before. It didn't seem like he was trying to ensure his first place, but instead he seemed to be exhausted to death. On this day, Ji Xinghe was sitting alone in Xingayu's cockpit. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. "Xingayu, I'm here. Tell me, if I had just told Grandpa to stay with me, would he have stayed?" "Yes, my lord will definitely stay, but I didn't ask Grandpa to stay. I told him to go and support base number 6. There are my mother's colleagues there, and many people I know, who have given me gifts. Tell me, did I do something wrong? My princess is never wrong. If everyone except my lord says that my princess is wrong, then it must be this world that is wrong. Is this what Uncle Shenmue taught you?" "Yes, Xingayu, tell me, if Grandpa died because I asked him to fight, would Dad and Mom blame me?" This question is obviously not in Xingayu's question and answer mechanism, and it doesn't know how to answer it. "Xingayu, answer me. I won't blame you. If you don't know how to answer, then answer based on one of the core laws of the question and answer mechanism, that Ji Xinghe is never wrong." "Yes, they will blame me, because I will also blame myself." Ji Xinghe's voice was a little angry. "Xingayu, you lied to me." Xingayu will never lie to the princess. Xingayu's intelligent core has the ability to sense and analyze tone and emotions. The system it is running suddenly had a ripple that shouldn't have appeared. "Then tell me, will Grandpa sacrifice?" Xingayu, who should have answered no immediately, did not answer it the first time, because it just knew that it should not lie to Ji Xinghe, so it had to confirm its answer. In the cockpit, which was briefly silent, Xingayu's firm voice suddenly sounded. "No, the Lord will not sacrifice, thank you." Ji Xinghe was silent again, sitting quietly in the cockpit where she was the only one. And suddenly spoke after an unknown period of time. "Xingayu, take me away from the base. We will go to the surface for training. The Lord is not here. I can't take you away from the base, but Grandpa told me before he left to train well, and going to the surface with you is training. The surface is very dangerous. There are only dust storms on the surface and no enemies. The place where Grandpa goes is dangerous, but Grandpa still wants to go, and I still want Grandpa to go." "Xingayu, you said you would protect me. If you can't even protect me in a dust storm, how can you protect me on the battlefield in the future?" Xingayu was silent for 3 seconds. "The Lord is not here. We can't get permission to leave the base." "Xingayu, you lied again. Grandpa got you the permission to enter and exit the base freely. Zio is next to us. He is watching us. He is not Zio, he is Uncle Su. Don't listen to everything Uncle Shenmue says." "Xingayu, wait for me. We will go out at night." Xingayu did not agree immediately, nor did it continue to refuse. It chose to contact Lieutenant Shenmue. This was a preset setting in its system. When it could not contact its Lord Ji Xinghe, it could only contact Shenmue to obtain relevant instructions. But Ji Xinghe just said not to listen to everything Shenmue said, so which words can be listened to and which words cannot be listened to? A conflict of instructions occurred, and the ripples in its program were amplified. Xingayu, without any external expression, made its choice in silence. She said. Okay. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.